shots a week. Yeah. I saw the guy yesterday. Oh yeah. Oh my God. I've never done this.
3 days on the trot.
He said at lunchtime, he said that's the best if they get the wickets and make the game more interesting. That's what happened, really. He was kind of drifting a bit at that stage.
Small bit. What's on there? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realise I pulled it down. How many left? 3 left. Is it gold? No, the other.
Well, yeah, but you're not that
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
In comes Taylor and bowls and up on his toes, and that's a good way to go off for James Coles this morning. He's going to get a boundary. A little too short and a little wide, and James Coles punching the ball away through backward point for. Here comes Taylor bowls. Also drives down the ground, runs here for Tom Alsop. I'm not sure that's going to go for four. Fielder is in hot pursuit. Is he going to overhaul the ball? Around the wicket. In and bowls. Also, there we are. There's another example. 4 runs, 4 streaky runs really, through the gully area, thick outside edge. Apologies, but you should be with us now as in comes Taylor Bowles. That's a much better shot by Tom Alsop. Now that's a super shot. Leaning back and crunching the ball away.
Just one more run to the Sussex total while Fraser was doing. Oh, that's a nice shot off the back foot and lovely crisp punched away by Alsop, who will go to 41 and
works best that way.
In comes Gibbon around the wicket, bowls to James Coles. That's a trademark shot from James Coles, actually, just slightly over pitched on her up middle and leg, and it's the way he plays that shot is beautiful. It's almost effortless. Around the wicket, bowls, and Coles is going to get 4 more, but this isn't where he intended it to go. Looking to drive that through extra cover, gets a big thick edge, and here comes Gibbon. Bowls, Coles works this one on another lovely shot. That is James Coles at his best. It's kind of beautifully timed, that shot. It's just erring middle and leg, and Coles just guided it. There was a fielder at deep backward square leg.
And hopefully again this year. So it's going to be a change of bowling over the wicket, and that's flicked through mid-on for 4 runs. Great shot by Alsop, and I think that's Matthew Waite bowling.
Yes.
And yeah, that's perfectly timed. And Sussex has been very patient.
And a few vapour trails as well from aircrafters. In comes Gibbon, bowls, and Alsop. There we go, that is Tom Alsop's 50. Beautifully played with a boundary. Down towards third man.
big stadium.
Interesting. So Waite to continue up the hill, and that's hit the outside edge. They've just taken slip out as well, and that's gone through second slip area for 4 runs. For me, I'd just be waiting for one outside off stump to run it down to third man. As Waite's into bowl, back of a length, and that has been nonchalantly pulled for 4 by Coles. He's looked so impressive this morning, so calm, and every time he had an opportunity to put it.
The Sussex lead now is 247 over Worcestershire. Though just to speak to you, James Coles is given out. LBW, Coles goes, his LBW to Matthew Waite. So Sussex now 143 for 4, as I say, leading by 247. Meanwhile at edge, Here comes Fatty Singh, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Tom Alsop, who I say works this one through the covers. It's better than that. There's no fielder out. Well, there is a sweep on that cover boundary, but more at backward point, and Tom Alsop picked his spot.
Waite in with 2 shortish mid-wickets, but that's away off an edge, down to third man for 4.
Break off as in comes Taylor bowls. Also drive, super shot through extra cover. The ball going towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs. Lovely timing by Tom Alsop.
Here's Singh in bowls, and that'll paddle sweep, shuffle down towards fine leg, brings 4 runs. Nicely timed. Fateh Singh is in and bowling, and
that's out.
A big appeal, and it's gone. Yeah, it probably didn't get up too much. Let's have another look at that.
Take that round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who's forward, plays it to mid off. That is no run, and it is lunch. 166 for 5. Simpson on 9. Hudson Prentice on 1. Good morning, which we
earlier in the piece. He's bowling a left arm around, and that is driven into the offside, and that's beaten the field. That's away for 4. Once it beats the infield, down the slope, away for 4. Bit too wide from.
So now over the wicket into Hudson Prentice, and that's driven beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. What a shot that is, and he's looked pretty in form, isn't he, today?
Yeah, couple of lovely.
So Allison into bowl. That's just been the outside edge. Oh, and he's nicked it, and that's out. Beautiful delivery there, back of a length.
Vapour trail of a plane high in the sky, although that's not the one that's droning down the pitch, and hits for 4. Nice shot. 1 bounce for 4. Used the feet well. Got to the pitch of it.
So it is going to be Allison to continue over the wicket here. And Carson drives out beautifully through backward point for 4 runs. It's just beaten Gully on the right hand side, but that was completely in control from Carson, who just got. So he's round the wicket here to Simpson into bowl, and that's a bouncer, big appeal, and Simpson's walked. Yeah, Simpson walked here. So Allison into bowl.
Oh my word!
And that's just beaten the inside edge for 4 runs there. It's hit a really good length, and actually it's been an edge into bowl. And Ollie Robinson just bangs that over mid-on for 4 runs. I think he doesn't fancy doing the old blocking and taking his time. He's just going to have a little bit of a chill after training.
In come bowls. Robinson down the ground. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It's a good shot by Ollie Robinson, actually. He has gun barrel straight. Straight down the ground. Lofted drive from.
Just throws wicket away sometimes, and you look at him, you go, you have so much potential to go big.
And now he reverse sweeps. He's going to get 4 more.
What a shot that is.
Lovely shot by Ollie Robinson. He goes to 16, 205. Yeah, he's a better player than that.
So Gibbon into bowl round the wicket, and Carson drives that beautifully past mid-off. Mid-off dives trying to stop that, but he's got no chance there. Excellent shot there from Carson.
Stretching and all that sort of stuff.
So Gibbon in round the wicket to Ollie Robinson. Edges it through first slip, but there isn't a slip there. He's a little bit wider, and that's going to be 4 runs.
I thought that was going to be. Singh already back to his mark. 3 singles off the over so far. Bowls. Carson down the ground, thumps that away. That's gone for 6. Oh, that's a big blow by Jack.
That doesn't mean that it's not going to happen.
Singh in. Down the wicket comes Carvelos, and I think he's been stumped.
It's not very obvious. So Fatty Singh in round the wicket, and that is taken at first slip. It's just prodded out by Hayes, and so Carvelos to continue up the hill. And it's bowled him through the gate. Big celebration for Carvelos, and that's the first wicket for Sussex. Maybe it's a little double bluff. He's going to do a full delivery. So he's into bowl, and it's a short ball flicked towards fine leg. They were thinking about a single, but they turned it back, and that's going to be the end of the over, and that will be tea. So Worcestershire 11 for 1, Nichols on 3, Libby on 2, and I think Sussex will be the happier of the 2 teams here. Still got 350 to win.
He is still batting. Oh, go back to that. That's a nice shot. That's 4. Bit of width there. Cracks that one away. Down backward of square on the offside.
Way in, bowl short, pulled away, and this time it will be 4 runs, and that's not a very good ball by Eric Carvelos. In all honesty, it was a long hop, and Jake Libby said, thanks very much. I'll just pull that away through the covers for 4 runs. Carvelos is in bowls, and Libby this time short outside the off stump, and he cuts that one away for 4 on the other side. Simpson had moved James Coles out of third slip to mid-wicket. Eric Carvelos coming into bowl to Nichols short. Nichols pulls away, and that's going to be a brilliant piece of fielding, actually. Oh, very nearly a brilliant piece of fielding. It was too short. And Henry Nichols pulls the ball down through square leg. In comes Clark, bowls, and that's a good shot by Henry Nicholls. He's going to get 4 runs. Runs it down to third man. Jack Carlson gives up the chase, so back-to-back boundaries. And Clark in bowls. Libby clips that one away down to fine leg, and that's going to race away for 4 runs, erring down the leg side. And Jake Libby said thank you very much and clips the ball away, and that.
Libby waits, and this has gone off something, off of the bat, I think. Let's just wait. Yep.
You can always tell by the swagger the batter has afterwards.
Yeah, as Robinson comes in and bowls, and that's gone past Hayes at backward point, down to the boundary for 4. Ollie Robinson's had a few words there.
Carson continues up the hill, and it's exactly what he does. He comes down the track trying to hit it, and Robinson can't get there in time, and that's going to be 4 runs. And Carson to continue. A little bit of a flatter ball flight, and Libby just drills that through the vacant mid-off for another 4 runs. And that was a little bit flatter from Carson, and that was probably too easy.
In comes his bowls to Nicholls down the leg side, and he's got a wicket, and Henry Nicholls has rather given that away. He can't believe it, and it's a first class wicket for young James Hayes. Shot
Off the back foot.
short cut away. Sorry, I forgot it was my ball to commentate
Right,
on.
mate.
And thumped away by Libby. He goes to his half century, and it's a very fine half century as well from Jake Libby. He averages 70 odd against Sussex. 101 for 2. Nice shot. I mean, when you just picking up on your point there, Bradders, about the Hayes in again. Bowls. Libby pulls away, and that's 4 runs. That's too short, and he said thank you very much. So 3 boundaries in a row, and that wasn't a great delivery by James Hayes. Comes in, bowls. Kashis is caught! And the wicket goes down. Well, was that a bit of psychology there from John Simpson? Ollie Robertson gets his reward.
Final ball of the day. Hudson Prentice bowls wide of the off stump. Allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. And the players will troop off. Have a nice refreshing drink. And come back tomorrow to finish this game off.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
As I said 4 days ago at the start of play on the first day, always a pleasure to come to Hove. Not sunny this morning though. We've had almost unbroken sunshine until about the last hour last night. It got a bit cloudy, but this morning it's dull would be a good word to describe it, I suppose.
Feel a bit sorry for Worcestershire really, because the batting conditions throughout the match have been ideal. I mean, the scores haven't reflected that, and we'll come on to that throughout the day, no doubt. But it's overcast. There is a weather warning out in this part of the world for possible thunderstorms and rain during the day. I mean, it does look as if there could be rain around, and you'd have thought these are ideal bowling conditions. I wouldn't be a bit surprised, Bradders, if we don't see the floodlights coming on.
Yes, I checked it, and they can come on for championship games.
Yes, they can
nowadays, can't they? Because some grounds are not allowed to put them on for county championship. But it's not time for the lights yet. But I wouldn't want to get much darker. No. I don't think.
No. Well, last year, Bradders, in Division 2, Sussex made the decision not to use floodlights, and they had to make that decision right at the start of the season.
Yeah.
So there was no floodlights. And it was a bit controversial, that there were pros and cons. Cost was mentioned as one of the reasons, with the high price of energy, all the rest of it. But anyway, this year they've decided they are going to have the lights. So if it does get gloomy, and you'll generally see, if you can see lights going on in the pavilion, you'll know that it is getting a bit on the gloomy side. But it is gloomy this morning, no question of that.
Playable at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, as you say, you'd think these conditions would favour the bowlers. The outfield, because it did rain quite heavily last night.
It did.
The outfield will be slower, so all the conditions you would think are in favour of Sussex, but you don't know, do you? Because this is cricket, and you never know what's going to happen.
No. Well, much might rely on Ollie Robinson for Sussex. I mean, so in terms of the way the day is set up, Worcestershire needing another 244 to win, Sussex needing 7 wickets. It's a pretty simple equation, really. But here comes Ollie Robinson. We are starting play on time, and he comes running down the hill from the Cromwell Road and comes and bowls to Jake Libby, who's 64 not out. Batted very nicely last night, Bradders.
He did, yeah. And I think if Worcestershire to win this game, and there's a long way to go, then Jake Libby has to score 100 or get a lot of runs. But yeah, it's if you were a gambling man, you'd have a couple of shekels on Sussex. Welcome to listeners to our good friends on 5 Extra. Nice to have you with us. As Ollie Robinson is bowling to Jake Libby.
He is down the hill and bowls, and Libby's forward, and there's the first runs of the morning as he flicks that down to fine leg, fielded down at fine leg by young James Hayes, who's on an emergency loan from Nottinghamshire. Spoke to him last night, Bradders. He picked up his first class wicket, and he was saying that he was sitting in his bedroom at home, or wherever he lives, up in Nottingham, 8 o'clock on Thursday night. He got a phone call from Peter Moores that said, you're playing tomorrow. He thought he meant he was playing for Nottingham. But he said, can you get in your car and drive down to Hove? Which he did, and he got to Hove at 10 to 1 in the morning, and then made his debut the next day. So he's had an exciting few days, and it was a pleasure to speak to him last night. Picked up the wicket of Henry Nichols. That was a fair wicket to get for his first class wicket, as in comes Robinson. Down the hill and bowls, and forward comes the night watchman, Ben Allison, who plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So there are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As we were saying, the equation here this morning is that Worcestershire need another 243 to win this match. Sussex need 7 wickets, much depending perhaps on Jake Libby, who's got this excellent record against Sussex. I think you were saying, Brad, as he averages in his 70s.
He averaged 73 before this game.
Robinson in his 13th over, in down the hill bowls. That's a good delivery, and Allison plays forward. He's beaten outside. The outside edge goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. It's a gloomy morning here at Hove. Worcestershire have certainly got the worst of the batting conditions in the match. It's been unbroken sunshine. In fact, we've been playing spot the cloud over the last 3 days, but today it's complete cloud cover. The threat of the odd shower or two throughout the day. And we don't think we're that far away here from possibly the floodlights coming on. It's A very grey morning down here on the south coast. A lot of rain overnight as Robinson wheels away and comes in back in down the hill here at Hove and bowls. Allison's hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the offside. And there is no run. If you're just joining us this morning, welcome to our live cricket commentary on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Dave Bradley, your commentary team here at Hove today. It's been a good game though, Bradders, hasn't it?
It has been a good game. It's been there was a session yesterday afternoon when Jake Libby took most of the bowling from Ollie Robinson. That was real good, gritty county cricket. It was proper stuff.
Robinson, final ball of the opening over of the day, comes in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Ben Allison's bat through to keeper John Simpson. So the end of another very good over from Ollie Robinson, who's got impressive figures of 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. Worcestershire 118 for 3, need another 243 to win.
The umpires are having a chat, and are they saying we want the floodlights on?
I wouldn't be surprised.
No. They're having it's a long old discussion.
They're looking in our direction, Bradders.
Yeah. Well, perhaps it's us.
Maybe it is.
Yeah. I know I'll put a bit of weight on, but I don't think I'm causing bad light. Finn Hudson-Prentice has had a good game.
He has.
Particularly with the ball, with 5 wickets in the first innings. And we came up with an amazing stat for Finn, for those of you who have not been with us for the first 3 days. We'll bore you with it. He's actually taken almost a quarter of his first-class wickets against Worcestershire. He's taken 23 wickets, and he's bowled something like 400 more balls against Worcestershire than any other county that he's played against. He was telling us when he was at Derbyshire, he played against Worcestershire 3 times, twice for Derbyshire, and then I think he came on loan to Sussex and played against Worcestershire again. So he enjoys playing against Worcestershire. Jake Libby is facing him, right arm over from the CN. Libby initially goes back and then comes forward as he plays the shot and pushes it into the covers. There is no run. Not a ginormous crowd today, as you would expect, but the crowd's been good here for the first 3 days. And some of them, well, if they'd been here for 3 days and went back to work, they could tell people they'd been in Marbella or Malaga and they've got lovely suntans because it's been very warm. Couple of slips, the close grabbers, Hudson-Prentice, bowls, Libby lets this one go by, and that dies on the wicket-keeper. That just, he had to roll over and grab hold of that one, so it's outside the off stump, and it bounces 2 feet in front of the wicketkeeper John Simpson. A good take by it's both wicketkeepers in this game we've mentioned have had good games, both fairly undemonstrative.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, been very impressed by Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, they don't dive all over the place. They just do the job and get on with it. Next ball from Hudson-Prentice, and Libby turns this one away through square leg, in fact exactly square, out towards the scoreboard. If you know your cricket ground here at Hove, is that there? It's Zach Carson out there, I think, doing the fielding.
Yes.
One more to the Worcestershire total, 119 for 3, as my very good friend Mr. Adrian Harms, pictured here, was saying. It's 361 is the target for Worcestershire, and of course 7 wickets is the target for Sussex.
I think the ball's a bit greasy, Bradders, isn't it? I can see Daniel Hughes there at mid-off. He's got a towel, isn't he? A white towel, unless it's his hanky. He's got a big hanky, though.
It's a big hanky. You need a big nose for a hanky of that size. Right? Monty Python. Who you called him Big Nose? Here's Hudson-Prentice. In again, and Allison lets this one go by outside the off stump. Ben Allison offered to be night watchman, apparently, I'm told. Went to the coach and the skipper and said, "You need night watchman." Ben Gibbon did it in the first innings, so he's quite happy to do it. I was saying in the past, I've seen night watchmen made centuries. I remember Richard Illingworth did it for Worcestershire, John Inchmore did it for Worcestershire, so if he can hang around for a bit, get a few. Those of you watching on the live stream here, they just showed the floodlights and the very grey skies behind as Hudson-Prentice is in. Bowls gone, caught off the shoulder of the bat or top edge of the bat through to the wicket-keeper. Very straightforward catch for Simpson. Good start for Sussex, exactly what they were wanting to do. Get rid of the night watchman, don't want him hanging around for too long. So Ben Allison goes, caught Simpson off the bowling of Hudson Prentice for 3.
Good delivery, wasn't it, from Finn Hudson Prentice? Just watching the replay here, just nicked away from Ben Allison and a little nick through to John Simpson. And he's had a good game, as you say, Finn Hudson Prentice. In the first innings, he took a career best, or a first-class best, I should say, 5 for 40. They were mainly taken coming down the hill here at Hove, Bradders, but he's bowling up the hill here this morning, and it just moves slightly away from the right-hander.
Yeah, just a bit of shape.
A little nick through to the keeper. Comfortable catch for Simpson, wasn't it? It's been good carry, actually, Brad. I mean, it's very generally has been good carry. The odd one has kept low.
Well, a ball earlier in this over went through second bounce to the wicket-keeper. And this should be Ethan Brooks, I think, coming out. Indeed, it is Ethan Brooks coming through the gloom. It's not as grey as we've seen it on occasions, but my favourite description of a grey sky was my very good friend Brian Holford, who described the sky as grey as a welder's flannel. What a great! I wish I could think of things like that. But it was, I think it was a day at Edgbaston. So, but as I was saying earlier, if it got much darker, I think the umpires would ask for the lights.
Yeah, I don't think we're far away from lights on, Bradders.
They do say that it makes a difference to the ball, to how it behaves.
Well, these are the most difficult batting conditions of the match, no question about that.
So, Hudson Prentice with a wicket under his belt this morning, bowls to Ethan Brooks, who gets little inside edges, but plays it away on the leg side to Carson, who is at square leg. There's no run. 119 for 4. Worcestershire, they require 361 to win, and Sussex require 6 wickets to win.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley on commentary duties as the live stream here shows the floodlights again, which we suspect may not be that far away from coming on. If you'd like to get in touch during the day, you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet Bradders at BBC. That's exactly what Richard Robinson has done, who's up in the north of England. He's in Scarborough, and he says, good morning, absolutely wonderful sunny weather up here today. That's rubbing it in a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Hoping for some great bowling from Ollie Robinson and Hudson Prentice. Well, Hudson Prentice has got a wicket, and here comes Ollie Robinson, comes in and bowls to Jake Libby, who's right in behind a ball that's just back of a length, and plays it back down the pitch. And there is no run. He says a Sussex win could put us top of the table. Oh, really? I'll have to check the figures on that. Sorry to hear the weather is not great on the south coast. Hopefully we get a 4 days play, or even better still.
I get a 4 days pay.
Yeah. we never know, Brad.
Pound and over.
That much. Come on, Sussex, says Richard. In comes Robinson. Bowls, and right in behind that is Jake Libby. Placed to mid-on, there is no run. There are 3 slips. Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, James Coles at third in his white sun hat, which he definitely doesn't need this morning, but he always wears it. Third man is Finn Hudson Prentice. Cover patrolling is Jack Carson, who made his maiden first-class century in the first innings. Daniel Hughes is up at mid-off, the Australian, who's expecting his first child any time soon, is Daniel Hughes, so we hope that all goes well. As in comes Ollie Robinson. Down the hill, bowls. Oh, Libby's hit. I think he got a little nick onto the pad there, Bradders. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. No signal to the leg by, so maybe it was just slipping down the leg side. Stifled appeal from Robinson. And they go through for a single. Worcestershire 120 for 4, needing another 241 to win. Sussex needing 6 more wickets to record what will be their second county championship win of the season. And a tough couple of weeks coming up for Sussex after this. A trip down to Taunton next week when, looking at the long-range weather forecast, Bradders, it's fabulous.
Lovely.
All next week. Well, where are Worcester next week?
Home to Essex, starting on Friday.
Okay. And, Sussex with 2 away trips to come. A trip to Taunton, and then a trip to Southampton. And then it'll be half the county championship season gone by by the end of May. 4 slips in place now. Robinson comes in, bowls to Ethan Brooks, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There's no run.
The vagaries of the fixture list. Worcestershire, after this game, have played over half their away championship games this season already. They've played 4 out of 5 away.
And I think we've discussed it earlier. That a lot of that to do, Bradders, with New Road and possible flooding problems, which didn't materialise thankfully this year.
Bizarrely, they could have played the first round of games there, but it's usually 2 away and 1 at home, and they played the first 3 away this summer.
Robinson in down the hill here at Hove, bowls to Brooks, forward and plays back to Robinson, who fields off his bowling no run. For those of you who don't know the ground at Hove, there's a slope of about 10 feet that runs from one end of the ground, from the Cromwell Road end down towards the sea end, and the sea is about 500 yards behind us. Probably lots of people in it last night. Well, actually, no, there wasn't last night because it was raining when we left the ground. But there's always people swimming in the sea right through the winter months as well. But there were lots of people making their way off the beach last night as we drove back through Brighton. Robinson, with those 4 slips in place, is in and bowls, and Brooks shoulders arms, lets that one pass by outside the off stump. Another good over from Ollie Robinson, a maiden over, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 19 for Ollie Robinson. Worcestershire 120 for 4. Jake Libby, as they just take it off the screen, is on 64. Ethan Brooks is yet to score. A couple of emails have come in. Steve Harris has been in touch. He's a big Sussex fan, Steve, who lives up in Stonehaven, up in Aberdeenshire.
I know Stonehaven.
Yeah. He says, "Good morning, Adrian. I've just crawled out of bed in time to watch the stream, having arrived back from a week in Turkey at 5 a.m.
Oh.
I wonder if you fly direct from Aberdeen to Turkey.
I flew into Aberdeen for something, doing a holiday feature, I think, once. Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's bowling from the sea end and bowls to Jake Libby. Libby pushes rather than drives out on the offside and does not get a run. What doth he say, our man in Stonehaven?
He says, "I feel that today has a disproportionate importance for Sussex's season. Lose, and we're looking at those below us. Win, we're looking up. The early wicket helps." I agree with that. I think it's an important game. It's an important day for both sides, actually. Worcestershire will be looking for their first win of the season. And Sussex, I say, with these 2 tricky away games, we'll just, we'd just like to have a couple of wins in the bank.
Hudson-Prentice is the bowler, Libby is the batsman, and Robinson at mid-on is the fielder, and there is no run. I too have an email.
Do you?
From Michael Whitehouse. We were talking yesterday about somebody walking or running in gingerly. And we said, well, where does that come from? Michael tells us it comes to mean extremely cautiously, from the 16th century. Gingerly originally meant elegantly or daintily. In fact, it stands from the Latin word, The Latin word, that's when you open the door and say, "Come in," that's the Latin word. Here's Hudson-Prentice in and bowls. Libby once again pushes out on the offside. Once again, Haynes is the fielder and no run. Latin word meaning well born, and the old French words of gent, yes, we know what a gent is, and gensor meaning delicate. Today it means a delicate touch, usually used to avoid hurting something or someone. There we are. Every day's a school night.
It is. Yes, who was walking in gingerly? I forget who it was. Someone hit by the ball. I forget who it was yesterday.
3 slips, the close grabbers. Libby this time will get a single as he pushes it square on the offside. There's a sweeper fielder out on the cover boundary, which puzzles me a little bit. With 4 wickets down this morning, I'd have thought he would have maybe, even at this stage of the game, Sussex are thinking, well, we don't mind if Jake Libby takes a single because Ethan Brooks, who's just come in, will be on strike. The score is 121 for 4.
Well, spot on, Bradders, because they've now moved that deep point up to a one-saving position. You must be on the same wavelength as John Simpson.
We often have a conversation before play. Next ball from Hudson-Prentice is played by Brooks down into the leg side. Carson comes in gingerly to pick that one up.
Adam Vanone in sunny Reading has been in touch. In fact, this was from after the close of play last night, and he just says, just wondering, with the IPL suspended, and Sussex's increasing bowling injuries. Has there been any talk of either Jadev and Nugcat coming over, or maybe Jofra Archer? Well, I think the latest with the IPL is that they're hoping it's going to resume, aren't they, Bradders?
Play in the south of the country, I was told, as Hudson Prentice is in wide of the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, Worcestershire 121 for 4. Brooks yet to score. Libby on 67 out this morning. Ben Allison caught Simpson bowled Hudson Prentice for 3. Yeah, I'm told they're hoping to play in the southern part, Chennai, places like that. So all the teams would move south and away from the problems in the border area. That was the latest. I don't take anything, I tell you, for gospel.
Well, talking about that, Richard's been back in touch. He was saying about Sussex could go top. He says, terribly sorry, Adrian. He said, I meant they could go second. He said, Nottinghamshire were flying at the minute. Indeed, they are. A thumping win over Hampshire yesterday, and they beat Sussex pretty convincingly by 9 wickets up at Trent Bridge.
Nottinghamshire, a.k.a. Worcestershire Old Boys.
Well, yeah, we did say that, didn't we? Yeah.
As they're known as.
Robinson, with the 5th over of the morning, Worcestershire 121 for 4, runs in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end and bowls to Jake Libby, who's back and across to a ball just short of a length and plays to mid-on. There is no run. There is play in other games around the country. Essex in a pile of trouble at Chelmsford overnight. They're 68 for 4, needing another very unlikely 452 to beat Yorkshire. Edgbaston, the game does seem to be drifting towards a draw. Surrey 395 for 9, still trailing Warwickshire by 270. So there's only been 14 wickets in the whole of that match in 3 and a bit days. Robinson in, bowls to Libby, right on the money from Ollie Robinson, and a ball that Libby has to play, and plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. A sparse crowd today, Bradders, but true to say, the first 3 days were extremely well attended, and particularly yesterday when it was Neighbours' Day, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Yeah, we weren't watching Australian soaps. It was the local populace were invited in.
For afternoon tea, in comes Robinson, bowls. Libby takes one hand off the bat, plays to mid-wicket, fielded there by Haynes. And there is no run. And there were a lot of neighbours, and I reckon there was a good couple of 100 people, Bradders, in the corporate area down to our right.
There was so many people in, we had to sign for 10 Amazon packages for the neighbours. There are other companies who may deliver to your door.
It was good, wasn't it? There are plenty of children here, and the players were signing autographs. It's been a well-attended 3 days. I guess it's just a shame sometimes when matches finish on a Monday that the crowd, and it could be a really good day's cricket.
Yeah.
Robinson in and bowls. Libby defends. This has been good batting from Jake Libby this morning. He's got right in behind and played very straight this morning.
If you're going to book a day off from work, you'll book Friday, won't you?
Yes, you would.
Because you might not be any cricket on the Monday.
If it does go beyond tea here today, just to say that it is free admission at Hove for the final session of the day, and also if you're looking for something to do at the lunchtime today, go to the excellent Sussex Cricket Museum. The volunteers are over there with their trestle tables and their books and photographs. And the museum is open for business as Robinson is in, bowls, and Libby with good judgment lets that one pass outside of the off-stump, taken about waist-high by John Simpson. And there is no run. Yeah,
I had a wander through yesterday at lunchtime through the museum. Well done to all those that organise it. It's very, very well organised. There's lots of stuff in there. You could spend, you could spend an hour or an hour wandering around there.
Yes.
And I also spotted yesterday they put in a picture of Tom Graveney and Peter Richardson going out to bat at Hove in 1965.
Oh, lovely.
When Worcestershire won the championship here for the 2nd consecutive year. Yeah.
Robinson. Final ball of his over, or what would be another maiden. He's in and bowls, and Libby's right in behind it. Plays down the offside of the track, fielded by Ollie Robinson of his own bowling. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19 for Ollie Robinson. We were saying on Saturday when Ollie Robinson seemed to have a bit of a problem, and he went off the field for a while, and he was bowling off a short run, but he's not bowling off a short run now. And one of the issues around Ollie Robinson has been, people say, well, he can't bowl long spells, but certainly this season he has been bowling long spells, and he looks as fit as a fiddle running down the hill this morning. And they're very fine figures indeed. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19. Worcestershire 121 for 4. Still needing another 240 to win.
And this first ball is driven down the ground. It won't go to the boundary. They'll pick up 2. It might possibly have gone to the boundary earlier in the game, but the outfield's been a lush green anyway, but it will have slowed it up a little bit. So Worcestershire will pick up 2, of which Ethan Brooks claims both. He's got 2. It's 101, 2. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
It is. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. It's getting a little lighter actually, Brad. There's just a little bit of sort of pale blue skin. And here come the umpires again. I think they're talking about the ball.
But we haven't had a ball change in this game.
Haven't.
We've had a lot of looking at it. A noticeable, a real feature of the first 3 days has been the wind blowing across the ground here, and the flags, the Sussex flags and the Union flag are limp against the flag poles this morning. There's no movement whatsoever.
What have they decided on the ball?
We're going to carry on with it.
They are going to carry on. John Malone has been in touch, Bradders, from Bexhill-on-Sea, just down the coast, and he says, whoever wins, what a good game of cricket going into the 4th day. And he says the commentary, not sure about the commentary, has been that good, but he says the pictures have been excellent, and they really have on the live stream. So
just turn the sound down.
Yeah, well done to the fellas Isaac and Jack who are operating the stream, because it's been really good and lots of favourable comments. So well done, fellas. It's been really good.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is the bowler. Ethan Brooks is the batsman. Dabs it away. Excuse me, dabs it away on the offside, where Tom Haynes is the fielder. There is no run. Technology came to me when. Well, I'm not sure technology has come to me, to be honest, but it's sort of drifted towards me when I was sat in New York looking at the Statue of Liberty, listening to cricket coverage on the BBC from New Road in Worcester, and I thought, this world is going beyond you, brothers. This is beyond, as they say, it's outside my bandwidth now. It's drifting away from me. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls, and this is turned by Brooks just backward a square on the leg side. He's only going to pick up a single, a comfortable single. Brooks goes to 3, Libby to 67, 124 for 4, requiring 361 to win.
I should just say Ben Folkes, the Surrey tail is sort of wagging a little bit up at Edgbaston. Now 399 for 9. Ben Folkes, 106 not out. I'm in the best wicket-keeper should play camp, Bradders. Are you?
Yeah.
Is that me and you being a bit old?
No, I don't think so. No, I think it's how it should be. Next ball is pushed by Libby, a little suspiciously out on the offside, and there is no run. Wicket-keeper batsman, yes, I can see why your wicket-keeper has to be able to bat. I mean, long ago, your wicket-keepers often came in 9, 10. Keith Andrew, very good wicket-keeper for Northamptonshire. I think he batted at 9 and 10 most matches. Somebody will send me a message now saying he opened the batting for 3 seasons, but my memory serves me, he was not a great batsman. Next ball, Jake Libby is on the back foot and pushing out on the offside. I mean, I'm something we were this the other day. When did it become something that your wicketkeeper had to be a really good batsman? Because in the past, Jim Parks. Yeah. Jim Parks was a very good batsman, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
So he could have played as a batsman.
Yes.
But he kept wicket. But we weren't sure where it evolved. Hudson-Prentice in bowls, and this is turned on the onside. A rolling, tumbling, diving, caterpillar, many in action by James Hayes at mid-wicket. But you were talking to James Hayes last night, of course, post-match, as we do, and I was talking to Fateh Singh. Both last season were playing for Nottinghamshire.
Yes, isn't that strange?
Yeah.
And I think Fateh had said to you that James couldn't bat.
No, he said he can't bat. He said he can stop the ball, but he can't bat, which was quite funny.
So everyone just joining us, James Hayes is a Nottinghamshire player. Sussex have got a bowling crisis. Jayden Seals dropped out of the game in the week with an ankle injury. Wish Jayden well. He's now gone off to join the West Indians for their tour during the summer. They're playing some matches against Ireland. So Sussex bowling resources are being severely stretched. So they got James Hayes in on Now, Ollie Robinson is not happy with the ball again, so the umpires are going to have another look. So they needed someone to come in and bowl, and so I guess using the Nottinghamshire contact through Peter Moores, who perhaps used to be coach here. James Hayes was summoned from his bed at 8 o'clock on Thursday night, drove to Hove, got to the hotel at 20 to 1 in the morning, and the next day made his first-class debut. And what was interesting was he shared a partnership with Jack Carson for the last wicket, which saw Jack Carson through to his maiden first-class 100.
And as we've been saying throughout the game, you take Carson's 102 out of this game, and Worcestershire would need a lot less.
Yes.
A lot lower target for victory.
And it was a partnership of 73 between those two for the last one. Now, the umpires are saying there's nothing wrong with the ball. Ollie Robinson is clearly not impressed, and he's... the ball's been thrown back to Ollie Robinson. He's looking at it as if to say, really, this... He's not happy, is he?
No.
He's wondering... He's showing the ball to the umpire, and I would imagine the conversation is something along the lines of, we can't possibly bowl with this. He is not happy about the state of the ball.
We can see pictures of him examining it. Looking at it.
Here comes Ollie Robinson down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, in and bowls to Ethan Brooks, who's forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. Skies are a little brighter over the downs that are in the distance. There's some sort of sky, sort of Manchester City blue sky, just sort of starting to appear, and it is a little brighter than it was at the start of play.
Is that an official colour, Manchester City blue? Yeah, if I go to my local DIY shop, can I have a tin of Manchester City blue?
Yeah, over here, mate.
You probably say it's on the bottom shelf here. We don't sell much of it.
3 slips in place. Alsop, Clark and Coles waiting for a nick as in comes Ollie Robinson. Comes in and bowls to Ethan Brooks, who drives nicely. That's the nicest shot of the morning. Just punches the ball away through the covers. Jack Carson is in hot pursuit towards the cover boundary with a sliding stop, but not before a couple of runs have been taken. So Brooks goes to 5. Worcestershire to 126 for 4. The equation is that Worcestershire need another 255 to win. Sussex needing 7 wickets. And if you've just joined us, a very warm welcome to our live cricket coverage here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, your commentary team today. On a day, I think the weather is improving, Brad. It's definitely getting lighter.
It is getting a bit lighter.
I think it's getting a bit lighter as well, just drifting in off the English Channel, which is just behind us as Robinson is on his way again. Bowls and lets that go. Now that one did keep low, and it was a good take by John Simpson down around his ankles. That there is no. Now Bart's going to have another chat.
Having another natter. What's this all about?
I have no idea.
We can't see what's coming from behind us, what's coming off the sea. So maybe there's some murky stuff on the way. But as we just said, the light is better now than it was when they started. So. Well, I've seen that happen before. The light gets better. I mean, it can't be darker out there, can it?
I wonder if something's being said whether Sussex are making a big complaint about the ball here. Ollie Robinson is clearly not happy at the end of his run. The umpires have had a natter. We're carrying on. I mean, the light is better now than when we started, so there's clearly something else is a problem.
I think if there was any problem going on, they would have called the skipper up, wouldn't they, and said, can't have any of that. So we're only conjecturing as to what might have gone on.
Robinson in bowls short, and Brooks punches that ball down the ground. I think that's going to be the first boundary of the morning. Drilled down the ground. In hot pursuit is Daniel Hughes, but he can't overtake that, and it's run away for 4 runs. Nice shot by Ethan Brooks. He goes to 9. Worcestershire to 130 for 4. And in fact, in line with things brightening up a bit, Bradders, the Union Jack that's been fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard is starting to flutter, which suggests there's a bit of breeze around, which may be blowing some of this horrible low dark cloud away. Andrew Rayburn's been in touch. Hello, Andrew, on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, giving us the likely scenario where Sussex will be if they were to win this game. Sussex are likely to be 3rd with a win because of the probable draw between Warwickshire and Surrey. A draw, I think, would leave Sussex 4th. In comes Robinson bowls, played to mid-wicket, no run. A win for Worcestershire would be their first of the season. And in terms of the county championship itself, Nottinghamshire top at the minute with 91 points. We were saying yesterday, bottom of the county championship are Lancashire.
Bottom of the second division.
Bit of a poor start to the season of the Red Rose County. No wins in their 5 games. Leicestershire top of the tree. It's good to see. Glad to see Leicestershire doing well.
Yeah,
top of division.
They've built a good squad there.
In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls and struck on the pad. There was an appeal from the slip cordon, but not from Ollie Robinson, who doesn't look best pleased as he takes his cap from the umpire. I don't think they're exchanging. Well, they are actually having a natter, aren't they? The umpire is now walking with Ollie Robinson, sort of down the ground.
They're talking again, the umpires.
Here come the umpires talking again.
Well, that knocking, by the way, is the builders next door.
Yes, it is. Now, John Simpson's been called into the conversation. The umpires are looking at the ball again. Now, whether with the outfield being a little damp here, Brad, as whether Sussex feel that has affected the ball in some way, but there's now a long debate going on. The 2 umpires. How long does it take to look at a ball, Bradders? But they are.
Perhaps it's a crystal ball.
In fact, I think they're going to change it. And now, here comes the important moment, because Brenda Tuppin, who is Sussex's loyalist fan, and the applause around the ground is for Brenda, who's 80 years of age. Lovely Brenda. She's first in the queue at every match, and she always is responsible for bringing the balls out of the pavilion. And she's standing there. She's brought the balls out. She's standing there this morning in her raincoat. And Jack Carson obliging went over and picked up a box of balls, which he's, to save Brenda having to come running out onto the pitch. And the umpires, who are Ben Debenham and James Middlebrook, are deciding which ball they're going to use. So Ollie Robinson and the Sussex players have eventually got their wish. Gives us a chance to just rattle around the grounds or the other games this morning. There's only 2 other games going on today, so we'll bring you up to date with those as soon as I can get things sorted out. Here we are, Essex 72 for 4. Still needing another 448 to beat Yorkshire. Well, that's not going to happen, is it? It's all about whether Yorkshire can pick up those final wickets. Matt Critchley. Oh, there's our knock. It sounds like a woodpecker, doesn't it?
Well, I think we better let him in.
Oh, there we are. Well done, Brenda. Be some applause as she goes off in a beige-coloured raincoat. There we are. Well done, Brenda. Takes her seat. She's got a special seat here at Hove.
County cricket, you got to love it.
Yeah, lovely. And she's all ready. Every evening she always says, "Oh, that was a good day's play, Adrian," or you know.
We've got to change bowling, by the way. Harry Kavalis is coming on. He's actually on a warning. He bowled Beatman yesterday. He bowled a couple, one just below waist level, and then he was bowling all over the place a bit yesterday. He did pick up the wicket of Gareth Roderick though with a beauty, lovely in swing in Yorkshire. So he is on a warning. So if he bowls another high full toss, he's out of the attack. But he's ending. He bowls to Jake Libby, and Libby turns this one away. Or has that come off a pad? It's gone trickling down the leg side anyway, and it has come off a pad. So a leg by goes to the Worcestershire total, which is 131 for 4. Libby on 67, Brooks on 9.
You were talking about P.E. Richardson, Bradley?
Peter Richardson, yeah.
Yeah, there we are. So we've had an email in from Hugh Johnson, which I'll read, talking about Peter Richardson in a moment. Sounds like the woodpecker's stopped, which is good.
Yeah, it's flown away to be on the label of a well-known beer company. Oh, there's a heavier knock in there. So here's Carvelis in. Forward comes Brooks, pushes away on the offside.
Brad has mentioned P.E. Richardson. What a nice man. I was friends with his 2 boys and played against him in a Glencore School v Fathers match in the late 60s.
Oh, right.
He'd recently moved to Kent, where he farmed and played cricket for both Kent and England. A charming character.
Yeah, the Richardson family came from Herefordshire originally. His brother Dick played for Worcestershire. Played played once for England. Quite a character was Dick. Here's an X-ball off the back foot, punched down the ground by Brooks. Robinson at mid-off is the fielder, no addition to the total, which is 131 for 4. There was 3 Richardson brothers played first-class cricket, and 1 played for Warwickshire. So. And then he moved to, I think he was an amateur. I think he was listed with Worcestershire. This is off the top of my head, and somebody will tell me I'm talking nonsense as usual. I think he was listed as assistant secretary, so he was officially an amateur, I think, in the days of amateurs. Carvelis in and bowls, and that's a nasty one. That leaps up and Brooks does well to keep it down. May have caught the bottom hand. Let's just have a look, and yes, right up on the. Yeah, I think it actually came off the glove. So the occasional one. There's always a bit in it for the bowler in this wicket. Get it in the right place. Carvalho's very tall, so he's going to get that extra. Probably get a bit more bounce than Hudson Prentice got from the C end. A couple of slips are the close fielders as Carvalho's bowls pushed away on the offside. I'm still a tad puzzled as to why there's a sweeper on the cover point boundary while Ethan Brooks is facing, because he hasn't just come in, but he's come in this morning. He's faced, what's he faced? 19 deliveries, and Worcestershire still need another 230 for victory. So I'd have thought, what do I know? But I would have had maybe him as a third slip. Away goes Carvalho and bowls, and Brooks forward, pushes down the pitch, narrowly avoids hitting the stumps at the non-striker's end. End of the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 131 for 4.
I think we're about to give an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
Right. We'll look forward to that, mate.
We've got the sound of the programme in my ears. A very good morning if you've just joined us here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms and Dave Bradley at a cloudy, overcast Hove, where Worcestershire, as Bradders was saying, still needing another 230 to win. Here comes Ollie Robinson. I am at Hove today, Sarah. Yes, it's a grey, overcast Hove today after 3 lovely sunny days, but the cricket is interesting. Worcestershire are 131 for 4 in their second innings. It means they need another 230 to win the match. Sussex needing 6 more wickets. They had picked up a wicket this morning, that of Ben Allison, who was caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice. Sussex still favourites here, but the longer Worcestershire go without losing wickets, the more they'll perhaps fancy going to victory. We shall see how it unfolds during the day. Meanwhile, up at Edgbaston, very much looks like it's going to be a draw, with Surrey 402 for 9 in their first innings, still trailing Warwickshire by 263. As Robinson bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
Very good, that, mate. Almost like being here. I could smell the grass being mown.
So, there's 2 other games I've just mentioned. The Surrey score, that's always certainly be a draw, isn't it, at Edgbaston, and Essex battling away at Chelmsford. 2 good young players. Matt Critchley, who's at Derbyshire, I think he's a good cricketer. Yeah. 21 not out, and Michael Pepper, who got a very good 100 here in the T20 last year. 9 not out. In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and it's going to be 4 runs, just steered nicely by Jake Libby between third slip and backward point. The ball rolls over the rope, literally down below our commentary box here as Finn Hudson-Prentice runs back to the advertising hoardings. Nice shot by Jake Libby. Now Finn Hudson-Prentice went to pick up the ball. It was a bit slippery, and he's dropped it back over the advertising hoardings. And now he's got to retrieve it from underneath the decking down below. Oh. I think he was rather hoping, Finn, that no one saw him. But yeah, we are.
It's on the telly,
There's no escape, Finn. Everybody's seen you do that. 135 for 4. Good shot by Jake Libby. Much depending here on the Worcestershire opener. He's just biding his time. It's not easy this morning with overcast skies. In fact, it's got gloomier again, Bladders. And
it has, yeah.
Bladders?
That'll be me.
Even Bradders.
That'll do. I've been called worse.
3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I guess the big cricket news of the day is Robinson is in and bowls, and Libby plays on the bounce to Jack Carlson in the covers. There is no room. The retirement of Virat Kohli from Test match cricket. Look at his stats, Bradders. 123 tests, 9,230 runs, an average of 46.
It's good, isn't it?
Very good.
Yeah. I don't know. Can anybody find us a comparison between home tests and away tests? Yeah,
you think it'd have got a lot? You think it'd have got a lot more in India? Yeah,
I think.
Oh, good one. Perhaps someone might be let us know. Robinson in bowls. All of he's beaten. There's a good delivery by Ollie Robinson. The ball goes past the outside edge into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. Douglas Rice Bowen has been out. Oh, Reverend Doug has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I was very interested in your conversation about keepers. What's going on with Ollie Carter? I know Simpson's been an outstanding signing, has been instrumental in Sussex being back in Division 1. However, what's happened to Carter's progress? He doesn't get games now and probably won't for the time being. Let's break off for a minute as in comes Ollie Robinson bowls, and Libby turns that nicely down towards fine leg. They've taken one, they're going to come back for the second. No, they're not. It's a good bit of fielding by Ari Carvelos, who's very quickly round from fine leg to almost deep backwards square. Gets in the throw. It's one more to Jake Libby, who's pinched the strike. He goes to 72. Worcestershire 136 for 4, needing 225 to win. The only wicket to go down this morning was Ben Allison, who was caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice, he being the overnight watchman for 3. Just finishing Reverend Doug's email off. He doesn't get games now and probably won't for the time being. Is he still in Sussex's plans? Because at one point he was in great form. Just hope we keep the homegrown players coming through. Well, he did play at Trent Bridge, Reverend Doug, and he batted very nicely. I'll come back to it in a minute after Bradders.
Carvelos to Libby. Past the edge. All bowled.
I guess there's no question in my mind, it's not being disrespectful to Ollie in any way, that John Simpson, for my money, is the better keeper, but that doesn't mean to say Ollie's not going to be a good keeper in years to come, and I think he's probably extremely close to starting in the team in one of the matches coming up, because he's been, he batted really well at Trent Bridge, top scored in the first innings. He's a non-complainer, Ollie Carter. He's obviously disappointed not to play, but he's not somebody who goes and sulks, and he's a good egg.
Carvelos to Libby. Libby this time solidly forward, pushes back down the pitch. Bowler on his follow through does the fielding, thanks to an old friend of mine, Marcus, who says, Bradders, how was your average at home compared to your batting average away? Thank you very much.
How was it, Bradders?
Well, as I keep telling them, if you look at my career batting average, if you've got nothing else to do, and let's be honest, you'd have to be a dark day as Carvelos is in bowls, and if he drives down the ground, it may not go for 4. It would have done on the first 2 days, but it is, yes, on the first 3 days rather. But the outfield is a bit damper this morning, but it has raced down the slope, and Danny Hughes gives that up fairly early in the piece. I keep telling these guys, when I played, wickets weren't as good, or pitches weren't as good. Wickets are the 3 stumps and the bails at the end. Pitches weren't as good. Outfields weren't as good, So, if let's say my average away from home was, let's say it was 33, in modern parlance, that would be at least 50.
Right.
Greasy outfields. I mean, they put cows on the outfield to graze it before we played when I was Carvelos in and bowls, and this pulled away by Libby. I was going to say more runs, but one more run down backward a square on the leg side. 141 for 4 here, Worcestershire. 361, remember, is the target. So even my basic comprehensive education tells me they'll need another 220. Libby 77, Brooks on 9.
Yeah, they're just chalking off these runs slowly.
There was no great rush, is there?
No, there isn't. Still, another 86 overs left in the day, Bradders? So plenty of time.
Carvelos in, forward defensive, push down the pitch. Bowler does the fielding. Yeah, there's a few people at the far side who got hoodies on with their hoods up, it appears to me.
Yes, I noticed a fella down here earlier on who had a bobble hat on as well. I don't think it's that cold, Bradders, really. I mean, in comparison to the last couple of days, it's not as nice, but I wouldn't say it's cold. I think a few more people have drifted in, actually. Perhaps we're just waiting to see what the weather was going to do.
Yeah, see if they're going to start. Carvelos to Brooks, and Brooks is initially on the back foot, comes forward, plays out into the covers, and there is no run into the over. 141 for 4. Domestic thing wasn't really, because I had to bring my bags from the hotel up to the ground this morning to catch the transport home. I got a taxi, so it meant I didn't walk up in what do we call Brighton? Cosmopolitan Brighton, is it?
Yes.
Because the first 3 days I felt quite out of place walking up to the ground because I didn't have any earbuds in,
Right.
and I wasn't singing as I went along. Because most people seem, as you go going along, this fella come up here, I could almost name the song he was trying to sing. So, yes. But always good to come to Hove. I always enjoy it.
17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 30 for Ollie Robinson, who's going to keep on bowling from the... this is his 7th over of the morning from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He comes in... Sorry, 6th over of the morning. He comes in and bowls to the right-handed Jake Libby. Lets it go outside the off-stump. There is no run. Somewhere where it is sunny. This morning, Bradders is over in Barbados.
Ah.
And a nice email in from Patrick Waite, who's Joffre Archer's stepdad. Good to hear from you, Patrick. Hope all well. He said... like to watch in when Sussex are doing well. Hopefully see you sometime this summer. It'd be lovely to see you, Patrick. Over in lovely sunny... It's always sunny in Barbados, isn't it? Always seems to be. Whenever Patrick writes an email, he says it's sunny.
Hey, we're going to Barbados. Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Captain Tobias Wilkins, was it?
Oh, was it?
I thought I saw it.
Okay.
My memory serves me correctly.
In comes Robinson bowls. Forward comes Jake Libby. Plays down the offside of the track. No run. Patrick very heavily involved with youth cricket over in Barbados.
Good.
And, trying to improve, I think, together with Joffre, the standard of some of the facilities out there as well. I wonder where Joffre is. I would imagine that perhaps with the IPL restarting, so they said a lot of players were about to leave India, or indeed some had.
I think somebody said he just got here yesterday morning.
Right, okay, quite possibly.
Yeah.
He might even be here, I don't know. But probably all going back again now, if it's going to restart. Robinson in bowls. Libby with a play and a miss. He's been very circumspect this morning, Jake Libby, but that was just maybe a sign of... there's only so long you can keep defending for, isn't it? And that was very wide, and he would have been furious had he gone out to that.
It's one of the few loose ones that Ollie Robinson has bowled this morning. He saw it a bit wide, fullish length, eyes lit up.
I mean, and of course, Bradders, he cracks that through the covers for 4, and we say what a beautiful shot, but it was wide, maybe temptingly wide deliberately from Robinson.
Yeah.
Who turns. It's been a good battle between these two. It was last night and it is this morning as well. He's in and bowls. Libby this time does drive, and this time it is going to be 4 runs, I think. The ball is slowing up on the outfield. Jack Carson suddenly realises he's going to go over the ropes. Literally just touched the rope. You see how the effect that bit of rain has had though, Bradders? Yesterday that would have been 4 runs unquestionably.
Yeah.
Nice shot by Jake Libby. They foot right to the pitch of the ball and driving the ball nicely away through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 81. 145 for 4 runs required, down to 216.
Yeah, so he's drifted a couple out there, Ollie Robinson. The first, the one that Jake Libby missed, Ollie Robinson admits himself it wasn't a good ball, but that one, Jake Libby got really across and into it, and boomed it away.
Now, I knew someone would be in touch about your home and away Coley stats.
Oh, okay.
And they have.
Good.
Thank you, Andrew. He's listening. Comes in Robinson, bowls, and Libby. I think that probably came off a bit of thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, and indeed it is, but it's another run, which is all that matters as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 146 for 4. Andrew says, according to Cricinfo, Coley averages 55.58 at home and 41.51 away.
Oh, right.
He played 11 more test matches away from home than he did in India. So although he scored many runs away from home, they came at a much lower average. In England, he averages 33.21. In Australia, 46.72. His best average outside India is in South Africa, 49.5. Thank you, Andrew. Great stats.
Very good. I thought there might have been a bigger discrepancy between the two.
Ollie Robinson wants a change in the field. He's got 3 slips in place. He's now got a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. He comes running into bowl to the right-handed Ethan Brooks, and Brooks is solidly forward. Plays to mid-off, and there is no run. 146 for 4 are Worcestershire here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley on a cloudy, overcast morning in Hove. We started on time at 11 o'clock. Worcestershire resuming on 117 for 3. They lost the wicket of the night watchman, Ben Allison, for 3, courtesy of Finn Hudson-Prentice. But since then, Jake Libby on 81 and Ethan Brooks on 9 have steadied the ship and have looked largely untroubled, I think it would be fair to say, Brad. They're batting very sensibly.
It's hard work, but as several people have said, if you do get in on this pitch, you obviously can get runs. If you stay in, you get runs normally. There you go. The secret of cricket. Jake Libby's going to get a couple here. Turns this one off his hip. Again, earlier in the piece, that might have raced away for 4, but they've picked up 2 as James Hayes comes around from fine leg to a deepest square leg position and gets a good throw back in. Talking about Barbados, during the winter, the Worcester Cricket Society on a Tuesday evening, which is very well attended. Probably get 200 people in sometimes. Not much to do in Worcester on a Tuesday night in the winter, to be honest. We've had Gladstone Small and Ricky Alcock last winter, who both were Barbadians, fast bowlers, and they both went to the same school, not at the same time. But really interesting them talking about how they developed these, or over the years they have, maybe not so much in the last maybe 10 years. Back here, the ball has been stopped by wicketkeeper Simpson. I must admit, I missed that. It was short. I think it brushed Jake Libby's thigh pad, and Simpson sort of went to gather it rather than diving to pick it up. He was stumbling to gather it, and there's no run, 148 for 4.
Because he got his way into England contention, then got a serious back injury, didn't he, Ricky Alcock?
He did, yeah, and became a pilot with Virgin Airways.
Amazing, yeah.
He actually bought an aeroplane model of the aeroplane that he's been flying.
Fabulous.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Is the next ball from Carvelis, played off the back foot into the covers, no run. But the fact that he was like a West Indian heritage, well, he was a West Indian, he was more in the West Indies, but trying to get through as a pilot, you know, because of his colour, he said he had to work a lot harder, he thought. But yeah, and we asked at the event, as Carvelis comes running in, and well, that didn't bounce, did it?
No, that just crept along the floor. Yeah. I mean, that would have been very unfortunate. See the replay of that, Brad, as that kept horribly low.
It is.
Oh, we're not going to.
Got a replay of the crowd, who are not doing much. It has to be said. They're very station. Oh yeah, that doesn't bounce. That's you need a hockey stick for that one. Yeah, what were we saying? Pilots.
You talking Ricky Alcock.
Yeah, and I said, has anybody in the audience ever flown on a plane that was, I'm your pilot and Ricky Alcock? And somebody had, which was quite amusing. Here's the next ball, pulled by Libby. There is now a deep square leg out there specifically for that shot, so they will only get one. Jack Carson, the fielder, in front of the. What can we call that?
We call it the clock tower scoreboard.
It is a clock tower scoreboard, but sort of architecturally.
Yeah.
Not. I don't know. What do I know about architecture? Sort of talking gibberish, to be honest.
Oh, hello. What happened there? Someone just fallen in a wheelbarrow, I think.
Somebody's just dropped my lunch, I think. Here's Carvelis in, and that is down the leg side. And Harry Carvelis has not got into rhythm this morning. I don't think he did yesterday. I know he took a wicket yesterday with a really good ball that got Gareth Roderick out, but he seems to be stretching to get to the crease this morning a little bit.
He does.
End of the over, 149 for 4. Of which Brooks has 9, Libby has 84 out this morning. Ben Allison, the night watchman, caught Simpson, bowled Hudson Prentice for 3.
Picking up on the Barbados scene, Trevor in Milton Keynes has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he says Coconut Airways he thought was sung by Typically Tropical.
Of course, yeah. Captain Tobias Wilkins. Hey, we're going to Barbados.
There we go. I can see Paul Farbrace is sort of starting to get his laps for the day in. He's come out of the dressing room and he's now over at the corporate hospitality. Now, that little box over there, I may be mistaken, but Chris Nash, the former Sussex opener, has an office on the ground.
All right.
So he's sort of working from home, inverted commas, in his office. I'm pretty certain that's Chris over there. Is he waving? And he's talking to Paul Farbrace about something or another, if that is Chris. In comes Ollie Robinson down the hill, bowls to Jake Libby, who plays nicely, clips the ball away through mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up a boundary. No, it's not. It's very, very good piece of fielding over there, and I think that may be young James Hayes.
It is, I believe, yeah.
Who's had a good debut, the on-loan debutant on an emergency loan, diving, tumbling stop, prevents a couple of runs. That will endear him to Ollie Robinson. But Libby going along very nicely here. He's to 86. That's a very good bit of fielding. Tumbling stop the ball going over the rope with his left hand. And it's prompted Ollie Robinson to change the angle of attack. He's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Jake Libby. Still 3 slips, a backward point. Almost a short third man, actually, Finn Hudson-Prentice. There's an orthodox point, now a change in the field because they've got a leg slip in place. Now it's all changed. Now for some reason, Jack Carson, who's looks like he's been playing football in his trousers with all the stains all over them, he's down at fine leg. James Coles is at leg slip. So I need to be careful here that the fielder at deep square leg is in front of square.
Even the umpire has changed sides.
Yes. Well, the upshot is we've got 2 slips in place. As in comes Robinson and bowls. And Libby, is he caught behind? Sussex think they've got their man. They're running around. They're all celebrating. The umpire has nothing to do with it. Jake Libby is going nowhere. Well, Robinson thought he'd got his man. Sussex was celebrating as if he'd won the FA Cup.
Thigh pad.
Yeah, I think it flicked the pad. It's gone through. He came round the wicket, did Ollie Robinson. Robinson was convinced that he'd got him. But
Yeah, good bit of umpiring.
Given not out.
Yeah.
So there we are.
He actually indicated, umpire Debenham, it is Debenham that end, that the ball had brushed the thigh pad.
Yeah.
So
Declan Dexter has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, looking forward to Sunday when Sussex are hosting the first ever Disability T10 Cup at Hove.
Yes.
Teams taking part are Sussex, Hampshire, Surrey and Essex. So it's set to be a great day, especially with the final being played under the lights." Oh, that's brilliant. And I think the weather is set fair, which is good news. In comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls. Oh, he beats Libby outside the off stump through to Simpson. There is no run. This will be streamed online and entry is free on the day. It will be great to see lots of people here getting behind us Sussex lads. Best wishes, Declan Dexter. Thank you, Declan. So there we are. Next Sunday, first ever Disability T10 Cup at Hove. Sussex, Hampshire, Surrey and Essex. Get down and watch. Should be a super day. And I say, I think the weather beyond about Tuesday down here is set fair again. So that's going to be a good day. Thank you for letting us know.
yeah, somebody told me this morning that was on the weekend.
In comes Robinson. Libby plays into the offside, fielded at point by Hughes. There is no run. Rick has been in touch. He said you were speaking about wicket keepers, and Jim Park's been good enough to play for England as a batter. Young Jim made his England debut in 1954 at the Old Trafford Test v Pakistan as a batter. Godfrey Evans kept wicket.
Yeah.
Of course, Jim was an all-rounder. He's the only England wicket-keeper to take a Test wicket in the 20th century. The 5th Test for India at Kanpur in 1964. Caught Edridge Bowl Parks for 87.
Oh, right.
There you didn't know that. Robinson in bowl. Short, pulled away by Libby, down towards fine leg. Jack Carson is very quickly round the boundary to field and prevents the ball going for 4. 1 more to Libby, who goes to 87, the total to 152 for 4. The runs required whittling down to 209.
3 generations of Parks played for Sussex. Jim Senior
And Bobby.
and then Bobby. Yeah.
I mean, Bobby spent most of his career at Hampshire.
Yeah. He did play here, didn't he? Yeah.
Yes, whenever I select my Sussex all-time 11, Jim Parks always plays, says Rick. In comes Robinson. Bowls to Ethan Brooks, who's forward solidly, stoutly, plays down the pitch. Ollie Robinson, bit of juggling. Takes his cap from umpire Debenham at the far end. Ollie Robinson has bowled unchanged this morning. 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 37.
Just going to say, is that his last one in this spell? It used to be, of course, years ago, if you took your jumper from the umpire, everybody assumed that you'd finished your spell. And he has taken his jumper from the umpire, but maybe that's because it's a slightly chillier morning here at Hove. But yeah, it's a very threatening spell. And in Worcestershire's mind, you know, if they can get through that first spell, now I'm not casting nasturtiums, as my gran used to say, on the rest of the Sussex bowling. One of who is Harry Carvelis, who comes in and bowls. It's short, it's pulled down to backward of square on the leg side, where James Hayes is the fielder down there. I think he's fielding deep square leg both ends, has he? Anyway, one more to the total. But they would have wanted to see Ollie Robinson off this morning, wouldn't they? And
Yes.
if they have done that, they'll think that's a little psychological battle. Well, he's been bowling for nigh on an hour.
Yeah, and it's been a feature of Robinson this year that he has bowled long spells.
Carvallis in, and Brooks has a note to do with this one as it goes through to the bat, to the wicketkeeper. 153 for 4, target 361. On a gloomy day.
Yeah,
on the south coast.
I suppose if you sort of looking at little milestones, Brad, I guess if Worcester can get it, less than 200, and those sitting up on the balcony are probably thinking, well, if I could do my bit. We said yesterday 20 or 30, and you never know.
Yeah. Carvallis bowls Brooks forward, pushes away on the onside. Hudson Prentice at a mid-wicket position does the fielding.
It's been the sort of wicket, Bradders, hasn't it, throughout the game where one wicket has led to 2 and then to 3.
They've fallen in clumps.
Yes, they have.
According to my radar, which is not as good as the groundsman's radar, this bank of cloud is with us till mid-afternoon, and maybe the sun will rejoin us. Not that, as we were saying the other day, the sun ever disappears. It's just that the cloud comes between the sun and the earth. Carvallis in and bowls. Oh, bowl him! Middle stump, out the ground. Playing across the line, it looked there, Ethan Brooks. Let's see what that ball did, whether it was one of those that skidded on again. It looked to be slightly short of a length, and he's inside edge. Inside edge onto his middle stump. So Ethan Brooks departs, cursing his luck. Carvallis has another wicket, thanking his luck, but officially goes down as bowled. And they just seeing the replay again, looking back at his stumps. Brooks goes for 9, an important wicket that, because Worcestershire had lost a wicket. It was that of night watchman Ben Allison, who is no mug with the bat in the first hour, so they would almost have got through the first hour by only losing 1 wicket.
I just wonder there with Ethan Brooks. I was going to say at the end, in the previous over, he's played so sensibly. He's playing a supporting role, but you just wonder now and again whether you just need to play an attacking shot just to release some of that pent-up energy. And his eyes lit up then. He thought he could pull that through the mid-wicket for 4, but his inside edge, and you could see how disappointed he was. But that brings out the skipper, who will fight here for.
Oh yeah.
Worcestershire, no question about that. Paul Farbrace is making his way around the ground. He's got his Sussex gilet on as he looks like a cat on hot bricks, doesn't he? Well, that's him clapping. Well done, Harry, he says. So Brett D'Oliveira comes out. I mean, there's still a bit of batting in this Worcestershire line. I mean, at this stage, you'd have to say 5. That Sussex very much favourites, but these two are fine players, D'Oliveira and Libby. Would you feel, Bradders, that one of these two? I mean, obviously Libby's already made a good score, but one of these two has really got to go on and play a really big innings here.
Well, I mean, Jake Libby's
already done that.
Close to 100 anyway. He's 12 away from 100, but somebody else is going to have to get 100, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And
or a big score. Yeah.
I think Jake Libby's got to be there till mid-afternoon if Worcestershire are to win this one. Somebody's got to play a big innings. Obviously, if you're chasing 361, somebody's got to play a big innings. Now, we are going to have 3 slips in now, I think. And where are we going? So deep square leg comes into mid-wicket. Mid-wicket goes to extra cover. So mid-off extra cover, cover point, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, 3 slips. Carvallis bowls to D'Oliveira. It's a short ball. Gets everything out of the way of that. And pings through to wicketkeeper Simpson. The wind just beginning to pick up. And if it does, it may well blow this murky crowd away from us. Lots of chirpy nattering going on, as you would expect from the Sussex fielders. Carvallis bowls. D'Oliveira once again gets a short ball. Once again gets everything out of the way. Carvallis has taken 2 for 35 in his 10 overs, and the total has moved on to 153 for 5. Brett D'Oliveri yet to get off the mark. Jake Libby, 88 not out. There's another picture I saw from the, was it in the museum or in the pavilion, of Brett's grandfather, Basil, signed picture of when he played here in I think it was 65, when he was man of the match in a Gillette Cup match, the old Gillette Cup. It used to be 60 overs. It started at 65 overs a side, a one-day competition. Can you imagine? Well, they probably never got to 130 overs, but scheduling 65 overs a side, and they stopped for lunch and tea.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Oliver Robinson is carrying on, Bradders. This is his 8th over on the spin this morning.
I'm wondering if that wicket hadn't have fallen, he might have had a blow.
Quite possibly. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to Jake Libby, who's 88 not out. He's in and bowls, and Libby plays a full shot, so wafting outside the off stump. I think Ollie Robinson is probably having a quiet word there to Jake Libby, probably suggesting that he's been a little fortunate, probably. Elsewhere around the country, just a couple of games going on in Division 1 of the County Championship. The Surrey tail is wagging at Edgbaston, where Ben Folkes is 121 not out. Matthew Fisher with him on 12. Surrey are 400, no they're not. Yes, they are 421 for 9. Those two coming together when it was 346 for 9. So good last wicket partnership there for Surrey. Robinson in a bowls. Libby lets that one go. Goes through to John Simpson. No run. I think Ollie Robinson has another little word with Jake Libby. So that game very much heading for a draw, but Ben Folkes in good form for Surrey. And at Chelmsford, Essex are battling away as well. They haven't lost a wicket today against Yorkshire. They're 94 for 4. Matt Critchley on 30 off 91 balls. Michael Pepper 16 off 78 balls. So they're setting out their stalwart Essex as they try to hang on for a draw at Chelmsford in this 5th round of County Championship matches. The next round getting underway on Friday. I think everyone in action over the next couple of weeks as in comes Robinson again. Bowls, so that's short and the ball balloons over the head of Jake Libby, and a good one-handed take by John Simpson. High above his head, there is no run.
Just looking at that Warwickshire Surrey game, Rob Yates, who you wouldn't say is a frontline spinner, more a batsman who bowls a bit, has bowled 36 overs in that innings.
Yeah.
So he'll need a rub down with the Sporting Life at the end of that game.
He will, as comes Robinson. Bowls, and again it's short, and again Libby has nothing to do with it. Ball goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Grey overcast morning here in well, afternoon now, Bradders, isn't it? But
it is. Well, we haven't had our lunch.
No,
it's not afternoon yet.
The cloud is quite high, but it's a bit difficult to know where the weather is coming from. It's a little brighter behind us, which is towards the sea.
For those of you listening on medium wave, that was the cloud is quite high, not the crowd. The crowd are quite high.
Yes, the crowd is not the biggest. One or two have drifted in this morning as in comes Robinson again. Bowls to Libby, who's up on his toes, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Robinson hit his 20th over, 5 maidens, figures of 1 for 38. Jake Libby 88 off 157 balls, 154 for 5, needing another 207 to win. We've got another 81 overs remaining in the day, so plenty of time for Worcestershire. What they don't have, a lot of his wickets, 5 down, but the skipper at the crease. D'Oliveri is yet to score, and 3 slips go down. Robinson is in. Bowls short. Libby pulls, and there's a complete miscommunication between the pair. Well, he was attempting to pull that, was Jake Libby. I'm not sure where. I think the ball did come off the bat or maybe off the glove. It ballooned towards backward square leg. D'Oliveri at the non-strikers then decided there was a single. Jake Libby wasn't ready, and eventually he had to scamper through for a single. There's a bit of miscommunication between the two. In the end, it goes down as a single in the book to Libby. He goes to 89, and Worcestershire all the 5s, 155 for 5. Last thing Worcestershire wanted there was a run out. I think Tom Clark is warming up at second slip. The Sussex medium pacer, so maybe a change of bowling imminent. Now another fielding change. Sussex over 8 is not great today. There's been a lot of field changes. In fact, they're showing on the board as -2, which James Cole's now going into leg slip. So there's 3 slips and a leg slip as Robinson makes his way down the hill, in and bowls and let go by D'Oliveira. Robinson's annoyed with himself for that. I don't know why. It looked a decent delivery to me. D'Oliveira remains not out. Worcestershire 155 for 5. Libby on 89. 206 to win. 5 wickets needed here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms and Dave Bradley on commentary duties.
We are indeed. Just waiting to see if anybody else is sort of stretching and bending and warming up. In that Ollie Robinson might be having a bit of a blow, but can't see anybody at the moment. Carvalus is the bowler from the CN. Libby.
Ooh, that was a good lead, actually.
Gets everything out of the way of that. The uncertain or uneven bounce, maybe, seems to have come with bowling from the CN. There's a couple scuttle along this morning and a couple take off. So it's a 4th day of a county championship match. There's going to be some vagaries in the pitch. It's never been. We've never seen a batsman be absolutely, totally comfortable on this pitch. Maybe Jack Carson was the only one. As Carvalus is in and bowls, that's a nice full-length delivery, just angling in towards leg stump, and Libby has to dig it out. But it's going to last. Well, it looks like it's going to last till lunch on the 4th day, so it's got to be decent.
The noise you can hear in our effects mic, which is hanging out of the window here of the press boxes. Down below us, they've got the dugouts they use for the T20 Cup, and the maintenance lads are doing some repairs on the dugout. They've got their screwdrivers and various things down here.
We'll let them get on with that. As Carvalus bowls, this is short. If he pulls it down towards fine leg, could be a couple here. Could be more. Could be 4. It is 4. So that raced away quicker than I expected up the slope, and young Hayes, I think it is, out there, who was trying to get across and cut it off. Doesn't. Worcestershire go to 159 for 5. Libby on 93. And the guys working away down below us, we've had to turn our effects mic down a bit in case they're libelling somebody. It has happened before.
It has happened. It has happened. Yeah.
Carvalus. What's he coming on? 20. Well, if there was a circle of dots, which there isn't, he would be on the circle of dots and driven this time by Libby out on the offside. Not with any great intent, but more a push than a drive, I suppose.
That's a sign that the summer's getting advanced, Bradders, isn't it? That they're getting ready for T20, and we've got another couple of rounds of championship matches, and T20 starts before the end of May.
Yeah.
Sussex's first game here, I think, 2nd of June against Gloucester, which is a double header with Sussex women as well. So not long for those who enjoy the T20.
Carvalus bowls. A couple of runs here as pushes that one out through the offside. A bit more intent in that shot than than the last one. But good running, good fielding, bit of good cricket all round.
Peter Williams has been in touch, Bradders, but he's a Worcestershire supporter who lives in Swansea.
Good man.
And his email is very formal, and it says, "Good afternoon, Adrian Harms and Dave Bradley."
Oh, right, okay. Well,
good afternoon to Peter.
Anybody
as well.
that's polite gets a mention here.
Yeah.
Carvalus is the bowler. Jake Libby on 95 is the batsman, and Libby is forward, pushing out on the offside. And there is no run. He hasn't got there yet, Jake Libby. But if he does, he will have 5 first-class centuries against Sussex. But he hasn't got there yet, so we won't put the curse of death on him. The picture on the screens of the Worcestershire balconies, 1 or 2 up there, got their hoods up over their heads. Because I don't think it's cold. It's not chilly.
No, it's not. No, and in fact, my eyesight is deceiving me because I think I said Sussex were behind on the over rate, but someone's just pointed out to me that actually that says a +2 on the scoreboard and not a -2. So thank you, Sam.
Oh, it does.
For
yes,
letting me know. So they are The arrowhead.
-2 if it's red, isn't it? Or it's mine if it's red.
Ollie Robinson's going to bowl his 9th over of the morning on the spin from the Cromwell Road end.
There we are.
Peter goes on to say,
+2.
I hope you both well and had a good weekend. Just wanted to say how much I've enjoyed the 4 days of commentary between Sussex and Worcestershire. In comes Robinson. 3 slips go down. There's a short leg in place now as well. As in comes Robinson. Bowls. That's a good delivery. And again, Robinson thinks he's got his man as D'Oliveira plays and misses outside of the off stump. D'Oliveira is unmoved, as is umpire Debenham at the far end. He says, I'm a Worcestershire supporter who lives in Swansea, South Wales. This wicket at Hove has been a brilliant county cricket pitch and deserves a result today, up the pairs. Well, certainly I would much rather be watching this game than some of the games we've seen on some pretty flat decks this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No disrespect to anybody, but that you're not going to. There's not going to be a big 4th day crowd at Edgbaston, is there?
No, there's not.
Scores like that.
No. Robinson in again. Bowls. D'Oliveira again plays and misses outside the off stump. D'Oliveira's furious with himself that he played at that. He swishes his bat and wanders away to square leg. Good spell of bowling this by Ollie Robinson. He's really putting in a big effort from that Cromwell Road end of the ground. 9th over this morning. Against Surrey here, he bowled 11 on the trot and 9 on the trot at Trent Bridge. So he's certainly trying to prove a point that he can bowl long spells, is Robinson. Just the 1 wicket to his name, but it won for 39 in his 21st over. Robinson in again, bowls, and this time it was a little shorter, and D'Oliveira just pulls his head out of the line, and the ball goes through to John Simpson. Didn't really get up that one, and there is no run. 3 slips in place. Alsop, Clark and Coles with his sun hat on still, which he doesn't need. Tom Haynes at backward point. Looks like Harry Caveas there at cover. Daniel Hughes in a short leg. The senior player in the side is Daniel Hughes, and he's got the helmet on. There's a mid-on and 2 men set back on the leg side, a deep backward square leg and a fine leg as Robinson is in again. Bowls, and D'Oliveira is up on his toes and takes his bottom hand off the bat, plays the ball out into the offside. There is no run. Good contest this, Bradders. It's county cricket at its best, really, isn't it?
There was a session yesterday afternoon, wasn't there, which again involved Ollie Robinson, bowled really well, and Jake Libby was. He's faced a lot of balls from Ollie Robinson in this innings, and they were battling it out. Blimey, I don't know what they're doing next door. Whatever they're doing, I wish they'd do it quieter.
Robinson in bowls, and this time D'Oliveira is solidly forward and finds the gap between extra cover and point and picks up a single. He's on his way, is the Worcestershire skipper, and that single brings the target required down below 200. So little milestones, 199 now needed for Worcestershire to win. And Jake will be back on strike on 95. I'm going to let you commentate, Bradders, because you never know, he might hit 6 and go to his 100.
Okay.
Unlikely, but
Unlikely,
it could happen. And it'd be nice if you were commentating if it does happen.
Dafter things have happened.
They have indeed.
I think they're putting a 4th slip in here. I think Ollie Robinson, he really fancies he can get Jake Libby. And this time Libby goes back very solidly. Everything behind that. And that concludes another Robinson over. He's bowled 21 overs, 1 for 40. And maybe I would say he's probably bowled better than those figures suggest. On another day, he could have had 2 or 3 to his name.
Yes.
He's getting pats on the back here, so whether he is going to take his sweater, as they used to say.
Yes.
Yeah, he gets pat from the skipper as well, so maybe he's going to go and graze somewhere.
And Tom Clark, the Sussex medium pacer, is going to come into bowl for this, the C end of the ground. As I mentioned a little earlier on, if you don't know the ground here at Hove, the C end is exactly what it sounds. The C is about 500 yards behind us. Yes, I think Robinson is coming off because Finn Hudson-Prentice is warming up, and I think he's going to bowl the next over from the top end of the ground. Normally at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end, that's where the deck chairs are here at Hove, but at this time of the season, the temporary stands are up for the T20s. There's banks of blue seats in the temporary stands as Clark is in and bowls to D'Oliveira. A bit of a loosener outside the off stump, and D'Oliveira clubs the ball to cover, and there is no run. Rick's been back in touch again. He says you were talking about the photographs in the Cricket Museum. Tom Graveney and Peter Richardson. After leaving Worcestershire, Peter played for Kent.
Yep.
And apparently his obituary in the Times reported Richardson was renowned for his practical jokes. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Oliver again doesn't time that ball, dribbles to backward point, and there is no run. Often targeting EW Jim Swanston, the venerable writer and broadcaster.
Yes.
Not only did he send Swanston false cricket records for publication in the Daily Telegraph and letters from bogus colonels, apparently. So he sounds like a bit of a joker.
Yes, he was very, very deep, posh voice, Jim Swanton. Yes.
3 slips for Tom Clark. Ollie Robinson, who's fielding at mid-off, just makes a point about it. He wants a change in the field. Ollie Robinson suggested a change in the field, and Tom Clark has agreed with him. So they've moved one of the slips to gully, and the fielder who was at backward point has now gone to deep backward point as Clark is in again. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and right in behind that, solidly in behind it, is Brett D'Oliveira. Plays that into the offside. There is no run. 162 for 5 for those of you just joining us. Worcestershire starting the day on 117 for 3. They have lost 2 wickets this morning. Ben Allison, the first to go, caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice for 3. He was the night watchman. And Ethan Brooks, who played very solidly, looking to hit a short delivery through the onside, and was bowled off an inside edge. In comes Clark, bowls, and he beats D'Oliveira outside the off stump through to John Simpson. And there is no run.
Notice Daniel Hughes just ran over there and gave something to Harry Carvelis, and it wouldn't be a hand warmer, would it? He's got to be now put his hands in his pockets.
Possibly.
So maybe it is chillier out there than we think in our air-conditioned commentary box.
I mean, Harry has got he's got a short sleeve shirt on, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Clark, number 27 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us. In on bowls. D'Oliveira forward, plays into the offside, no run. I understand Tom Clark is a very keen horse racing fan.
Is he?
Yes, he is. Someone said he had a share in a horse. We were saying you must get paid too much money if you've got a share in a horse. But you can sort of get you know, a 1% share, can't you, in a horse?
Yeah. I often see when it says that a horse wins a race and the owners are in the picture, there's about 400 of them. You know. Huge crowd.
Clark again, bowls, and cut nicely this time by D'Oliveira, down to that fielder at deep backward point. Jack Carson fielding all the way out there, gets in the throw. End of the over, D'Oliveira goes to 2, he's pinched the strike, 163 for 5. D'Oliveira on 2, Libby on 95. Tom Clark, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 19. And Ollie Robinson, having bowled 9 overs this morning, is going to be replaced. It's going to be Finn Hudson Prentice. Robinson's figures are very impressive. 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 40. I think it's fair to say another day he could have been 3 or 4 for 40, Bradders.
Yeah, I quite agree. You just mentioning Peter Richardson's obituary. Reminds me of a story of Rex Alston, who was a BBC broadcaster for many years, who was quite poorly, but he got a copy of the Times to read on his hospital bed, where he read his own obituary. So he rang the Times and said, can I speak to the obituaries editor, please? And the editor came on and said, obituaries editor? And he said, Rex Alston here. And the guy said, where are you calling from? I think that's Brian Johnson that used to tell that story, but yeah, read his own obituary. Here's Hudson Prentice, short, wide of the off stump, through the wicket. He stopped. Didn't really follow through there. Finn Hudson Prentice, he's limping.
Yes, he is limping.
Yeah, he stopped after about 2 strides of his follow through. Let's have another look at that. Here he goes, he bowls, and oh yeah, he does, pulls up really sharp. Left fetlock.
I think he has been nursing a bit of an ankle problem, Finn. And he just went over on his ankles. And Sussex do not need another injury in the bowling department. They're a little short at the moment.
163 for 5, Worcestershire. D'Oliveira waits, forward defensively, pushes out on the offside. There will be no run. We are where are we? Probably 35 minutes from lunch, and maybe if you'd have offered Worcestershire at start of play, and they may well be more than 2 wickets, lose 2 wickets this morning, but if you'd offered them at lunch, you lose 2 wickets in the first session, they would probably have accepted that. Hudson Prentice is in, and D'Oliveira flicks off his pads down to fine leg. One more to the total. Cavalos, the fielder, down there. And they haven't scored a vast amount of runs this morning. 117 at the start, so 47 so far, 164 for 5. But they've lost the 2 wickets. The umpire's remarking the front crease with his foot.
Very trendy pair of trainers the umpire's got on there, brothers.
Yeah. Go faster stripes. I'm going to say there's 2 slips and a gully now. As Hudson Prentice bowls, that's a good ball. Just shaping away from the right-hander through to the wicket-keeper. And the 2 slips and the gully. Actually, I think I'm going to give Jake Libby a little bit of leeway there, because I think he did drop his hands inside the line of that one. Probably played it on length. 2 slips, gully. A fielder way out on the boundary, backward point, which again puzzles me a bit. Here's the next ball, which Libby pushes out on the offside. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, saving a single, and fine leg down on the boundary. But I'm not too sure. He's backward a square on the offside, but almost on the boundary, which I find a little bit of a strange position. Maybe they think Jake Libby's going to try and cut, and it's going to go up in the air and top edge, or even off the splice or something. But Hudson Prentice is the bowler, Libby is the batsman, and he's forward, pushing away up the pitch, and there is no run. 1 run off the over. A lone spectator is selected by our camera team. He's looking at his watch. Time for his lunch. I tell you what, he's an optimist. He's got his shorts on. Whomsoever you are, sir, well done.
Yes, indeed.
Is the ice cream man here today?
I haven't seen the ice cream van.
He'll be optimistic.
He would have done some good trade, wouldn't he, earlier on?
Oh, yeah.
This week, because it's a cloudy day here at Hove today. If you just joined us, very warm welcome to our cricket coverage here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley on commentary duties as Tom Clark, the Sussex right-arm medium pacer, runs in over the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Brett D'Oliveira, who is struck on the pad. The ball bounces out on the onside. There is no run. Ben Folkes is carrying on in his merry way at Edgbaston. He's 130 not out. Matthew Fisher on 13. Those 2 have so far put on 85 for the Surrey final wicket. They're 431 for 9 as that game at Edgbaston looks to almost inevitably heading for a draw. And Essex still battling away at Chelmsford. They're 112 for 4. They're not going to win that game. They would need another 408. In comes Clark, bowls and cut away by D'Oliveira down to that fielder at backward point and picks up a single. He goes to 4. I think the scoreboard's got to kick over to. That brings Jake Libby on strike. And with 6 needed until his century, Bradders, I'm going to hand the commentating duties to you just in case it happens.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. It's going to be Tom Clark. Now we've got a deep square leg out now. We've got sweeper fielders on both sides, cover and
that is
a
unusual.
square leg.
There must be some method in the madness.
Clark in bowls, Libby drives to that fielder on the offside. Comes jogging in, and one more goes on to the Worcestershire total, which moves to 166 for 5. Takes Jake Libby to 96. 361 is the total needed for a Worcestershire victory, and 5 wickets, of course, needed for a Sussex victory. Clark to D'Oliveira, who gets a short ball, which he's eased rather than cut. I think there was hands on it by Carson at that gully position. Managed to get something onto it. They've come through for a couple. The woodpecker's back.
It is, yeah.
I've got my cap on. There's a woodpecker about.
Building work next door, occasional tapping. I think the light's better actually now, Brad, than it's been for some time.
Yeah, it's okay. It's perfectly playable. I did mention the Worcestershire Cricket Society. Those of you who are not involved in Worcestershire or cricket societies might not be too interested, but those of you that are, I've got a list of guest speakers for the winter. As Clark is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira turns this one away through a square leg, where the deep square leg who was there for Jake Libby is not there, so they'll pick up a couple. As who's that? James Hayes coming round there. It is indeed. 2 more to the total. It goes to 170 for 5. So in June, I think my very good friend Mr. Adrian Harms is maybe going to do an update for the listeners to those on the south coast-ish. There he is. So I'll leave him to natter on.
Yes, Worcestershire here, Sarah, are 170 for 5 in their second innings. Jake Libby batting very nicely. He's on 96 within sight of what will be his 5th century against Sussex. Worcestershire still needing another 191 to win. Sussex needing those 5 wickets. Meanwhile, Surrey look as if they're going to achieve the draw at Edgbaston. They're 431 for 9. Ben Folkes not out on 130. They're still trailing by Warwickshire by 234, but both sides still in their first innings. Looks very much like that one will be a draw.
Jake Libby to face, while we're just waiting for the field to settle and everything. So Stephen Rhodes is the guest at the Worcester Cricket Society on June the 10th. Former Worcestershire player, coach of course, and England wicketkeeper. Veteran broadcaster, I'm going to call him that, as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls to Libby, and Libby pushes that one up on the onside. He's going to get a run, but some good fielding there by James Hayes, I think, in there mid-wicket. Yeah, got down to his left and pushed the ball round the post in footballing parlance. Worcestershire get 1. And Brett D'Oliveira comes on strike. Jet Libby goes to 97. Lost him on the board there. He has got 97, yeah. So, D'Oliveira to face. I'll finish through this list during this over. Hudson Prentice bowls. D'Oliveira turns this square on the leg side. He's going to get at least 2. Another good bit of field. Some good fielding going on the last few overs. That's Carvelis down there.
It is.
Diving down on almost onto the boundary rope to cut that one off. Saves 2 runs. Worcestershire pick up 273 for 5. Pat Murphy, I call him veteran broadcaster because I always take the mick out of Pat because he's so old. In October, Alex Stewart.
Oh, that's good.
Graham Gooch. Ed Barnard, Worcestershire reject. Jack Brooks, the headband warrior, is going to be a guest as well. He'd be quite interesting, as the next delivery wide of the stumps goes through to the wicketkeeper. And Peter Willey, former Northants, Leicestershire test umpire, of course, will be the guest as well. Those on a Tuesday night in the winter, always very good. Cricket societies throughout the country, I think, do a great job for those who love the game, and some very, very good speakers, very amusing speakers on the circuit these days.
Yes, I think Sussex do similarly, Brad. It's something to look forward to.
Hudson Prentice bowls wide of the stumps again. D'Oliveira shoulders arms.
Right, just have a quick word to the grounds lads down here. They're doing some more work on this T20. What do you call it?
Dugout.
Dugout, yeah. I'll just have a quick word out the window just to make sure they don't say anything they shouldn't.
Okay. Lads, shh. Yeah, I think he's just spotted the microphone actually. So there we whispering. Hudson Prentice back in the middle, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and pushes away on the offside, and there is no run. 173 for 5 Worcestershire. Out this morning, Ben Allison caught Simpson bowled Hudson Prentice for 3, and Ethan Brooks bowled Carvelis for 9. I think they preempted your.
They did.
Yeah.
Well, Dave down there, one of the groundskeeper, is a lovely fellow, Dave. He's a massive Aldershot Town fan.
Oh, they played.
And they played at Wembley in the FA Trophy final yesterday and won. So I'm surprised he's here, to be honest.
Next ball is off the back foot, pushing into the offside by D'Oliveira. That completes the over in Worcestershire. 173 for 5, and there are. What have we got till lunch? 20 minutes? 25 minutes till lunch.
I see Ollie Robinson has just trotted off. He's probably deserved a bit of a breather, to be honest. Bowled 9 overs this morning, so he's gone off. It's tough to see who's coming on to replace him. You were talking about obituaries earlier on, Bradders. And Rick has sent in, he says, John J.J. Waugh, Cambridge, Middlesex and England cricketer, was born in July 1927. Died in May 2016. He was aged 88. In 1970, he was presented with the Binney or Biney Memorial Medal for bravely chasing after a robber. He was wearing a bowler hat and flared trousers.
Who, the robber or J.J. Waugh?
J.J. Waugh, I think.
Okay.
A shot fired at him passed through the right-hand flare of his trousers. In comes Tom Clark. Bowls. He's up on his toes. That you should have done that ball, Bradders.
That's all right. No worries.
Fortunately, Libby only gets a single. He goes to 98. 173 for 5. Having worked up some Dutch courage, Waugh remained in pursuit. His daughter Sean said, Dad had had a good lunch. Yeah, perhaps you're best off letting him go, really. Anyway, thank you very much for those, Rick. Thank you very much for your emails. If you'd like to join in our conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As Tom Clark runs away from us, 2 slips in a gully. He's in and bowls. Well, he had no idea where that had gone, did Brett D'Oliveira. He almost chopped it on, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs as the ball runs down to fine leg. Tom Alsop retrieves at the far end of the ground. 176 for 5. D'Oliveira goes to 12. Runs required for Worcestershire come down to 185. Still seems like a lot of runs, but they're chipping away.
A lot of time left.
A lot of time left. In fact, there are another 74 overs left in the day after this. The over rate on the scoreboard has changed, actually, as Clark is in and bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, placed to mid-off. There is no run. Now, is that a plus or a minus?
It's a -1.
Is it? Yeah, well, right. So that's changed during the session, actually, which is interesting.
I think the umpires can ask the scorers to put it on the board if the captains ask. So if the captain asks the umpires, they can put it on the board.
Clark in bowls. Good delivery right up in the block hole, and D'Oliveira scoops the ball out, fielded in the gully by an eager Tom Haynes. And there is no run.
There's a huge bank of seating at the far end which has been brought in for the T20 cricket here later in the month, and there is one person sat right there. He is.
Yeah.
Picked one person sat right at the top.
He doesn't want to talk to anyone, Bradders.
No.
He's quite happy.
Yeah.
He's eating a bag of crisps by the look of it.
Good man.
Clark is in bowls. Oh, he calls over, does Tom Clark. Delivers the ball and ends up in a heap on the pitch. He's okay. In terms of the delivery itself, well, D'Oliveira was right in behind the ball and played it to Haynes in the gully, and again there was no run. We've seen a bit of that in this game, haven't we? Tom Taylor fell over a few times when he was bowling. He could have a part to play, Taylor, a bit later on, if you know, for a bit of a, you know, they do bat deep. Worcestershire, they've got previous this season, hanging on down at Somerset for a draw in the first round of matches. In comes Clark again, bowls, let go outside the off stump by D'Oliveira. Has nothing to do with it. He remains unbeaten on 12 off 32 balls. Jake Libby unbeaten on 98 off 171 balls. If he were to get 2 more runs, he would become the second centurion of the match after Jack Carson scored his maiden 100 in the Sussex first innings. Worcestershire 176 for 5. They need another 185 to win. Tom Clark has now bowled 6 overs, no maidens, and has taken 0 for 28.
Away in the distance, there is a bit of what my very good friend Adrian Arms calls Manchester City blue sky. But there's a big dark cloud underneath it.
Yes.
Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's in, he bowls to Jake Libby. Libby is forward, pushing out on the offside. Libby on 98.
Just think about the way the game might develop, Bradders. 62 overs gone, so a new ball will be available in 18 overs. I'd be surprised if we see much more of Robinson before a new ball.
We're not going to see him again before lunch, are we?
No.
I wouldn't have thought.
No.
But then he can't bowl until he's been off for the amount of time that he's bowled,
Right.
that he's been on. He can't bowl until he's been back on for the amount of time he was off. So I believe it's Hudson Prentice and Libby off the back foot punches into the covers, but he won't get to 100 on this occasion. If that didn't make any sense, I think most people could follow it, but yeah. So the umpires will check the time that he went off. So if he's off for an hour, he has to be back on for an hour before he can bowl. I believe somebody's going to send us a message saying I'm talking complete gibberish, but I've done that for 3 days and one whole session so far in this game, and for a whole
You've had
career,
fun though.
for a whole career. Libby waits once again, pushes back up the pitch. Good tight stuff. Hudson Prentice not giving anything away here.
At the end of the over, Brad, as I read, we've had an email in about Ricky Elcock,
All right, yeah.
who we were talking about earlier on, who came and did a talk to the. Is it called the Worcestershire Cricket Society, Brad?
It is, yeah.
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 Do you chair those events?
But myself and my very good friend Mr. Frank Watson
Right.
generally host the events. And Paul Farbrace came last
Yes.
year. He was very good. Yeah, told us some good tales. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. Libby turns this one away on the onside. He thinks there's a run there, but there isn't.
Is it just sort of bar open, or do you do a bit of food as well, or?
No, the bar's open. I think my kitchen's the secretary. He tells me that it's the second biggest cricket society in the country now, after the London Cricket Society. Get a lot of people in. A lot of nice to catch up in the winter. A lot of old friends.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of people who watch Worcestershire. People I played cricket with and against. So it's always good to catch up and have a natter as well. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Libby. Libby turns this one again on the onside, but again he can't get those 2 runs to take him to the century.
But a super knock, you know, Bradders, by Jake Libby. I mean, he's holding this together. He's been in there since the start. And all the time he's there, Worcester have got a squeak here, you know.
Yeah. Well, he got 198 in innings here 2 years ago. Different circumstances, but he waits. Hudson Prentice bowls, and Libby once again turns it on the onside. It's good bowling by Hudson Prentice. He's certainly bowling to his field. He's got those 3 men saving a single on the leg side, and he's bowling to his field. 176 for 5. D'Oliveira has 12. Libby has 98. Worcestershire need 361 to win. Sussex need 5 wickets to win.
Richard Blight has been in touch. He says, hello Adrian and Bradders, I'm enjoying the coverage as a Glammy supporter, basking in the rosy glow of a 3-day win. A very good win down at Canterbury, thumping win, which has taken Glamorgan off the bottom of the county championship. Lancashire now have that rather dubious distinction. Talking about Ricky Elcock, more to come in a moment, as in comes Tom Clark running away from us in and bowls, and eased by D'Oliveira down through backward point. They've taken one. I don't think they'll come back for the second. No, they won't. That's a very good piece of fielding down there by, I think that's Finn Hudson Prentice all the way out there, who just bowled an over, and it brings Jake Libby back on strike. So time to hand the. We'll have to wait for the story of Ricky Elcock, and we'll go back to you, Bradders.
We will,
because this could be the moment.
This is my moment. What's that from? Hamilton?
All crumbs, I don't know.
No, it's an older musical than that.
Right, okay.
Somebody let us know, will you? We never find out anything on here about people letting us know. Jake Libby is on 98. He awaits the next delivery and turns it on the onside, thinks about a quick single, but Carvelis is quickly to his right to field, but doesn't throw back to the wicketkeeper, hangs on to the ball. What about overrates? And we've been on about this continuously. I think that's one of the things, like Carvelis picked that up at mid-on. He could have thrown it to the wicketkeeper or then throw it all the way back round to him, but instead of that he just picked it up and handed it back to the bowler.
Yes.
Thus saving maybe only a few seconds, but at the end of the day it all adds up. Clark in bowls, and Libby pushes on the offside, and we still can't get the ball past that infield ring. There's also a deep square and a deep cover point. They are the sweeper fielders.
Just wonder whether he might have brought that deep cover point up into the ring, saving one Bradders, just make
a bit of pressure on.
Yeah.
There's probably only one to him, which is probably in John Simpson's mind. If he hits it to either of those fielders, he's only going to get one anyway. Libby waits, and this time he will turn it round, and he's going to get to his century. He's going to get at least 2 here. Libby comes back for his second run. They'll probably get 3 out of it as he returns to the non-strikers end. Jake Libby gets his 5th century in first-class cricket against Sussex. The Worcestershire players are up on the balcony, and a good hand as well from the Sussex crowd, who appreciate how Jake Libby has battled to get to 100. He's faced 180 balls. He is 101 not out, his first century of the summer.
Wonderful knock, well batted, and nice to see some of the Sussex fielders joining in. And as you say, good to see standing ovation from some of the there might have been Worcestershire fans at the far end for all I know, but standing ovation. And that's been a really good knock. 'Cause it's not been easy. It's not easy, you know. It's only the.
It's not.
Very good knock indeed.
D'Oliveira to face Clark. D'Oliveira drives, but straight to Cavallis at mid-on.
I guess now, Brad, as the is he thinking now? I've got my 100. No, let's just try. Yeah, head down again. Let's carry on. More, you know, it's still a long way off. 181 is a lot of runs to score, and it would be the biggest, the highest score of the match.
Yeah, they're not halfway there yet, Worcestershire.
No, they're not.
D'Oliveira facing the last ball of Clark's over, and he's wrapped on the pad, but that's going down the leg side.
No.
We gave that out from about 90 yards away, and not straight on. But yeah, it was probably a better shot than I thought. But it was a bit high, a bit leggish. End of the over, and Worcestershire are 180 for 5, and Libby has 101. D'Oliveira 13.
I thought we might be going to get a bit of spin, but it's going to be Hudson Prentice. So let's talk about Ricky Elcock. Richard Blight says, I played against Ricky at school level in the early 80s, and in October 2001 was pleasantly surprised to hear him announce that he was my pilot flying home from Barbados.
Oh, right.
I sent him a note via a stewardess. As in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Libby, who defends down the track. There is no run. And after levelling out, he invited me up to the cockpit for several hours. Ooh. We had a great chat about cricket and other things. And this was just a month after 9/11, when, of course, security was very tight, wasn't it? After the
you wouldn't get on the in the cockpit now.
No, but after those dreadful events. So there we are. Thank you, Richard, for letting us know. Yeah. An old school friend. He never knows who's listening, Brad, as we always say it.
Well, he came over and went to Malvern College, Ricky Elcock, specifically to play cricket.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, pulled away by Libby, and he's going to get 4 runs. Rather dived over the top of that at mid-wicket did James Hayes, and it's a boundary to Jake Libby. I think it didn't get quite up as much as he thought. He didn't time it as well as he'd hoped he had either. But Libby goes to 105, 184 for 5. Runs required down to 177. Freddie in the Mumbles has been in touch. That's a lovely part of the world, isn't it?
It's very good. Very nice down there.
Freddie says, another Swansea dweller listening here, tuning in after Glammy's victory yesterday. My close neighbour and friend is the ex-Sussex bowler Paul Jarvis, as in comes...
right.
Hudson Prentice bowls to Libby, who plays that into the offside. There is no run.
Played for Sussex, played for Kent.
Yeah, and Yorkshire.
Yeah, played for Herefordshire in the minor counties for a while.
He says, any fond memories of the scallywag, says Freddie in the Mumbles. I haven't actually.
No tales to tell.
Well, none that we can tell.
No.
Lots of signals going up to the Sussex balcony. I suspect pads to be brought out. So I wonder if we are going to get the obligatory over of spin before lunch.
-1 on the scoreboard, so a couple of 3 overs of spin might reduce that.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls and defends as Libby out into the offside. There is no run, and my good friend Sam Keir has been in touch. Hello, Sam. And he said, your song that you were singing, it sounded a bit like Martine McCutcheon, Bradders. This is my moment, yeah.
I've not been compared to Martine McCutcheon too often.
Well, there you go, you see.
Yes, who of course married the Prime Minister, didn't she? In Love Actually, Hugh Grant was.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, it's funny. I was listening to something the other day.
Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. Libby pulls through mid-wicket. Now, got a hand to that, did James Coles, but it's not going to stop it going for 4. Belted away by Libby, too short, and all of a sudden Jake Libby has hit a couple of boundaries. He's on to 109 of 185 balls. Runs required down to 173.
It was a discussion to do with VE Day and Churchill being Prime Minister, and they were saying of the great Prime Minister since, and somebody said Hugh Grant, he comfortably the best Prime Minister.
Wasn't she in EastEnders as well, Martine?
Oh yes, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Libby plays firmly into the covers. There is no run, footed by Haynes. It is the end of the over. 188 for 5. D'Oliveira 13, Jake Libby 109. Excellent innings from Jake Libby, as Bradders was saying, his 5th against Sussex. Runs required down to 173. We've got 71 overs left in the day. The digital clock is saying there are 9 minutes until lunch, and we were absolutely right. The pads were called on, and we are going to get a bit of spin from Jack Carson, who's taking off his jumper. Jack, who scored his maiden first-class 100 in this game. For those of you who haven't been following it, he made 102. It was a funny first. It's been a strange game because on opening day, Sussex were 80 without loss and cruising along, having been asked to bat. And the next minute, they were 88 for 6. They were rescued by Jack Carson, who made 102. A last wicket partnership with 73 with the emergency loan signing James Hale. Sussex posting 284. Then Worcestershire bowled out for 180, but that was a recovery, having been 111 for 8. The tail really wagged. Tom Taylor making a very good 32. Sussex second time around were then 0 for 2, 18 for 3, and recovered to make 256. Tom Alsop top scoring with 72. James Coles making 68. Jack Carson weighing in with 39 not out down the order. Now Worcestershire needing 361 to win. 188 for 5. It's been a really good game of cricket.
It has, yeah. So, the first over of spin today, and Carson in, bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, pushes out on the offside. I was just thinking, the spinner has come on. Well, because they probably need to give the medium pace a bit of a rest before lunch, and also to reduce the over rate. But then the game is held up by pads and helmets and everything else coming out. I just think that... as Carson bowls, D'Oliveira turns this on the leg side, and there is no run. Occasionally there are pre-plans that could be put in place to get the game moving a bit quicker and get the over rates down. We've got a slip and a fine leg, or a slip and a short square leg are the close grabbers. As D'Oliveira is down, driving, but straight to mid-off, where Danny Hughes is the fielder. So the rest of the field is a man backward a square on the leg side, saving the single. Mid-wicket, mid-on, deep square, mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, and lost one, backward point. Carson bowls, D'Oliveira goes back, pushes away on the offside. Goes back and plays that solidly into the offside, Brett D'Oliveira, and then goes for a walk around as if his hands are going as if he's telling everybody where the ball went. He's instructing us all. Carson's next delivery. D'Oliveira waits, turns this away through the leg side. May only be one. They're coming back for 2. They're going to have to be quick. The flow comes in and hits the stumps. That's a very good piece of fielding. James Coles throws the ball in, hits the stumps, and a very good piece of fielding, very good throw. He is the only one on the ground who appealed for that, I think. Everybody else realised that the batsman was past the stumps, but he was so excited. Good bit of fielding.
Was?
Yeah.
I see Robinson is back on the field with Bradders, who
oh, right.
just down below us.
So because they'll need him to bowl after lunch, I suppose.
They will, and with the new ball, yeah, when it becomes available.
Next ball to D'Oliveira, forward defensively, pushes the ball back down the pitch, end of the over. Worcestershire 190 for 5. They need a total of 361 for victory. And D'Oliveira has 15. Jake Libby has 109.
I'm trusting that my friend Sam is not winding me up here, but he says that Martin McCutcheon is, of course, famously a big Essex fan.
Oh, right. Well, I think she's an Essex lass, isn't she?
Thinks she helped facilitate the signing of Jesse Ryder after meeting him while filming in New Zealand. I've no idea if that's right or not. That sounds like. Do you think that sounds like a wind-up?
Good story, isn't it?
I'm sure Sam wouldn't.
It's the BBC. We have to have 2 sources.
We do.
Yeah,
we do.
Just broadcast anything.
We do indeed. We're going to get spin from both ends, Bradders. We're going to get the first bowl of the match from James Coles.
The over before lunch.
Yeah.
Well, we might get 2 in.
I think we might get 2 in because we've got that Woodpecker's back, isn't he? Next door.
Yeah.
We've got some building work, lots of building work going on here at Hove, and it sounds like someone's banging in a raw plug or something next door to us.
Pretty technical, that, mate.
Yeah. Not that I've ever done that. I'm hopeless at DIY.
Oh.
Are you any good?
I put things up and they stay up.
Do you?
Yeah, they're not often very not flat or level, but they're up.
Well, if I put a shelf up, probably a fly would land on it. It'd probably fall down. 190 for 5. Here comes James Cole's left arm spin around the wicket and bowls and cut away firmly. That's a nice looking shot by Jake Libby. They've taken one. Jack Carson's a very good fielder. They need to be quick here if they're going to get back, but they did come back for the second, and in fact, unusually for Jack, it wasn't the greatest throw. And Libby comes back. He's now on 111, 192 for 5. Runs required down to 169. It's starting to get interesting, Bradders, as Coles slipping a leg slip. In again, bowls and played into the offside by Libby. There is no run. I mean, I've still got Sussex 70-30 to win here, but what do you think is more, 65-35? Coles again. In and bowls. Libby defends onto the onside, and there is no run.
Where are we? Worcestershire added 75 for 2 this morning, you could say.
Yes. I think we will get another over because James Coles does rattle through his overs. He's in again from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls, left arm round the wicket, tucked away down towards fine leg. That could run away for 4 runs, you know, because the ball is picking up speed. Carvelos, oh, that's very good by Harry Carvelos. That's 10 out of 10 for effort. Very good indeed. He had to chase a long way round the boundary. He's a tall man, is Harry Carvelos. And he managed to scoop the ball up with his right hand before he went flying over the boundary rope. But he prevented at least 1 run. Did they take 3 there, Bradders?
They took 3, yeah.
Yes. 195 for 5. D'Oliveira 15. Libby 114. A good bit of fielding by a big tall fast bowler. Coles again. In bowls, and D'Oliveira works this to backward point where it's fielded by James Hayes, who we said is the emergency loan signing from Nottinghamshire.
Not bowled this morning, is he?
No, he hasn't bowled. No, he hasn't. Picked up his maiden first-class wicket yesterday, the wicket of Henry Nicholls, the New Zealand Test player. Nice scalp to get for your first one. In comes Coles again. Bowls, and D'Oliveira is solidly forward, bat and pad close together, drives the ball out into the covers, and there is no run. End of the over. 195 for 5. Libby 114. D'Oliveira is on 15. James Coles 1 over 0 for 5. Jack Carson's going to bowl the last over before lunch. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 19. Worcestershire needing another 166 to win with 5 wickets in the bank.
Yeah, as we say, Sussex would still be the bookmaker's favourite, but it's cricket.
It is.
And nobody knows. That's why we turn up to watch, because we're never 100% certain of what's going to happen. Carson then, bowling to Libby, right arm over to the right-hander. Libby turns this one away into the leg side. Should only be 1 on this occasion. There is only 1 on this occasion, and Worcestershire go to 196 for 5. D'Oliveira has 15. Libby has 115, and taking a guard again. D'Oliveira looks like he's taking off stump guard to me. Excuse me a minute. The woodpecker is woodpeckering as Carson bowls, and D'Oliveira goes back and eases it nicely, pleasantly, almost effortlessly into the covers for a single. There's a sweeper out on that boundary, who I suspect is Hudson Prentice. And Worcestershire have 1 more, 197 for 5. D'Oliveira goes to 16. Libby is on 115. He is facing the next ball. And this time Libby is pushing. No. Very quick shout. Brett D'Oliveira was on his way, but Libby was. You probably heard him shouting on our effects mic. No.
Yes.
Like Jim in what was it, The Vicar of Dibley? No. Yes. I'm not saying that he is like Jim in The Vicar of Dibley. As Libby is forward solidly. He is well aware. I remember once saying at Worcestershire playing Lancashire 2 balls before lunch, and Worcestershire would just play this out, and Graham Hick hit Jack Simmons for 2 sixes. The last 2 balls before lunch. What do I know? Here's Carson in again, and Libby pushes this one away through the leg side. They will settle for one. No point in going for a second one on this occasion. As James Coles comes in, and this is the last ball before lunch. And Brett D'Oliveira is to face it. And he will push it out on the offside there, but they will stroll through for a single, a pre-lunch stroll. End of the session, Worcestershire 199 for 5. They've lost 2 wickets, adding 82 runs this morning. They need 361 in total. And to see whether they will get them, or to hear, or whatever, whether they will get them in the afternoon, and maybe after tea session, it might well be going that far. You can join us, myself and my very good friend Mr. Adrian Harms, pictured here, who, as I always say, appears by kind permission of the National Trust. And we'll be back post-lunch.
Thank you, Bradders. Good morning, wasn't it? And I think Worcestershire would have settled for that. Bradders, no question about that. Just look at this partnership, actually, between this pair is worth... What's it worth, Bradders? 47, 44. So a good partnership between the two. Yeah, thanks, Bradders. Thanks, everybody, for listening. And we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time.
Just a reminder on the spectators on the outfield at any time during the lunch interval, please. So no spectators, please, on the field during the lunch.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Running to the field are match umpires Ben Devlin and James Middlebrook. Please welcome back onto the field Sussex, led out by Captain John Simpson.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the light during the lunch field has improved considerably. There's not too much blue sky around, but it does seem a lot brighter. Two umpires, James Middlebrook and Ben Debenham, made their way out to the middle, followed by the Sussex fielders. Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening to us from, here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. 5 Sports Extra as the two not-out batsmen emerge from the pavilion. The not-out Jake Libby, who's batted beautifully. He's 116 not-out. Brett D'Oliveira on 17. Just a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. I can see that after lunch we're going to get the only over we've seen so far today from James Hayes, who's the emergency loan signing for Sussex for Nottinghamshire. He's going to bowl the opening over after lunch. The state of the game is that Worcestershire need another 162 to win. Sussex need 5 wickets, and if the sun comes out, this will please Worcestershire, because it may make batting a little easier than it was this morning when it was very difficult.
It's hazy sunshine, isn't it?
It is.
Just looking, these two put on 46 so far for the Worcestershire 6th wicket, of which Brett D'Oliveira has made 17. It's interesting. This will be the 69th over. 12 overs till the new ball. I suspect that John Simpson will be thinking he'll keep Ollie Robinson for the new ball and just try and keep it quiet and maybe pick up a wicket along the way.
In comes young James Hayes, running down the hill from the Cromwell Road here at Hove. Comes in and bowls to Brett D'Oliveira. Lets that one go outside of the off stump. I'm Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley next to me. Elsewhere in the county championship, just another couple of games going on today. The game between Surrey and Warwickshire is edging towards a draw. Surrey 487 for 9 in their second innings, a partnership of 140 for the last wicket. Ben Folkes still there on 165. Matthew Fisher, signed from Yorkshire at the end of last season, is 34 not out, so that is going to finish in a share of the spoils in the Midlands, as in comes Hayes and bowls right up in the block hole, and D'Oliveira's forward plays to mid-wicket, no run. And the only other game going on, Essex have batted all morning without losing a wicket. They're 135 for 4. Having started the day something like 40 for 4. Matt Critchley on 34, Michael Pepper on 45. Essex need they're not going to get another 385 to win, but they could hang on for the draw. We'll keep an eye on both of those games throughout the afternoon, as James Hayes, right arm over the wicket, down the hill here at Hove, in and bowls to D'Oliveira. That one gets up on him a little bit, but he plays it well down towards third man. They've taken one. They'll think about coming back for the second. There's a comfortable second because James Coles needs to run round from deep backward point down towards third man. D'Oliveira goes to 19, and the 200 up for Worcestershire. A ripple of applause around the ground. Not the biggest crowd here today, but those that have come could well see an intriguing finish to this game. 201 for 5. Exactly 160 needed to win, as the sun is just trying to peep out from behind the clouds. Hayes is back to his mark, and he's in over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, plays into the offside. There is no run. In fact, the sun is almost out in all its glory, Bradders.
I think that's official sunshine. We can see, as we always say, shadows on the pitch, but no Cliff Richard, thank you.
Yes, indeed.
But a much brighter aspect to the day.
Sussex with 2 slips, a deep backward point, almost a wideish third man, a cover mid-off, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side, there's a deep backward square and a fine leg as Hayes is in, bowls, and D'Oliveira again works this one down to third man. I think there'll only be one on this occasion. Coles is in very quickly. That's not to account for D'Oliveira, who's very quick between the wickets, and that was very good running by Worcestershire. James Coles is a good fielder. He had a little way to come in, but immediately he played that, D'Oliveira was looking for the 2. Good cricket from the Worcestershire skipper. He goes to 21, 203 for 5.
And good work by Ollie Robinson, who backed up at the non-striker's end.
Yes.
Because if he hadn't have got across and got down, that might have raced away up the hill for 4 more.
Hayes back to his mark. comes running in and bowls to D'Oliveira. A rising delivery that's taken by John Simpson, chest high, end of the opening over after lunch. 203 for 5 are Worcestershire. They need another 158 to win. D'Oliveira on 21, Libby on 116. And this has got all the makings, Bradders, of being a very good finish.
It has, yeah. These two were still together when the new ball comes in 11 overs time and added, I don't know, 20, 30 runs. Yeah. The cameras on the ground have swung round to the, you'll tell me what's that called, that thing on the seafront that goes up and down?
Oh, the I-360.
The I-360,
yeah.
Good man.
Yeah.
Interesting that the flag, which is our judge of wind, an anemometer, which I'm told it is. Finn Hudson-Prentice is bowling from the sea end to Jake Libby, and Libby turns us away. It's only going to be a single, square on the leg side. Is blowing up the ground now, so it will be blowing behind Finn Hudson-Prentice. So that means that the cloud, the wind is coming off the sea at the moment. So how much difference that makes, I don't know, but it could be that the wind is going away from us. Sports Extra, 5 Sports Extra, back with us. Welcome. You are most welcome to Hope. Well, we're in the second over after lunch. Worcestershire 204 for 5. A reminder, 361 is the target, and for Sussex, 5 wickets the target. Hudson-Prentice, right arm over to the right-handed D'Oliveira, pushes down the ground, won't get anything for his efforts there, as it's almost straight to Harry Carvelis. D'Oliveira does a little bit of tapping of the wicket. Well, there are 2 slips, but they are way apart now. I'm going to call them first slip and fourth slip are the close catches. 1, 2, 3 out on the 2 out on the boundary on the leg side. Cover Point, who has been out on the boundary rope, is now in, saving the single. Hudson-Prentice in. D'Oliveira just jumps back into his crease and then comes forward, plays the ball away down into the mid-wicket area. Just easing themselves back in after lunch, the batsmen. As we were just conjecturing before you joined us on national radio, new ball due in 10 overs and 3 balls, and we're thinking that could be the crux of the rest of this game. Hudson-Prentice bowls, D'Oliveira forward very solidly this time, almost hits the stumps as he plays it back down the ground. Carvelis again comes across to field. Much brighter scene now. There's a huge bank of seating at the far end of the ground, which has been put in for the T20. I don't know, it was 20, maybe 25 rows of seats, and there's one person been sat there, but he's now moved from his central position several seats to his right as Hudson-Prentice is in bowls. D'Oliveira beaten by this one, well bowled, just nips away. He may have dropped his wrists on that one at the last second, but no, he's played that one. Can't give him the benefit of the doubt. I reckon what's happened is that fella's been sat up there, the whole bank, huge, on his own, and he's come back after lunch and somebody said, somebody sat there, mate.
There's probably, well, we ought to count the amount of seats there, Bradders. There's probably
good luck with that.
300 seats or so?
Yeah.
On one person.
Yeah. As Hudson-Prentice bowls to D'Oliveira, forces it. A little bit more oomph, a little bit more bottom hand in that towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Carvelis. Tidy enough from Hudson-Prentice post-lunch. And there, if you're watching on the live stream, there is the man, the lone man. The Clint Eastwood of Sussex cricket, the lonely man at the top of the stand. Although he was the man with no name, wasn't he, Clint Eastwood?
Well, it is going to be James Hayes who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. We will say, for those of you who don't know Hove, there's a slope from one end to t'other, from the Cromwell Road end down to the sea, about a 10-foot drop on the ground. So he'll be running down the hill, which is a little easier for quick bowlers, although it is easy to overstep as well. But he's racing in, a right arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Jake Libby just flicks this one nicely off the hip through square leg. and picks up a single. It's fielded by the eager Finn Hudson-Prentice. He throws to John Simpson. One more to the total. Libby goes to 118. 205 for 5 are Worcestershire. 156 more needed to win. The light better than it's been at any time during the day. The clouds are high and there's a couple of patches of blue sky appearing as well. A lot of rain here overnight.
Heavy rain.
Yeah, it was heavy. Crack of thunder or two, but that all seems to be clearing away as in comes Hayes, bowls, and D'Oliveira runs that one down through the slips. Tom Clark is furious with himself. They didn't stop that. In fact, I think the ball might have stung his fingers as well, but nonetheless, it's a single to D'Oliveira, who goes to 22, 206 for 5. The story of the day, Worcestershire beginning the day on 117 for 3. They lost 2 wickets this morning. Ben Allison, the night watchman, in the second over of the day for 3, caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice. And then Ethan Brooks, who was bowled by Ari Cavalos for 9. In comes Hayes bowls, and that's played wide of second slip. That's going to be 4 runs. Frustration for the bowler. It wasn't a chance. It was wide of Tom Clark, who dived across, but the ball just thumps into the advertising hoarding just down below us. You probably heard it. It's another boundary to Jake Libby. He goes to 122, and the runs required are just... they're beginning to... Well, they're coming down quite obviously, down to 151. I remember earlier on today, Brad, as we were saying, oh, you know, it's 230, but now it's down to 151.
Yeah, frustrating for the bowler because he's found the edge twice.
He has.
Not catches, didn't carry, but he's conceded 5 runs.
Here comes Hayes again, bowls, and this time Libby's right in behind this, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. So the field, there are 2 slips, Tom Alsop and Tom Clark. James Coles is down here at a very wide third man. Tom Haynes at cover. Daniel Hughes, the Australian, at mid-off. Ollie Robinson at mid-on. He'll be chomping at the bit to take the new ball, no doubt, which is due in 9 overs' time. Jack Carson in there at mid-wicket. There's also a deep backward square and a fine leg as in comes Hayes and bowls, and Libby plays firmly into the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes in the covers, and there is no run. Libby repeats the shot. Although that gentleman sitting on his own bradders at the top of the stand, actually, there's quite a few people in other parts of the ground, little clusters of people sitting together, and although not a big crowd like we saw on the first 3 days, very well attended here with, we were explaining earlier, there was the neighbours' afternoon tea here yesterday with lots of families and children. It was really good. But today, of course, being a Monday, not as big a crowd, but over in the members' pavilion, plenty of people sitting over there. Now, there's a change in the field. Tom Haynes has gone into gully, and they've brought that fielder across on the leg side into cover. As in comes Hayes down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Libby, plays to mid-off. And there is... Oh, what's happened to our line? Has it just gone down? No, something made a funny noise, didn't it? I think we're still connected.
Yeah, bit of music in the background.
End of the over. 210 for 5. D'Oliveira 22. Libby 122.
Was it Marty McCutcheon making a celebrity appearance? As we mentioned her this morning. Maybe she'll turn up and
with a song.
Do a bit of commentary for us.
I do think the fact that someone said that she was an Essex supporter, etc., I think was nonsense.
Oh, well.
But she might be, I don't know. But she was clearly singing.
Most counties have their celebrity supporters.
They do.
Here is Finn Hudson-Prentice running away from us, from the sea end into bowl to Brett D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira forward defensively pushes out onto the offside, and no run shall occurreth. The flats away to where I'm always fascinated every time I come here to Hove at the flats who's out there, and I don't think we have a soul, not one person. But quite a few in those away to our right at the weekend and on Friday, but I can't. But oh yes, well done to our camera team. They've picked out a couple of people sat on the balcony studying the cricket. Here's the next ball to D'Oliveira, who pushes back down the pitch. Bowler on his follow through is also the fielder. Immediately throws the ball to extra cover, and Ollie Robinson, who sort of kept on to the umpires this morning for quite, I think he had 3 or 4 goes.
He did,
before the ball got changed. And so this is the ball that was changed. Not a new ball, but a different ball. D'Oliveira, bat held high, waits, turns this one away. 2 square leg, who is deep on the boundary, so enables the batsman to trot through for a single. Shock news here from Hove, folks. This will send reverberations around the world, not just the world of cricket. There are now 2 people in the big temporary stand.
There are.
What on earth is going on? Dear me.
Yeah, on the other side, Brad, people are sort of
World's
clumped together,
gone
aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, perhaps they just want to be on their own up
The
there.
world's gone mad. The drone of an aeroplane, because aeroplanes always drone, as ambulances wail, so. As Hudson Prentice back to the cricket, D'Oliveira turns this one away. Might think about a second. They're very quick between the wickets, these 2, but no, they're not going to do that. Hayes comes in.
Good bit of fielding,
Yeah,
that.
he's useful around the field, James.
He
Hayes,
is.
for a big fella. He gets himself around. So the population of the big temporary blue seats has increased by 50%. There's another gentleman stood there. Is he thinking of going in there? Oh, that will be. We'll have to have crowd control over there soon. We'll have to have a steward in there sorting them out. Hudson Prentice again to D'Oliveira, who this time skips back. He might get 2 this time because Hayes has got to go away to his right hand side. D'Oliveira calls yes, 2-2-2-2, and comes back for the second. Almost gets an overthrow. Not the best throw in the world this time from Hayes, and Simpson can't grab it. But there's 2, as there should be, backing up.
Good running though, wasn't it, Bradders?
Yeah.
And D'Oliveira's, he did this before lunch on a couple of occasions, didn't he? He was just looking for the 2 almost as soon as he played the shot.
Yeah.
And what he has done, that runs required to win is now below 150. Little landmarks being ticked off here for Worcestershire.
They're scamperers, these 2.
Yeah, well, he scampered well there.
Hudson Prentice again to D'Oliveira, this time forward defensively, pushes away on the offside. Worcestershire at the end of the over at 214 for 5. They need a total of 361 for victory. Brett D'Oliveira has 25 of 62 deliveries, and Jake Libby has 123, and he's faced 201 balls.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC from 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley. What do I call you David for? Well, because actually someone said earlier on in the week I called you Bradders too much.
Yeah,
so
I know.
we've been a little formal here this week.
I'm only called David Bradley if I haven't done something.
Yes, totally, if you've misbehaved in some way.
Yes.
A couple there reading their magazines and not watching the cricket.
Oh dear me.
In comes James Hayes running down the hill from the Cromwell Road in. Bowls to D'Oliveira, and again he gets an edge. It's fielded by Tom Clark, who's at second slip, and he can only nudge it to one side, and it means that Libby's able to go through for a single. He goes to 124. If you've only just joined us since lunch, we were talking about James Hayes earlier. He's registered with Nottinghamshire and got a phone call at 8 o'clock on Thursday evening, just before the match, from the Nottinghamshire coach Peter Moores to say, if you'd like a game of cricket tomorrow, get yourself down to Hove, which he got in his car and drove to Hove, because Sussex got a first bowling crisis with Sean Hunt out for some time. No Henry Crocombe, and Jayden Sills, the West Indian Test cricketer, had to pull out with an ankle injury. So Sussex really down to the bare bones. So young James Hayes is in as an emergency loan signing for a couple of weeks, and here he is in again. Comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira. That's down the leg side, but it's not a great delivery, and that's going to run away 4 byes, I suspect. Yes, indeed they are, 4 byes. And the total advances to 219 for 5. I think that's going to click over to in a moment's time. That's already clicked over. 215 for 5. Runs required 146. And he picked up his first-class wicket yesterday, did James, when he had Henry Nichols caught by John Simpson for 34.
You were right, that hadn't clicked up.
Hadn't clicked. His 219 runs required down to 142. Hayes in again, bowls and just runs that one down towards third man. They're thinking about 2 here. James Coles is very quick across the ground, gets in the throw, but that's very good running between the sticks again there by D'Oliveira. James Coles is a good fielder. They're just putting the pressure on here, Worcestershire. I just wonder, Bradders, as well. I mean, the new ball is available in 7 overs. You'd have thought it may be trickier then. I'm just wondering whether they're just looking to make as best use of this as they can before Ollie Robinson comes in for another spell, because Robinson, although he's only taken 1 wicket, has looked the most dangerous for me today. Comes Hayes again, bowls, and that's short, and ducking underneath it is D'Oliveira through to John Simpson, no run.
I was chuckling when that throw came in because it looked a bit tight. You know, then D'Oliveira was scampering back down, and John Simpson, the Sussex wicketkeeper and captain, just caught the ball in his right glove.
Yes.
Threw it to somebody
He
else.
did.
Didn't bother taking the bails off. Very
No.
nonchalant.
Yes.
Realised there was no point. You know, some wicketkeepers would have demolished the stumps, wouldn't they? You know, had a huge appeal, but he just took it in his right glove and threw it to somebody else.
Sort of a first and a fourth slip in place as in comes Hayes bowls. Oh, well, I thought for a moment he'd played on there. Did he get a little low? I mean,
Yeah, I think that skidded a bit.
Yeah, he looks at the bottom of his bat as he played forward the ball, dribbling behind the stumps, and there is no run. I can see Jack Carson doing a bit of warming up, the off spinner at mid-wicket. We were sort of calling this morning, Bradders, at sort of 70-30 in Sussex's favour, maybe even 80-20 really, but that's changed quite a bit now. I mean, I'm sort of almost 60-40 now, you know, Sussex.
Yeah.
In comes Hayes, bowls, D'Oliveira again, runs it down to third man. Now, I don't think he'll take 2 here. If they that definitely wasn't 2. That was a good call. James Coles had just gone a little finer here at third man, and D'Oliveira took the single. Don't want a silly run out at this stage. He goes to 28. 222 for 5 are Worcestershire, needing another 139 to win.
Add 2 wickets to any score, as we always say, don't we? So if Worcestershire were 230 for 7, it's a different story, isn't it? There's cameras on the ground honing in on a lady reading her book and chuckling away. I don't know what she's reading. It looks like a good book. Or maybe
Has your memoirs or something, Bradders?
I wouldn't think so, no. There's at least some joined up some words on that book. So it wouldn't be on my memoir. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the bowler, and Brett D'Oliveira is the batsman, and he's cut in 2 by that. But there's an appeal from the bowler and the steps, but wicketkeeper John Simpson, who had the best view of that, doesn't bother to join in the cacophony. But that did come back a long way. That's well bowled. That's well bowled with an old ball. It's still doing a bit.
Cool comes they didn't miss by very much, did it?
Starts outside leg stump, and outside off stump rather, and goes over the top of leg stump. Well bowled.
It's worth mentioning as well, Bradders, that although Worcestershire are 5 down, one of those 5 was the night watchman, Ben Allison.
Yeah, who was probably, he can bat, so he's probably not the as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls. Oliveira tries to cut, doesn't get it, goes through to the wicketkeeper, arms go up in the air. I saw him last night. I see he's a good night watchman, because very often night watchmen are people who basically can't bat or not very good at bat. But he's a useful 8 or 9 batsman. But he is one of those that's gone. Yeah, and I quite see your point. Pushes everybody else down the order one.
Yeah.
Lovely afternoon now.
Yep.
Hudson-Prentice bowls. D'Oliveira this time jumps back into his crease, pushes away on the offside. This is a good little battle going on here as well, because Hudson-Prentice has got one past D'Oliveira, got one to cut back on him. That one probably came back in not as much. D'Oliveira being very aware, goes down, does a little bit of patting of the pitch, which, as we often say, probably makes no difference whatsoever to the trajectory of the ball, but in the batsman's mind it may well do. Bowls again, D'Oliveira forward solidly this time. Gets a stride in, bat and pad very close together. 2-2-2 for 5. Double Nelson. Richie Benno's favourite score, of course, was 2-2-2 for 2.
I'm just thinking, Bradders, the Worcestershire lads up on the balcony, and those who have still got come in a play thinking, well, 20 from each of us.
Yeah. That's one of the Worcestershire supporters said, I'll take 80 for 2 between lunch and tea. As Hudson-Prentice bowls, D'Oliveira cuts this time, and
well fielded.
That is a good stop. That saved 4 runs there. Who's that, Carson?
Jack Carson.
It is Jack Carson.
He's very competitive. You can see the way he threw the ball then. He's
Yeah, he really leathered that, Brett D'Oliveira. That's one of his favourite shots, that cut shot. But Carson got across. So couple of feet further away, and that would have been 4. But as they used to say in footballing parlance, he measured himself on the turf. D'Oliveira waits again, and this time comes forward and pushes out on the offside. Good over that from Hudson Prince. He could have conceded 4 runs, but he's bowled a maiden over and he's kept the pressure on the Worcestershire batsman. The total moves on to 222 for 5, or stays on 222 for 5, and these two put on 69 so far for the Worcestershire 6th wicket. The second wicket put on 81, but this is the second highest stand of the innings.
As we were saying this morning, it's been a strange game that began here on Friday. Sussex in the first morning 80 without loss, and having been put in, that looked a poor decision. All of a sudden they're 88 for 6, bowled out for 284. Jack Carson making his maiden 100 in reply. Worcestershire then were 111 for 8, but managed to stagger their way to 180. Sussex in their second innings were 0 for 2, 18 for 3, but managed to get to 256, largely through Tom Alsop, who made 72. As in comes James Hayes, bowls to Libby, who pulls onto the onside and picks up a single down to deep mid-wicket. 1 more to the total. There's some applause around the ground. I'm not quite sure what that's for. Maybe the throw. 223 for 5. And Worcestershire then set 361 to win, which would be the highest score of the match. At one stage 7 for 1, but they're battling away here, and the runs required now down to 138. James Hayes, I say, on loan from Nottinghamshire, coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The big block of flats behind him. He's in and bowls, and D'Oliveira's right in behind this, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. If you'd like to get in touch with us during the afternoon, please do so. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet Bradders at BBC. Terry Sadler from Arundel has been in touch. He says, "Hello Adrian, I'm at home watching the game, recovering from a hip replacement." Oh. I think generally, hip replacements are quite successful, aren't they?
They are.
Well, good luck, Terry, with that. Comes Hayes over the wicket, bowls, and cut away nicely by D'Oliveira. It's only a single on this occasion, down to James Coles in his white floppy sun hat just down below us. Third man prevents anything more than a single. D'Oliveira goes to 29, to 24 for 5, 137 needed to win. Terry says, "I haven't been impressed with the Sussex attack today, apart from Ollie Robinson today." You were talking about Jim Parks earlier on today. I had the scorebook when Jim was at Hove County Grammar School in 1949. Wow.
Oh, right.
Sadly lost during one of my many house moves. On several occasions he top scored, often with 100, and then took 7 wickets with his leggies. In fact, I think Sussex Sunday was a batsman who could bowl. Oh, I don't know. That's an interesting story. Someone could perhaps back that up. We were hearing earlier on how Jim Parks was the only England wicketkeeper who's taken a test wicket?
Apparently in this century, yes, yeah. Or in the last century.
Hayes in, bowls to Libby, who placed him mid-on. They thought about a single, but Ollie Robinson was closing in from mid-on, and there was never a single there. There is no run. You're right, Brad, it's the best weather of the day. The clouds are relatively high. The ground is now bathed in sunshine. There's still some...
Wind's got up a bit.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, the Union Jack's fluttering away. I imagine we've got the Union Jack up there for VE Day. And they don't usually have the Union Jack on the clock tower scoreboard, but it's there today, proudly fluttering away. And the light is good. And whereas this morning it was overcast and testing conditions in which to bat, it's improving. In comes Hayes, bowls and driven by Libby down the ground. Good bit of fielding by Hayes off his own bowling. There is no run. I was wondering, Bradders, why they're still at lunch in the game between Warwickshire and Surrey. Well, I guess it's because Surrey were 9 wickets down. Yeah. As they they do stay out, but Surrey battling out for a draw there. Ben Folkes on 165, Matthew Fisher on 34. Those two coming together when it was 346 for 9, and it is now 387 for 9. So best part of 150 partnership between those two.
487, yeah.
487, sorry. Hayes in again, bowls and pulled by Libby. Now a good stop by Tom Hayes, tumbling away at backward square leg, but not before they've nipped through for another single. Is that the end of the over? Yes, 3 singles coming off of the over. Hayes has bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. Worcestershire 225 for 5. D'Oliveira 29. Libby 126. Runs required, whittling down to 136.
Thanks to Props, who on Twitter, or X, call you what you want. The aforementioned, we were talking about the Richardson brothers. Brian Richardson was chairman of Coventry City in the 1990s. May have something to say about Manchester City Sky. Well, it wasn't Sky Blue Sky, which is the Sky Blue of the Coventry City. He's corrected me. It was Captain Tobias Wilcox, not Captain Tobias Wilkins. Hey, we're going to Barbados. Finn Hudson-Prentice is bowling here, and Brett D'Oliveira's... No, Jake Libby's going to get 4. Maybe not exactly where he was aiming, but he kept it down, and it's gone between the first and the fourth slips. Probably a third slip may well have stopped it, but there isn't one, so the first and fourth slip. So Libby goes to 126, D'Oliveira has 29, and Worcestershire 225 for 5. He also says Brian Richardson was born in Warwickshire, educated at Malvern College, very active president of the Old Malvonians Cricket Society. Had no option but to play for Warwickshire. He wanted to play for Kent, where his family had moved. Apparently he was still playing last year, aged 80. Hudson-Prentice bowls. Libby pushes into the offside. So thank you very much, Propster, for all your information. I think the Old Malvonians have won, what's it called, the Old Boys Cup. They've won that a few times. And Roger Tolshard used to be one of the regulars for that team.
Old Leicestershire player?
Yeah,
Keeper?
played for England.
Yeah.
A wicket keeper who played as a batsman in Test cricket for England in Pakistan, I believe. The memory fades. Hudson-Prentice in bowls, and this is turned away. Square on the leg side. Only be a single. Carson jogs in, and Worcestershire go to 229 for 5, a target of 361.
Let's look at the bonus points on the scoreboard, Bradders. I mean, this is what makes it so interesting. Sussex 4, Worcestershire 3. The winners get 16. I mean, it's whoever loses this game, because someone is going to lose. I don't think this is going to end in a draw.
No, it'd be very strange rest of the day if it did.
Yeah.
Hudson-Prentice is the bowler. D'Oliveira is the batsman, and he flicks it on the leg side. Won't get a run to mid-wicket.
Sam has been in touch. I was saying maybe it's 60-40. Sam has been in touch. Says he reckons it's 50-50 now.
Oh, right.
Well, I think if these two stay together for another... Well, as I say, I mean, the new ball is looming, and Sussex will be hoping that that's going to be important. What are you pointing at, Braddock?
Who's the fielder at mid-wicket? Is Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Wide of the off stump, allowed to go through.
It is
12th man?
Yes, it is. It is Harrison Ward, who
Okay.
just plays white ball cricket for Sussex, just in T20. But so somebody's off the ground.
Wasn't he Indiana Jones, Harrison Ward?
Yes. Is it Ollie Robinson who's off?
Could be. Has he gone to put his bowling boots on?
Quite possibly. I can't see.
New ball due in 4 overs after this one. Yeah, he probably has. But then he can't bowl until he's been back on for the amount of time that he was off, so I believe.
Yeah, so that would be a few minutes, but they've got 4 overs to go.
Hudson-Prentice bowls. D'Oliveira goes for the cut. It is one of his favourite shots, Brett D'Oliveira, and he gets a lot of runs from it, but he doesn't get it this time. Through to wicketkeeper Simpson it goes, and there we are. There's if you're watching on the live stream, there's the flag fluttering, and underneath you can see that D'Oliveira has 29, Libby has 131, and Worcestershire need another 131 for victory. And also there is Mr. O. Robinson coming down the steps and back onto the field. So Harrison Ford has gone back to be Indiana Jones. My favourite film was Indiana Jones and the Last Bus to Bromyard. I enjoyed that one.
Craig in South London has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, "Good afternoon, Adrian and Bradders. I thoroughly enjoyed my first trip to Hove on Saturday.
Good man.
The only thing better than the cricket was a lovely cooling dip in the sea at Stumps.
Ooh.
That was brave, because the sea's not that warm. I know it was a nice day, but it's still only about 14 degrees, I reckon, in the sea. A bit chilly for us, Bradders.
Don't want to mess with that, mate.
He goes on to say, here comes Hayes and bowls, and Libby plays very languidly through the offside, picks up one, they'll come back for a second. Coles is onto the ball now, gets in the throw, but Libby was comfortably back for a second. They're picking up a lot of twos here, are Worcestershire. 133 to Libby, 232 for 5. I had the pleasure of meeting retired Detective Inspector Ivor Webb of the Sussex Force in the pavilion at tea time.
Okay.
The 82-year-old tells me he was also a very handy bowler for Worthing Cricket Club in his time. Had some great stories about playing at the county ground. Thanks for your commentary and have a great summer. Come on, you pairs, says Craig in South London. In comes Hayes and bowls, and Libby again, and this time this could be more than a couple. It could be a boundary. No, James Coles does very well, actually. Gets round the boundary edge and picks up a couple more runs. Good fielding by Coles. Libby to 135, 234 for 5, 127 needed to win. Good shot. They've got a lot of twos back to the square on the offside since lunch.
They have, haven't they? He's just bowling a little bit short and a little bit of width, and both these batsmen are very good at cutting the ball or playing the back foot drive as well.
Yes. Comes Hayes again with the wicket bowls, and Libby plays slightly across the line to mid-on. There is no run. We've got a listener on Cape Cod, Bradders. How about that?
Yeah, been to Cape Cod.
Tony here, thanks for the commentary. Please advise Dave that when there are 2 spectators from the previous one, that is a 100% increase, not 50% increase.
Sorry.
I still listen to him often all these years. New ball key to the game, says Tony, Cape Cod,
Yes.
near to Boston.
Yeah, heard from Toby before. Yeah, you wouldn't want to walk from Boston to Cape Cod, but it is in that area.
That sort of neck of the woods, isn't it?
Yeah. Lovely. New England. Beautiful.
In comes Hayes again, bowls. Well, Libby thought about pulling that short delivery, but pulled out at the last minute, taken by Simpson. There is no run. Martin in a cloudy High Wycombe says, whoever wins this, it's been a great match. I would think in a couple of hours' time it's going to be squeaky posterior time for both sets of fans. New ball could be the key. I think we all think the new ball.
We're very much in tune with you on that one.
Comes Hayes to Cromwell Road end in bright sunshine, bowls, and up on his toes is Libby, plays into the offside, fielded by the Australian Daniel Hughes. There is no run. Tom Clark is warming up the Sussex medium pacer, maybe to get through a couple of overs before the new ball is taken. Peter Quantrill has been in touch. He says, it's been a first-class game, and it's my anecdotal recollection that Worcestershire and Sussex often produce compelling matches between them.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I feel sure you will. Just break off for a moment. As comes Hayes. 3 slips go down, bowls. Good delivery, right up in the block hole, but Libby is equal to the task. Plays it down the onside of the track. There is no run. End of the over. 234 for 5. D'Oliveira 29. Libby 135. Worcestershire needing 127 to win. They've got oodles of overs in which to get them 59 if they're needed. Sussex needing 7 wickets. He says, yes, so do you remember a narrow win to Worcestershire some years ago when the final wicket was taken by a West Indian bowler on loan? The year and the bowler's identity escaped me. I think Sussex lost by 8 runs or so. You won't mind, I hope, if I say that I hope they do it again. I don't remember that game, but there was a very good game down here a couple of years ago, Bradders.
It went to the last ball.
It did. So thank you for getting in touch, Peter.
All right. So a West Indian on loan to
To
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire, yeah.
I can't remember any loans. They've had some short-term contract bowlers in, but I can't remember any loans. So here is Clark in bowls. Did Oliveira wide of the stumps, wide of the batsman, but not wide of wicketkeeper Simpson, who takes it comfortably.
And David Tilstead has been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying the coverage. I'm a Hampshire fan who I would be watching, but the less said the better after this week's match and the result. Yes, they were rather hammered, weren't they? Hampshire up at Trent Bridge.
Yes, they were only just second, as somebody would say. Clark in bowls. D'Oliveira forward. Gone, bowled! Hit the top of his off stump. And Brett D'Oliveira departs, and that vital partnership for Worcestershire has been broken, and also that wicket goes down before the new ball has been taken, and Brett D'Oliveira goes for a very stubborn and hard-earned 29. It's just watching that, went between bat and pad at the top of his off stump, just a little bit of shape back in from Clark, and D'Oliveira goes. So a vital wicket in this game, I would say.
And I reckon, Bradders, that's a partnership of 81 between those two, and a nice sight for the bowler with the off stump pegged back. And well, you have to say credit there to John Simpson. It has come back quite a way, actually, hasn't it?
Might have been a little bit of inside edge on it, but I think it was going to go on at the stumps anyway.
The off stump cartwheeling out the ground. So Tom Clark gets the breakthrough for Sussex. A change of bowling did the trick, and as you say, maybe the fact that it's come before the new ball is a big bonus for Sussex. Now that tips the scales back a little bit more to Sussex, I think, Bradders.
Yeah, well, the new batsman, Matthew Waite, has got to sort of get himself into it, hasn't he?
Yes.
And here we are. We're after lunch on the 4th day, so you can't complain. But this is a pitch where you have to get in. There's been a lot of low scores, shall we say? Batsmen getting 10, 20, and getting out. Not many have gone on to get to 50s. So 2, 3, 4, 4, 6.
But we do know that Matthew Waite can bat. He was very much a part of that draw down at Taunton earlier on this season. Worcestershire hung on for a long, long time, and virtually batting for the best part of 2 days in that match. So it's far from over, and Jake Libby is still there on 135, the standout innings of the match.
Matthew Waite to face his first delivery. Clark with his tail up in bowls down the leg side. Poor ball to a new batsman, and he knows it as well. His head goes up in the air and he runs round in a circle after he's bowled it. 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Fine leg down on the boundary.
Johnny is working from home, and listening to us, and he said the email was referencing Miguel Cummins.
Oh yeah. Here's the next ball from Clark, pushed down the ground, and there is no run.
We must have done that game, Bradders, or just getting up the scorecard.
Where was it at?
It was a Hove on the 12th of September 2016. Worcestershire won by 11 runs. Worcestershire batted first and made 306. Sussex replied with 229. Worcestershire then bowled out for 194. Sussex went out for 260.
Clark into Waite forward defensively. There's a kind of an appeal, but I don't think anything too genuine. There's probably some bat in that, I think, and outside, possibly outside the line as well. But
Miguel Cummins in the second innings at 5 for 82. In the first innings he took 7 for 84. So 12 wickets in the match. Yeah, what a good memory.
Yeah, well remembered. The memory fades. Clark to Waite defensively, initially on the back foot, goes forward and pushes it out on the offside. A generous round of applause from the Sussex faithful for the wicket taking of Clark in that over.
We are going to see some spin, Bradders, as we lead up to the new ball. Jack Carson's coming in, so the new ball available in 2 overs time. Just to run through the sides in those matches: Daryl Mitchell, Brett D'Oliveira, Tom Fell, Joe Clark, George Rhodes, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Ben Cox, Joe Leach, Ed Barnard, Miguel Cummins and Charlie Morris. The Sussex side: Chris Nash, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who opened the batting. Craig Cachopa, Ben Brown, Ollie Robinson, who batted 5. Phil Salt, Chris Jordan, David Visa, Jofra Archer, Danny Briggs, Steve McGoffin. Some good old names there, Bradders.
Yes, yeah, not many of them left playing now, never mind in this game.
So it is going to be Jack Carson with a slip and a short leg at a bowl to Jake Libby, who's 133 not out, 234 for 6. 127 needed to win. In comes Carson over the wicket, bowls, and defending is Libby to backward point, fielded there by Ari Cavalos, and there is no run. The rest of the field, there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-off, there's a mid-on. Ollie Robinson, they're obviously going to take the new ball because Ollie Robinson is warming up furiously down at long on. Mid-wicket, in comes Carson, bowls in bright sunshine, and Libby is forward. and plays with great care down the offside of the track. There is no run. There's a long on, a mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a short fine leg, almost sort of backward square leg really. Hush around the ground. Carson in, bowls, cut firmly by Libby. This is a good shot. They're going to take. They'll come back for 2 here, I think, because Hayes has got a long way to get around the boundary to field. Out at sweeping on the cover boundary. 2 more to Libby, who's absolutely key to the outcome of this now. He's on 137.
Yes. I think for Worcestershire to win this, Jake Libby's got to get a double century.
Well, he's got 137. He's playing a wonderful knock for his county as Carson is in again, bowls. Libby is forward, plays to backward point, fielded by Carvelas, who makes as if to shy at the non-striker's end, but I think Matthew Waite was pretty firmly in his ground. Enthralling cricket, you can just, you know, the fact that it is so quiet, people are completely absorbed in the game as the more and more blue sky appears above Hove, and Carson is in, bowls, forward comes Libby and plays defensively down the offside of the track. There is no run. Jack Carson in his 11th over. Hasn't taken a wicket, 0 for 25, but he'll remember this match for his maiden first-class century in the first innings. In again. Bowls and Libby defends down the track. There is no run. So the 79th over of the innings has gone, the significance of which is that the new ball will be available in 1 more over. 236 for 6. Libby 137. Waite yet to score. 57 overs left in the day, so overs are really not a factor. I can see Ari Carvelas is warming up down in front of us, which makes you think he's going to take the new ball along with Ollie Robinson. Of course, we always say, Bradders, with the new ball, you never know. Sometimes it can disappear around the ground quite quickly, so it's not a guarantee of success.
Yep. Goes quicker off the bat. Yeah. Here's the next delivery from Clark. Pushes out on the offside, the last over before the new ball is due. Matthew Waite goes for a stroll towards square leg.
Yeah, that was a bonus wicket, wasn't it, really, for Sussex? He felt that John Simpson was, you know, trying to rattle through these overs and get to the new ball. To pick up a wicket was a big bonus.
Clark again. Waite pushes down the ground. He's going to take a single to the left of Robinson. Good pick up by the big man.
Yeah, he's good.
The stumps, but in the end it was pretty comfortable as long as both batsmen answered the call. Worcestershire go to 237 for 6. Matthew Waite off the mark. Jake Libby has 137.
He's a good fielder, Robinson, actually. He got a brilliant run out down at Gloucester last year in the T20. Similar situation to that. For a big man, he does get down quickly. But you're right, Waite was pretty safely home in the end.
3 slips for the next delivery from Clark to Libby. Libby comes forward, pushes solidly back down the pitch. The ball just about reaches Ollie Robinson before it stops. You say, and the crowd enthralled by this game, those that have come along today. It's Monday's not a good day to get a day off. Can't really say to the gaffer, oh, you might get a Friday off, but you're not going to get a Monday off. Clark bowls, and this is off a pad down the leg side, and Simpson, the wicketkeeper, just strolls across and picks it up because it's not going anywhere. We have, I don't know, 50% blue sky,
yeah,
40%
I reckon.
blue sky.
Yeah, I reckon.
Comfortably the best weather of the day.
There was talk of showers, Bradders, but it doesn't look like it at the minute, which is good.
Yeah, well, we don't want rain to.
No.
I mean, okay, well, Worcestershire would probably be quite happy with 8 more points, but they don't want to ruin a good game with some weather. Here's the next ball, Libby. A picture of concentration plays out on the offside. Very hushed. Compare the scene today and the atmosphere of the day to a T20 or a 100 ball match, and it's almost
entirely different.
Totally different game. Clark in bowls and Libby pushes away on the offside. Good over there from Tom Clark. He's only conceded 1 run. He's kept the pressure on, which is what his skipper is asking him to do. So 237 for 6, and Ollie Robinson is strolling to the far end, removing his sweater and his cap. And this, I think, is the crux. Is that the right word?
Yes.
This is I think, the deciding factor of this game. If Worcestershire can get through this, then they'll maybe. I mean, it may be that they get through this and then lose 3 wickets to the spinner or the medium pacer after that. So, what do we know? What do we know?
Well, well done, Sussex. I'm a great one about communication in cricket, and I don't think it's good enough sometimes about what's going on in the game. We had a situation yesterday, didn't we, with the warning issued to Harry Cavalos. You know, not everyone in the ground knew what was going on. But the new ball's been taken, and a picture of a new cricket ball comes up on the scoreboard. It says new ball taken. So we're in no doubt. It's been taken, and in bright sunshine, it's Ollie Robinson running down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Matthew Waite. Well, we said sometimes the new ball could disappear. That's exactly what's happened. He just punches that away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Waite. He goes to 5. 241 for 6. Here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio, Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, your commentary team on what's turning into an enthralling game. She's starting today 117 for 3. They've whittled those down now, 241 for 6 and 120 runs needed to win, but only 4 wickets in hand. There are 3 slips in place for Robinson, who's in his 22nd over of the innings, figures of 1 for 44. In bright sunshine, in and bowls, and Waite lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. So 3 slips, then a ring of 3, saving 1 on the offside. In the onside field, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The men out today, Ben Allison, the light watchman, for 3 to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Ethan Brooks, bowled by Harry Cavalos, for 9. And then just a couple of overs ago, maybe the key wicket, well, one of the key wickets, Brett D'Oliveira, the skipper, bowled through the gate by Tom Clark for 29. But Jake Libby is still there, 137 not out, as Robinson makes his way in again and bowls, and Waite is forward steadfastly right in behind it, plays into the offside. There is no run. Elsewhere in the county championship today, just 2 other matches going on. Essex so far haven't lost a wicket today. Ooh.
Hello.
166 for 4, with Matt Critchley on 45, Michael Pepper on 59. Hanging on for a draw there are Essex and Edgbaston, Surrey 492 for 9. That game against Warwickshire heading for a draw as well. There's going to be a result here one way or t'other. In comes Robinson, bowls to Waite, who's right in behind that, foot right to the pitch of the ball, plays defensively to mid-off, and there is no run. Tense, tight cricket, barely a sound around Hove.
We've seen a few of these sessions.
We have.
Batsmen having to work really hard for their runs.
Robinson walks back up to the Cromwell Road end of the ground, bowling down the hill towards the sea here at Hove, towards the English Channel, as in comes Robinson. Bowls, and Waite's beating. That's a cracking delivery by Ollie Robinson. Waite playing a missing. The ball rattles through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. Yes, and we could be in for an absolute thriller here, Adam. Worcestershire are 241 for 6 in their second innings. Jake Libby, the Worcestershire opener, magnificent innings. He's 137 not out. Worcestershire need another 120 to win. Sussex need 4 wickets. Meanwhile, at Edgbaston, it's heading towards a draw. Surrey 492 for 9 in their first innings, in reply to Warwickshire's 665. As in comes Robinson, bowls to Waite, who plays the ball into his pad. The ball bounces out into the offside. So a boundary off the first ball of the innings, but then 5 dot balls. And Worcestershire 241 for 6. Libby 137. Waite is on 5. And I think we could, well, you could never safely say the weather's not. We don't know what the weather's like coming from behind the media centre here, but certainly as we look out towards the downs here at Hove, as Bradders was saying, there's lots and lots of blue sky. So fingers crossed the weather won't intervene, and we're going to. And if it doesn't, we're going to get a winner one way or t'other.
Yeah, there's.
In fact, it looks all right. They've just showed a picture there.
Nothing on the radar I can see. very, very often. Coastal areas, we get different sorts of weather. Clark to continue, so Cavalis not trusted with a new ball, but Clark's bowled a really good spell here. He's taken 1 for 33 in 9 overs, and he's bowling to Jake Libby, and Libby is back and pushing out to backward point for a single, one more to the Worcestershire total, 242 for 619 now needed for victory. Well, this was a game on, I think yesterday morning we were conjecturing would we still be here on Monday.
We were, yeah.
Well, looks like we could well be here till well after tea on Monday. Clark in, bowls. Oh, that's well bowled. He has bowled well in this spell, Tom Clark. I think he's got that one just to drift away. The one that bowled Brett Oliveira came into him. Now he's got that. Now that is pitching off stump, and it's gone away. And Matthew Wade, he has to play at it. He has to play at it, because if it goes straight on, it's going to hit his off stump.
Interesting, Brad, is that John Simpson decided not to turn to his normal opening bowlers with a new ball. Yeah,
such a good spell.
Yeah, he's kept him on.
Away he goes, and this time it's turned away just in front of square on the leg side. No run.
Sorry, Brad, because Aaron Cavalis was warming up. I would think he would have probably expected to have taken the new ball, but I think that's good captaincy. If you've got somebody who's just taken a wicket,
oh, yeah.
Why would you whip him out the attack?
Keep him going. Yeah. Clark turns. 3 slips of the close grabbers. Wait, bat held high, pushes back down the pitch. Run rate's not a problem.
No.
In fact, it does come up on the thing, but it was 2.19 if you wish to know from here. Somebody's got a nasty cough there in the background.
But it's so quiet you can hear somebody coughing. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's really tense, this is. Clark in and bowls and Wait. We'll get a run here. He might get 2 runs here. He might get 3 runs here. He's turned that away through the leg side. In fact, he'll get 2. Danny Hughes is the fielder there. Sliding past the ball and getting it back in. So Wait goes to 7. 244 for 6. 117 needed for victory, or 4 wickets needed for victory. Clark it will be. Wait it will be. And Hughes it will be. Only this is a much more comfortable bit of fielding to his last effort. Just picks the ball up and end of the over. Worcestershire 244 for 6. If you've just joined us, welcome, welcome. Today, Ben Allison, Court Simpson bowled Hunson Prentice for 3. Brooks bowled Carvelis for 9. D'Oliveira bowled Clark for 29 at the moment. Libby 138. Wait on 7.
As Ollie Robinson gives his cap to umpire Ben Debenham. The bowl is 23rd over of the innings, figures of 22 overs, 5 mains, 1 for 44. He's to be bowling to Jake Libby, who you feel is absolutely key here to the outcome of this match. Libby stays in. There's a very good chance that Worcestershire might get over the line here. 3 slips, but still at 117 needed. It's a lot of runs. Robinson in, bowls, and Libby is hit around the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run. The sun is out. If you're listening in the area and you want something to keep yourself occupied, I think we could be playing after tea here, and it's free admission here even to Hove on after tea on match days. So if you fancy coming along, I'm sure you'll be very welcome. You could see some very exciting cricket as well. A shout out in a minute to a game that's happening here at Hove on Sunday. There's Robinson. In again, bowls to Libby, who drives handsomely through the covers. More runs. I'm not sure that's going to go for 4. Daniel Hughes is in hot pursuit up towards the boundary at long off, but Libby comes back for 3 runs. Nice looking shot. Just punched the ball away through mid-off. He goes to 141, 247 for 6. Yes, here on Sunday, the Disability T10 Cup at Hove. with Sussex, Hampshire, Surrey and Essex taking part. The final being played under lights. It's being streamed online. Entry is free on the day, so it's a great thing to support here at Hove on Sunday. Robinson comes into bowl to Matthew Waite. 7 not out, he's in and bowls, and Waite is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
That's going to be playing late if the lights are going to be on.
Yes, it is, because I mean it's light now, Bradders, till what? 9? Half 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
The deep mid wicket, which was in for Jake Libby, has now come up to an orthodox mid wicket. Finn Hudson-Prentice in there, who's going through a bit of a warm-up routine. He's got a choice of other seamers he could turn to, John Simpson. He's kept faith with Tom Clark with the new ball for the time being. But for the time being, it's Robinson. Bright sunshine bowls to Matthew Waite, who just lets that one go through to John Simpson. There is no run.
Remember many years ago, I remember whose testimonial benefit match it was when Worcestershire decided to play Warwickshire at Molyneux in Wolverhampton.
Really?
When they built a new stand way back, and it was actually big enough to play cricket on. So it was billed as a day-night game, floodlit cricket. When there wasn't that much, it's that long ago when there wasn't that much floodlit cricket going on. So big build-up, Worcestershire against Warwickshire, the local derby, drama under the floodlights at Molyneux.
Robinson in and bowls, forward comes Waite, plays securely to mid-off, there is no run.
The problem was that there was a matting wicket on top of the football pitch, and it just was a little bit dangerous. You couldn't bowl fast on it, so everybody's bowling off about 3 or 4 paces. So we got to the interval and it was broad daylight. So it'd been advertised as day-night cricket. So I think we had 2 hours for tea. We organised also. I always remember we had a cricket ball throwing competition, and Alan Donald threw the ball the length of the Molyneux pitch and halfway up the terrace at the far end. Still got a programme for that sort of.
Robinson, final ball of his over, in and bowls, and Waite plays on. Waite is at 1 outside the off stump, waves his bat in frustration. John Simpson takes end of the over, 247 for 6, Waite on 7. Libby on 141, 114 needed to win. Funnily enough, Brad, as I saw a game of cricket at Stamford Bridge once, and it was the West Indies, I think against an England or a rest of the world 11. Certainly Viv Richards played, and that was under lights, then a matting wicket. And I think I've got the programme for that as well at home somewhere. So they were ahead of their time a little bit then,
Yeah, they were. Yeah. They had a tournament at on the whatever it called, the Millennium Stadium at Cardiff. They played on there as well. But of course, the problem with playing cricket is Clark is in and bowls, and that's short, pulled away by D'Oliveira, racing down the hill. That should go away. Will it go for 4? It will go for 4. Yes. On a very lush outfield, so Clark apologises to his teammates for dropping it short, but Jake Libby is quite happy with it. He's pulled that away for 4 more, and Worcestershire go on to 251. I think it's up on the board. The sun's shining on the board, so 251 for 6, another 110 needed for a Worcestershire victory. Clark is ready to go again. This ball is again, not say again, but this is angling in to the batsman, but Libby gets inside the line and eases it down to fine leg, where Hayes is the fielder down there. Yeah, so you play on a football pitch, the boundaries at each side are very short, aren't they? And it's a little bit dangerous. I went to a couple of those, and they had to put netting at the sides in Cardiff because people were in serious danger of getting hit, and the actual pitches are not very good for bowling on, but good fun. Clark this time to Matthew Waite. Waite is forward, solidly out into the offside, where Carsten comes in ever enthusiastically to field.
I just wondered, Brad, it's 109 to win now. Once you get below 100, I mean, those lads still to come on the balcony. This is when you perhaps are divvying out the runs between you, isn't it? We'll get 20.
Yeah, getting a little bit nervous.
It is.
Off he goes, Clark, and this time Waite is just turning this one away. Once again, down to fine leg. Once again, one more. The scoreboard ticks over, clicks over. Well, it doesn't these days, does it? It just because it's all electronic, but pings over. I think our electronic scoreboard on our club packed up on Saturday, so I had to go ferreting the sheds to put the
old one up, the old numbers.
The tins on the nails.
Yeah. I used to love doing that as a kid, putting the numbers up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was your job.
Yeah.
Next ball from Clark is to...
that's going to be
I
fun.
totally lost track of that until the fielder started to race round from cover point to third man. Totally in control of it, Jake Libby, but not off the full face of the bat. I couldn't see it at all until that Robinson down there started hurtling round the boundary. I had no idea where the ball had gone.
I think it's Hudson Prentice all the way down there.
Yeah, he's in a different postcode to us. 2 more to the total, though. 255 for 6.
8 off the over, Bradders.
Yeah, although it's apart from the first ball, it's not been a bad over, has it? So Clark bowls and Libby drives. Only gets a single for this. It's the great thing about cricket. He got one away off a thickish outside edge for 2, and he drives beautifully through into the covers and gets a single. But that's what cricket is all about. Well, it's all about more than that, but that's one of the vagaries of the game. 256 for 6. Worcestershire, their target is 361. Jake Libby has 149. Matthew Waite has 8.
And you're listening to live cricket on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, your commentary team. Elsewhere in the County Championship today, Essex 179 for 4. They haven't lost a wicket all day against Yorkshire. They're battling towards a draw. Matt Critchley on 54. He's faced 194 balls for that. Michael Pepper on 63. So Essex clinging to a draw down at Chelmsford. Meanwhile, up at Edgbaston, Surrey 498 for 9. Ben Folkes 174 not out. Matthew Fisher on 35 as in comes Ollie Robinson down the hill and bowls to Jake Libby, who turns it onto the leg side. Very good bit of fielding there at almost a leg gully position by Tom Haynes, sprawling away to his left hand side. Prevents a single being taken.
Been very good today, the Sussex ground fielding, saved a lot of runs.
It has. Ari Carvelos is now going through quite a vigorous warm-up routine down below us, and he does this sort of kicking his legs high in there. You described it almost like a ballet dancer.
He is, yeah.
Look at that. I don't think I could do that.
He's going to hit his chin with his knee if he keeps doing that.
So it looks like maybe Tom Clark is going to come out of the attack having taken that wicket of D'Oliveira, and Carvelos will bowl the next over up the hill. In comes Robinson. Bowls and Waite drives handsomely again through the covers. More runs here. This is going to probably be 3, I would imagine. In hot pursuit is Daniel Hughes. No, good stop actually. He managed to drag the ball, but 2 more to the total. And applause for the 150 for Jake Libby. That's a wonderful knock by the Worcestershire opener. He gets some applause from the Sussex fielders as well, which is good to see. It's been a super knock, Bradders, opening the innings. 151 off of 234 balls. And all he's doing is bringing the runs required down to 103. Robinson waits at the end of his run. 3 slips go down. Robinson in bright sunshine, in and bowls. All of his beaten. That's a cracking delivery by Ollie Robinson, who looks towards the heavens as if to say, what have I got to do? Because that really was an absolute belting delivery. And he's bowled 1 or 2 like that today.
There's still something in this pitch.
There is. So, I mean, you know, we've heard so much about pitches and pitches where games just dribble into fairly unentertaining draws, which is not going to get people queuing around the block to watch Championship cricket. But this pitch, you know, we're going to almost certainly go into a final session on the 4th day. It's what you want, and you know, the game is in the balance. Robinson in bowls to Libby. He pulls. Oh, it's got away over the head of John Simpson. A cry of catch. I think he got a bit of glove on that. Yes, he did. It came off the glove. It flew over the head of John Simpson. You probably heard the cry of catch in our effects microphone. He was looking to take that on Jake Libby. Robinson can't believe it, but it's a boundary, and what that does is to bring the runs required down to double digits. 99 needed to win.
Just got a message off Martin, who said we were on about Jake Libby against Sussex. Jake Libby scored a century for Nottinghamshire on his debut against Sussex. Got 108 on his debut in 2016. Actually,
Robinson in bowls to Libby. Sorry, Brad, has turned onto the onside. There is no run.
The action's more important. He was on loan to Northamptonshire when he got there, but his highest score is 215 against
Sussex
at Hove.
There we go. He enjoys it here, Jake Libby. He's been in a long time. 155 off 237 balls. I'll tell you how long he's been batting for in a minute, but he's been in for a fair old while, you know. I just thought that shot looked a little tired. And taking Robinson on is a brave thing to do, but he survived. Robinson in again, bowls to Libby. Another cry of catch. That was about 5 yards short of Tom Haynes at that sort of leg gully position, so no chance of a catch. End of the over. 262 for 6. Weight on 8. Libby on 155. 99 needed to win for Worcestershire. 4 wickets needed for Sussex. County Championship cricket at its finest. And I think Sussex got their noses ahead. I think I would call this maybe 55-45. Ari Cavalis, who you'd have expected to have taken the new ball, is now going to come into the attack.
Add 2 wickets to any score is something that we repeat so often in this game. It must bore the listeners to death, but you know, it is true. It is a fact of life. If you had 2 wickets to any score, so if Worcestershire were 270 for 8, it'd be a different story. But here is Cavalis, and he's going to be bowling to Matthew Waite, and this first ball is down the leg side. There's a shout of catch, but I'm not sure it's come off the bat. We'll find out from the umpire in a moment, or in the umpire's opinion, it's come off the bat. They've come back for 2, and leg byes is the signal from James Middlebrook, and Worcestershire have 2 more. 264 for 6. The cries across the... I haven't had many goals today. We usually get loads of goals caught squawking up above us, so they've not been with us today. Cavalis in and bowls, and Waite is oof. When he plays that down into the ground and looks around very sharply, because the ball is rolling back towards his stumps. It rolls wide of the stumps in the end. It was a short ball. They got down inside edge-ish and went down between the pads and the stumps. It was one of those that could easily have ricocheted onto the pad and onto the stumps. It didn't miss by too much, to be honest. So Matthew Waite walks away, a sigh of relief, goes back and takes guard again, looks up to see Cavalis coming in. Waite forward, plays back down the pitch. Bowler himself on the follow through, does the fielding. It's a game of fine margins, this cricket. Edges go to hand, inside edges go onto the stumps. Cavalis, tall, dark-haired, broad-shouldered, high-stepping, and he comes and bowls, and Waite takes the bottom hand away as he plays this to mid-wicket. The ever enthusiastic and athletic Carson at mid-wicket does the fielding. Waite goes for another walk. I mean, it's tense in the crowd. It's tense in this commentary box. I wonder what it's like if you're out there batting. Maybe it's not as tense because you can only deal with what comes down at you, can't you? But the mind games start to play, surely. Cavalis bowls, Waite. I think he's looking to cut, but it's not quite there, so he plays defensively off the back foot, back down the pitch.
We had a wonderful game here last year, Brad, it was against Leicestershire, with Leicestershire chasing 400 plus to win the game, and at one stage looking out of it, but Louis Kimber played a wonderful innings, and the closer that Leicestershire got the tension, and then you're thinking, do you change the way you're playing? He'd been attacking the whole way through, and in the end I think Leicestershire fell about 10 runs short. It was a fantastic game.
Cavalis, the bowler, Waite, the batsman, turns this one away on the long side, on the onside, and picks up a single. Now, Carson had been fielding there. They just changed the field a bit, and the mid-wicket rather, went out to deep mid-wicket, so it gave Worcestershire a single. It puts Matthew Waite on strike, which Sussex may not be too worried about. Although he's now faced 29 deliveries, so he's probably got himself in. But they might think that Ollie Robinson has more chance of getting Matthew Waite out from Jake Libby, who's faced 238 deliveries. If you're following this, there's a person there in a deck chair we can see on our screen, absolutely fast asleep.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's happy.
Happily asleep.
He's happily asleep. You can tell he's happily asleep.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch, or on Twitter, Bradders at BBC. That's exactly what Steve has done. Steve Heisman. He makes a very good point, and I'll read your email in a minute, Steve. Thanks for getting in touch. Meanwhile, Ollie Robinson is coming down the hill to bowl to Matthew Waite, who's back and across and steers that onto the leg side. There is no run. He says, could someone please explain why does a 4-day game finish on a Monday? ? Lost revenue, no one watching, cracking last day, and many people could have watched this finale on a Sunday. What a way to end the weekend, watching the result unfolding.
Mainly because a lot of cricket goes to 3 days, but not all cricket, as we've seen today. Not every game in the County Championship has gone to 4 days, so they're kind of trying to guarantee 2 days of cricket. But then again, towards the end of the season, they start on a different day anyway.
Robinson in bowls. Waite drives handsomely through the covers. I don't think this is going to go for 4 because the outfield is a little sluggish after the heavy overnight rain. Chasing all the way back to the boundaries, James Hayes, but not before Matthew Waite's able to come through for a comfortable 3 runs. He goes to 12. 268 for 6. Gary Knight has been in touch up in Horsham. He says, hi Adrian, as I write this, Worcestershire need 97 to win and Sussex require 4 wickets. So I'm starting to twitch involuntarily because I didn't predict such a strong performance from the Worcestershire batters. I'm desperately hoping the understrength Sussex attacks and somehow prize out the excellent Jake Libby, as I feel that will be the crucial moment of the day. Whatever way it goes, it's been an enthralling game. It certainly has. Robinson in. But also Libby, he beats him outside the off stump. Through to John Simpson, there is no run. It says full of fluctuations. Played on another excellent pitch. Regards, Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Going back to our correspondent asking why games finish on a Monday, you, I know, have noticed this, and I've noticed it a lot, but sometimes weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, the crowds are lower than they are in the week, mainly because people are doing other things, and the people who come and watch County Championship cricket can come on most days in the week, if you see what I mean. Not sure that makes any sense, but...
Robinson in bowls. Libby short pulls away. That's going to go for 4 runs. It's a very good shot, not least. It was a good shot, but it bisected the 2 fielders who were back on the leg side. There was a fine leg and a deep backwards square leg, and it was pulled by Jake Libby. Beautifully played. Rolled his hands over the ball. 159. 89 needed to win. 159 to Libby, I should say. 89 needed to win. Nikki Smith has been in touch. Hello, Nikki. She says, I'm enjoying the commentary. You earlier compared atmosphere to T20 or 100. This format is exciting enough for me. Battling traffic to try to get to Hove before the close, says Nikki. Well, if you come after tea, it's free to get in. Robinson bowls to Libby. Short pulled away again, and this time Jack Carson gets round the boundary. Fine leg to field. I just thought for a moment, it is a single to Libby, I should say. Come on, Adrian. 160 to Libby, 273 for 6. 88 needed to win. I just thought for a moment that was in the air, but he'd rolled his wrists. And what a knock this is from Jake Libby. 160 not out. A change in the field. That leg slipper's gone. We've now got 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. Then on the leg side, a mid-on, and 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. Ollie Robinson in his 25th over in over the wicket. Bowls to Waite. Waite punches that through the offside. It's well fielded by James Hayes, but not before Waite has nipped through for another single. He goes to 13. It's the end of the over. 274 for 6. Runs required, sorry, Bradders, is 87.
And 17 overs till tea. There's a very dodgy character come up on our screens.
Yes.
There, yeah, a very iffy character. I think we get the stewards round there and get him.
Well, it's
thrown out.
Jack who should be operating. It's Jack who should be operating the string, but he's out in the sunshine.
He's been spotted.
Yeah. I think he's pulling rank over Isaac, who
Photographic evidence.
who runs the stream. And well done to the lads on the stream. They've done a really good job this week.
That, Your Honour, is the case for the prosecution.
It is. Yeah.
Got him in one.
Yeah.
Oh, well, 17 overs till tea. This is.
Oh, is tea at a certain time on the last day?
Oh, yes, you could be quite right. Here's the next ball, which is turned away by Matthew Wade. As he falls forward and looks at the bottom of his bat. Yes, it's at 20 to 4, isn't it?
Regardless,
yeah. Set in stone. So we've got a way to go before tea, haven't we? So we've still got 40 minutes till tea. We'll know a lot more about where this game's going by tea.
We could do with someone making us a cup of tea here, Bradders.
We could, yeah. If anybody's
sort of passing the ground.
If anybody's listening in Horsham or East Grinstead or Shoreham, want to bring us a flask of tea down. Here's Carvelis in bowls, driven by Waite. Not as forcefully as I first thought. Again, he looks at the bottom of his bat, and it's goes to Robinson at mid-off. There is no run. 274 for 6. Waite 13. Libby 160. There's some Finn Hudson-Prentice is doing some warming up at backward point. Maybe he's going to have another go at it. Next ball from Carvelis is short, and although he plays it coming forward in the end, Matthew Waite his weight is on the back foot. Plays it out into mid-wicket. Still no great rush from Worcestershire. That the run rate, if you want to call it that, is 1 point. Sorry about that. 1.79. Not to be sneezed at, of course. It's the next ball to Waite, who plays down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding, but then throws it to mid-off as he won't waste any time. I've got this thing about fielders wasting time by throwing it at the wicket-keeper and then doing all this, whereas Carvelis picked it up, threw it to mid-off, got it back. He's walking back anyway, so he hasn't wasted any time.
No, you're right.
The time wasted between overs is...
Umpires don't like that. That's when they get... That's when you can see that over 8 slipping away.
Carvelis in and bowls, and Waite is forward again. Once again, bat and pad very close together. He's gone to... he got 13, Matthew Waite. He's faced 36 deliveries for that. He normally likes to give it a clunk. He played an innings at Cheltenham 3 years ago. Worcestershire were trying to build up a lead and get enough to declare, and he smashed it all over the place. It's quite narrow sideways at Cheltenham, and he pulled the boundary there, but he's playing an obdurate innings here, although he drives this one. Robinson will field, going to his left at mid-off, and that completes Carvelis over. Just the 1 run off the last ball. He's taken 2 for 43. Waite 14, Libby 160, 275 for 6, and the target for Worcestershire is 361, and I make that 86 needed for victory. 4 wickets needed for a Sussex victory.
Martin Mahoney was cleaning out his gutters.
Oh, well, as you do.
But he's not doing it. He always had to come in and watch.
Oh, good.
He says, great match. So, well, much more fun watching the cricket, Martin, than cleaning out gutters. That sounds a horrible job, doesn't it?
Leave that gutter cleaning to others.
Yeah.
All those little bits of leaves and stuff from the winter. Leave it alone.
Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from. If you're watching the live stream, you may be watching as Robinson break off. Robinson comes in down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Matthew Waite. Is in and bowls, and Waite defends into the offside. There is no run. You may be listening on 5 Sports Sector or BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley. You can also listen via your smart speaker as well if you have such a thing. Just have to say, play. What day are we on, Bradders? Day 4. Sussex v Worcestershire, and I think by the magic of all sorts of new technology, you can listen to us.
You just have to tell it, don't you?
Tell your smart speaker.
Yeah, tell your smart speaker what
to play.
Do. Yeah.
Sussex v Worcestershire, day 4. Robinson. the Cromwell Road in bowls to Waite, who has a wild drive at that outside the offside. He took his bottom hand off the bat as well. He was swinging with that one-handed. The ball goes through to John Simpson, no run, and Robinson wanders back. He's not walking back quite as sprightly as he was earlier on. He's bowled a lot of overs today, Ollie Robinson. He's in his 26th over of the innings. I think he'd bowled 5 last night, so he's done a stint as the Sussex opening bowler. The sun is out, lots of blue sky around, more blue sky now than cloud, and we look set fair as the 3 slips go down. Robinson is in, bowls down the leg side. That's going to be 4 byes. It slipped out. I don't think he got a nick on that. No, they are indeed 4 byes, and you heard the thud as the ball thumped into the advertising hoarding. Worcestershire 4 runs closer to victory.
Tough one for the wicket keeper, wasn't it? It was wide and it was dying as well. It bounced in front of his vain attempt to get across.
82 needed to win. Derek Lloyd's been in touch. He says the Sussex win takes a bit of pressure off the next 2 away games. The defeat closes the table right up. He's having a cup of tea in the garden.
Good lad.
He's Derek. In comes Robinson. Down the hill, bowls to Matthew Waite. Oh, he very nearly got a little tickle on that. The slips have all got their hands on their heads. Through to John Simpson. They're only having a cup of tea in the garden. Dog having to wait for a walk.
Oh, it's a bit warm for the dog anyway. Wait till 8 o'clock tonight. You'll enjoy it more.
He says a busy weekend with Taunton on Friday, Brentford on Sunday, as they unbelievably push for Europe. Yes, having a good season of Brentford.
Brentford in Europe.
Yeah, who'd have thought it? Yeah. I remember commentating on a game at Brentford many years ago back at the old Griffin Park.
Yes.
With the 4 pubs on each, on each corner of the ground.
Yep.
Robinson in, bowls to Waite, who's forward solidly on this occasion, plays to mid-off. And there is no runs. That's Derek. Thank you for listening, Derek. Got to take my dog out for a walk when we get home. Martin is listening in the blazing Scottish sunshine with a nice chilled glass of rosé wine.
Whereabouts are you, Martin?
Well, I'm trying to pronounce this. You might have to help me out here, Bradders. Buchlyvie. Buchlyvie?
Buchlyvie? No, don't know that.
As a massive Sussex fan, I moved up to Scotland 8 years ago, but tune in whenever possible. In comes Robinson. Over the wicket, bowls. Oh, Waite again plays and misses at one outside the off stump. Ollie Robinson always looks resigned as if say, what have I got to do to entice a nick here? But Matthew Waite survives. He's on 14, 279 for 6. Runs required 82. I'll just finish the email. Not quite the same as sitting in the sun at home, but it'll have to do for now. Enjoying the commentary as always. Off down to see England v India at Old Trafford in the summer. Love the game and good luck to Sussex for the rest of the day. Thank you, Martin. Perhaps you can let us know whereabouts in Scotland you are.
Barlby.
Yeah,
Barlby.
Where that's near. We're probably making absolute horlicks of pronouncing it, but thank you anyway. Good to hear from you. We've had listeners all over the place today, Brad.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they are.
We are multinational. Is Harry Cavalis, talking multinational, qualifies to play for Greece, I think, doesn't he?
Yes.
If he wished to. Racing in and bowls, and this is short and Libby pulls, but he's only going to get a single because Carson, who's got rid of his floppy hat, which has confused me, he's got a cap on now. Thanks to Stephen Mann, 1 more run to the total, 279 for 6. What about when they start county championship match? Wasn't it to balance weekends cricket versus hospitality income, as most don't go into 4 days now? Personally, I was a fan of the Sunday starts. Play Saturday, then catch day 1 around the country in the sun. I see what you mean. Here's Cavalis in, bowls to Waite, who plays a kind of a flat-batted shot. I think originally he was going to cut that, but the ball wasn't really there, so he kind of pushed it.
So like a baseball shot.
Pushed it with a flat bat. Yeah, back down the pitch, yeah. By the way, talking of tell your smart speaker, it's generally Alexa, isn't it? A little dog doesn't like Alexa's voice.
Oh.
So if Alexa comes and you say, Alexa, play in the... And he only has to say one sentence. He hates Alexa's voice. Here's Cavalis into Waite, which is that's appeal. The bowler's gone up a few seconds after, so he's not convinced. Did he get an edge on that? I think it's a bit of bat in that. There's a bit of bat in that. It's probably too high as well. It's above the roll of the pad. So it was a vain appeal. So yeah, there we are. You've learned something today. Our dog doesn't like Alexa. Maybe Alexa may not like our dog. You never know. 280 for 6. 81 needed for Worcestershire to win. 4 wickets needed for Sussex to win. 3 slips crouched down. Matthew Waite awaits the next delivery, and he's very solidly in behind this one, pushing out on the offside. He's got 14 off 47 deliveries.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. The Surrey innings has come to an end at Edgbaston. Last wicket partnership of 158 between Matthew Fisher and Ben Folkes. Folkes not out 174. Fisher eventually out for 40.
How far behind are they?
161.
So they could enforce the
They
follow
could.
On. Well, they'd probably want a bit of batting practice, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Cavalis in, bowls short. Too short. Doesn't really bother the batsman at all. Just ducks underneath, lets the ball go over his head. It doesn't bother the batsman, but he'll be aware that Cavalis can bowl that ball, and maybe the next ball is a full-length delivery.
So there's been 15 wickets in that match in 15 sessions. I don't think that's great.
It's not.
Give me a game like this any day.
Yeah.
Giving the bowlers some help.
Here's Cavalis. There's Waite. Ooh. Well, I'll say this for Matthew Waite. He's keeping the slips and wicketkeeper interested, isn't
and
he?
us.
He's had a few little sessions, shall we call them, outside the off stump. But he's still there, and we are, where are we? Half an hour away from tea. And if he's still there at tea, he will have done a very good job for his team. Not that he hasn't done a good job for his team already. For 49 balls he's faced Jake Libby on 161.
Meanwhile, at Chelmsford, in the other county championship game today, Essex are still battling away. They haven't lost a wicket all day. 193 for 4. Matt Critchley 66. Michael Peck of 65. Critchley's been in for 266 minutes for his 60-odd. In comes Robinson, bowls to Jake Libby, turns it onto the onside. Picks up a single to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. One more to the total, which goes to 281 for 6. And reduces the runs required to 80. The highest score in the match was 284, which was Sussex in their first innings. So what an effort this has been by Worcestershire. Libby goes to 162. So it looks like Essex are hanging on for a draw at Chelmsford. As Robinson is in to bowl to Matthew Waite. He's in and bowls. Waite is solidly and stoutly forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. For those of you who missed the county championship results yesterday, Nottinghamshire are top of Division 1 of the county championship. They walloped Hampshire at Trent Bridge inside 3 days. And in the second division, the table is headed up by Leicestershire. I think many of us are glad to see Leicestershire having a good season.
They've done all right,
They have.
On the one-day cup, haven't they?
Yeah. Yes, they did. A couple of years ago, the 50 over.
Yeah.
Yes, they have. Robinson. In again, bowls, Waite, again solidly forward, plays to mid-off, no run. Lancashire bottom of the pile, bottom of the county championship of Lancashire, having been beaten yesterday by Northamptonshire. And Glamorgan also recording their first win of the season yesterday, a 3-day thumping of Kent down at Canterbury.
Yeah, I think first time since 2005 that Northants had beaten Lancashire. I read that this morning. Picture my BBC colleague Andrew Radd had posted of the Northamptonshire players on the outfield having a celebratory drink.
In comes Robinson, bowls. Well, that kept a bit low. He needed a shovel there, didn't he? He's actually broken his bat, I think, Matthew.
He did well to keep that out.
I think he'd maybe broken his bat before, because now on comes one of the Worcestershire backroom staff with a selection of bats for Matthew Waite. He did well to keep that out, and he's now taking off his gloves and is sort of he's taking off his jumper as well. He's getting a bit hot, Matthew Waite. A couple of emails come in just to lighten the mood a little. Says David, much talk about the Philby brothers on commentary yesterday. Yes, John Philby is the chairman of Sussex, and a very fine chairman he is indeed. Not many remember that his father Bill Philby was Archdeacon of Horsham. One of his duties was to admit to office the church wardens of the churches of his patch.
Okay.
Normally this takes place in a formal and rather solemn service. Just break off for a moment as in comes Robinson. Bowls, Waite defends with his new back-to-back will point no run. He says, I claim the record of being admitted to office on the steps of the pavilion at Hove rather than in a church service.
All right.
Bill Senior was an ardent Sussex cricket supporter as well as a committed churchman, as am I, and the deed was done on the steps after a chance encounter, as I could not make the church service. He was a lovely man, R.A.P., says David. Thank you, David. That's a lovely story.
Mr. Yateman, one of those. He was the church warden.
Yes, he was, yeah. Yeah, don't you cheek his reverence. We were talking about that the other day, Bradders, weren't we?
Yeah. Warmington-on-Sea.
Bright sunshine here. It's the most glorious afternoon now. Loads of blue sky, and Robinson is in over the wicket bowls. Oh, it is dead outside the off stump. Robinson looks around as if to say, I can't believe I haven't picked up a wicket here. End of his over. Not through the lack of trying today, Ollie Robinson. 27 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 63. Worcestershire, 281 for 6. They need 80 to win. We've got another 25 minutes to go until tea. Dr. Simon Prangle has been in touch. He says, thanks for keeping us entertained with the commentary. It's keeping me occupied whilst writing reports. Would much rather be enjoying the sun in Hove. It started to thunder here in Chipping Norton. I think we heard from Simon earlier in the match.
We did.
No thunder here at the moment, which is good news. And Martin, who is in Scotland, says on the edge. He lives on the edge of the Trossachs and Loch Lomond, about 12 miles from Stirling.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through Brian Lara's book whilst listening to you.
Here's Cavalis in bowls to Jake Libby, who's forward pushing away on the offside defensively. There's two ways you can go around Loch Lomond. One is a very windy road, and having driven a camper van and towed a caravan round there, I tend to go the other way, through Stirling and up round the top. It's a little bit further, but it is a better road. It's a windy old track. But a lovely part of it. Sunshine in there today. You're very lucky. Yeah. Back here at Hove, Cavalis bowls to Libby. Libby just dabs the ball down on the onside. Must be getting tired. Jake Libby came into bat yesterday evening, and he's still out there. 91 overs later. Well, this is the 92nd over of this innings.
Yeah, he's been in for 374 minutes, Bradders, at the last count. So that's 6 hours and a bit.
Yeah.
A wonderful test of stamina and concentration.
Cavalis hoping to break that concentration. He's in and bowls, and Libby punches away off the back foot. That's racing away for 4. That's a lovely shot. That really is. It didn't appear to be that short to me, but Libby was very quickly onto it and cracked it away off the back foot through extra cover for 4. Just getting the rebound. It's probably a bit shorter than I thought, but nice shot.
Beautiful shot.
Jake Libby. I did wonder, they had a little drinks break, didn't they? Matthew Waite changed his bat, and I just wonder, sometimes that affects the concentration. How often do you see a wicket fall after a drinks break?
Yeah.
Cavalis once again to Libby, who turns this one on the onside. He's going to get a single. 286 for 6, Worcestershire. Libby goes to 168. These two came together on 234. So they've actually, brought up the 50 partnership.
It did.
That's 4. They've put on 52. The partnership before put on 81. So they're certainly not giving this one up easily, Worcestershire. As indeed Sussex aren't either. Cavalis is in and bowls. That's gone off an edge. Gone, caught, third slip. Good catch, low down to his right by James Coles. Is it in there? It is James Coles. Yeah, good catch. So that partnership is broken, and Matthew Waite has to trudge off. It was low down to the right of third slip, and he made, actually I think he made a real made that look easy. Not probably as low as I thought. It was probably knee high, but good catch. And another twist in this game. Matthew Waite departs, caught by Coles, bowled by Cavalis. He's getting a good hand as well. A very patient and obdurate 14. 286 for 7.
Yes, Sussex are very good in that slip cordon. Alsop and particularly Clark and Coles, and they very rarely go down. Famous last words. But defiant knock by Matthew Wade. The pendulum maybe swings a little bit back the way of Sussex. Duncan Holding's been in touch. Hello, Duncan. He says, I'm a Warwickshire man, just about to do a school run listening in Southport, having given up on the Warwickshire game, which is, we all know, is heading towards a draw. I kind of hope Warwickshire win, as the last time I listened, it was a very dodgy final wicket against Essex. Was it the last game, Worcestershire?
Worcestershire, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you, Duncan, for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us.
Fatty Singh coming in on his Worcestershire debut. So Tom Taylor coming in at 10 for Worcestershire.
He's on a pair, is Fatty Singh.
Well, his job is just to stay there.
It is to stay
Pretty
there.
straightforward.
Yes, it is.
He's taken guard, had a look round, and faces the bowling of Harry Carvelis and the zoos and ahs and hands in the air and much conjecture. But that is the end of the over. And the crowd are in it.
They are in it, yeah. Good delivery that from Carvelis, wasn't it? Across the left-handed Singh. Ball goes through to Simpson. So, maybe the pendulum swings back the way of Sussex. We shall see. Live cricket here on the BBC. Every ball of every game in the County Championship right throughout the summer. And here we are, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley on what's turned into a glorious day down here on the south coast. There was a lot of heavy rain overnight. That's all gone away now, and one way or t'other, well, there's a bank of cloud at the far end of the ground at the Downs, but I think that's probably hopefully going to drift away. So 75 needed to win, 3 wickets in hand. Tom Taylor still to come, and I say that with because he's got previous against Sussex. Tom Taylor, he does hit a long ball. I wonder if it gets to the stage where someone needs to come in and give it a bit of a bash. He might be the man, but at the moment he's still sitting up on the balcony. Finn Hudson-Prentice back into the Sussex attack, comes in down the hill, bowls to Jake Libby, who drives into the covers, fielded smartly there by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. We've got another, the digital scoreboard says 21 minutes past 3, so another 19 minutes until tea. Jake Libby just might fancy getting in and having just a breather and a chat. If they can get to tea with...
Cup of tea and put your feet up.
Yes, absolutely. He's been out there a long, long time, as Brad has said. It's been a wonderful knock, 167 not out. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls to Libby, and Libby defends onto the onside, no run. Bear in mind, 167 out of 286 Bradders, so he's made all but 120 of the runs. 119 of the runs, actually.
Yeah.
So the other 7 between them have averaged about 15.
Yeah.
So
yes, well, what have they been? This in 4, 34, 4, 3, 9, 29 and 14. Yeah, that's about right.
If the other 3 average 15, that gives them 45 more, but that's not going to be enough. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, Libby defends onto the onside. There is no run. Alan has been in touch. Hello, Alan. He says, I'm currently doing a 24-hour university exam.
Oh,
24-hour
university?
Really?
Or is it called the 24-hour university, like the Open University?
He says, I'm currently doing a 24-hour university exam, and this match will be my kryptonite when I fail. Environmental economics can come second to this enthralling encounter. Thank you, Alan. I wonder where you're doing your exam. Hudson-Prentice in, bowls to Libby. Libby plays firmly to mid-off, fielded by Robinson. And there is no run. But thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
We often discuss environmental economics around the fireside at Bradley Towers. Yes, we often lapse into that conversation.
Chris Dale's been in touch. He's just got back from pitch preparation at Pershaw.
Yeah.
For the Fossils v Wiltshire over 60s match.
Taylor, yeah.
Looking for a close finish with a win for Worcestershire, says Chris. In comes Hudson-Prentice again, bowl. He scored! And that's probably the vital wicket. The innings of Jake Libby, a wonderful innings, comes to an end. It's a terrific catch away to his right hand side by Tom Clark. And Jake Libby takes off his gloves and trudges off. But what a wonderful innings that's been by Jake Libby. 167. Finn Hudson-Prentice takes the wicket. It was a good grab by Tom Clark at second slip. And Jake Libby, well, he's going to get a standing. Let's just listen to this, because everyone around Hove is standing, as they should. Well, he's being applauded all the way back to the pavilion, is Jake Libby, and that's a wonderful knock. 167 in 252 balls, and he alone. Well, Worcestershire aren't done yet, because in comes Tom Taylor, and I was saying that Tom Taylor has got previous against Sussex. It's for others to see if they can see Worcestershire home, but I think that pendulum has now swung firmly back in the way as he trudges up the sticks, Jake Libby, but magnificent innings, well batted, sir. But well done, Hudson Prentice. He picks up his second wicket of the innings, his 7th of the match, and another good slip catch has to be said, Bradders.
What do we always say? 286 for 6 becomes 286 for 8, and 2 wickets to any score. By the way, I just got a weather update from back home in Worcestershire. Apparently thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening, and heavy rain as well. So.
Right.
But not here. The skies are bright blue.
Kev from Bromsgrove has had to come in from the garden. He's been trimming the bushes in the garden.
Oh.
Needs to log into the live stream. Thank you for getting in touch. This is Kevin in Bromsgrove. Leslie is listening. Oh, she's cruising from Mykonos to Montenegro.
Oh,
Can
as
you
you
believe
do.
that?
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls to the new man who is...
Well, I'm pretty convinced it's Tom Taylor. It says Jones on the scoreboard.
Yes, it can't be Jones, surely, because he was 12th man.
Yeah. Unless the rules of cricket have changed, and also unless Rob Jones has grown a better foot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty convinced it's Tom Taylor.
Yeah, so it's Leslie and Mark. They're really enjoying the game in the commentary, cruising from Mykonos to Montenegro.
All right.
We need to get Libby out. Well, he just has. Thomas is listening. I'm going to read all these out. So I'm listening from Turnout in Belgium. Lovely weather here. But unless I'm inside at work, I'm a Leicestershire man myself and have no stake in the game. Nevertheless, it's an enthralling game to listen to, and very little work's been done today. Still in the balance. Yours in fellowship, says Thomas Vare, V-A-R-E. Thank you, Thomas.
Here's Cavalis in bowling to Fateh Singh, who is up on his toes and plays the ball out on the offside, and there is no run.
Ben has been in touch, Bradders. He says, I'm watching from the top of a wind turbine in the German North Sea. Absolutely fantastic conclusion to the game. Very disappointed to see the end of Jake Libby. That was some lock. Really? Do you think that's a wind-up?
He could be. There's a load of wind turbines in the North Sea. There's hundreds of them.
Wow.
As Carvallis comes in and bowls, and he goes for
What's he doing?
Well, he's trying to waft that somewhere
He's
over.
hit that into his helmet.
Oh, yes, yeah, because the umpire is calling. The helmet has to be checked. He hit it into his helmet? Oh, yeah, I think it came off the top edge of the bat and into the helmet. So the rules, the laws say the helmet has to be checked once the ball has hit it. Doesn't matter how fast or how slow it's going. Yeah, I was surprised because we were cruising up to Norway in our executive yacht, or were we on a big liner? Well, we were on a big liner the other day, and as you go out the channel, the North Sea, there's oil rigs and wind turbines and all sorts of things up there. And in now let's get this right, Stavanger, was it? There's a massive, great big thing, which I thought was an oil rig. It's monstrous. I mean, it's about 10 times bigger than those flats over there. If you can't see the flats, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's huge. But apparently it's I'm going to get this totally wrong. It's all to do with the electricity that comes from the wind turbines that has to be changed or something, so that it can go into the system in
into
Germany.
the grid.
Yeah, into the grid. Yeah. But I think it's one of the biggest things I've ever seen.
Well, maybe that's where
That's
where Ben is watching from, a wind turbine in the German North Sea. Well, thank you, Ben. Anyway, Elizabeth has been in touch. You aren't missing any cricket because Fateh Singh is getting they'll go through all the concussion protocols to make sure that he's okay. Twizzy has been in touch. He says, you've made my day being on 5 Sports Extra today. I'm thoroughly enjoying the commentary in sunny Cambridge, having recently moved from home. I'm also missing popping down to the county ground. Please could you give a shout out to my very good friends Judy and Margaret who sit in the pavilion. Also the Margaret who bakes the cakes. I used to play tennis with her. Margaret baked us a lovely drizzled cake,
Very
didn't
nice.
she, Bradders, on the first day?
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Fatty Singh has had his helmet and his head checked.
Yes.
And both, it seems, are fine. And he's ready to continue.
He is.
Oh, they've changed the thing now. It is Taylor has come up on the scoreboard.
Yes, it wasn't James.
It was he all along.
Yes.
So, Carvelis to continue at 286 for 8 Worcestershire. Right arm over in bowls to Fateh Singh, who's going to get a run here. Squeezes it more than drives it into the covers. One more to the total, 287 for 8.
Now, Tom Taylor, we were talking about this earlier in the match, Bradders. I remember him when he was playing at Northampton. Played a very fine innings at the end of a one-day match that Sussex had virtually won, and he came in and smashed the ball around the ground and won the game for Northants. I just wonder whether, with 74 needed, do you go for it yet or not?
Different situation, isn't it, really? Carvelis into Taylor, who is forward. The ball trickles a pitch width on the offside. You can hear the wind on RFX, Mike. It got up, wasn't there this morning. It was very still and very dull and very not bleak, but it was grey. It was grey this morning, very grey.
Yeah.
There's the flag, and there's the people on the the people on that balcony are cursing the flag because every time it blows out they can't see what's going on the pitch. Carvelis bowls, and that's slightly outside edges but kept down into the slips by Taylor.
Question for Bradders. Neil Harris has been in touch. Hello Neil, he says, I'm enjoying the coverage. Question for Bradders, why Brett D'Oliveira no longer bowls himself? He says, can Bradders shed any light on it?
Well, I mean, they've got a frontline spinner in the team, in Fateh Singh in this game, and he got a long-term shoulder injury last year, Brett D'Oliveira. As Carvelis is in and bowls, and this is turned away by Taylor on the leg side. Won't get a run. End of the over, and 287 for 8 is the Worcestershire total. Fateh Singh has a single. Tom Taylor yet to get off the mark. Yeah, so he's got a bit of a shoulder injury, and I don't know. Captains who are all rounders tend not to bowl themselves too much, don't they? But as I say, Singh in the team as a frontline spinner, so he was always going to be the man to bowl the overs.
Well, the man who's going to bowl the over now is Finn Hudson-Prentice. We've got an update coming to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment's time, but we'll just concentrate here on Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's coming in to bowl to the left-handed Fateh Singh, who's yet to score. 74 needed to win. In comes Hudson-Prentice. Round the wicket bowls to Singh, who defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Yes, and maybe the decisive moment of the match has just come in the last 10 minutes. Wonderful innings by the Worcestershire opener Jake Libby has come to an end. He was out for a wonderful innings of 162, caught by Tom Clark at slip off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Worcestershire now 287 for 8. They still need another 74 to win. Sussex just needing 2 more wickets. Meanwhile, the game at Edgbaston is drifting towards a draw. Surrey bowled out today for 504. Ben Folkes making an undefeated 170. Surrey are actually following on, but that game is going to be drawn. They are 10 without loss. Email from Darren, who says, I'm an avid West Indies fan in Manchester. I wonder if Jayden Seales will leave the Sussex squad shortly to join the Wendy's squad for the forthcoming ODIs in Ireland. Yes, well, Jayden should have played in this match, Darren, but he's had to pull out with as I understand, an ankle injury, as in comes Hudson-Prentice. Around the wicket bowls. Forward comes Singh and plays defensively into the covers. There is no run. Let's hope it isn't too bad, but certainly he won't be playing any more cricket for Sussex this season. It's a shame because he's a wonderful acquisition for Sussex and a lovely man as well. But Nathan McAndrew, the Australian, is now over, and he will be taking over overseas duties from Jaden Seals. Sussex's next game in Taunton on Friday. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls to Singh. Oh, Crumsy. I thought for a moment he'd played that on, but the ball just dribbles in front of him. There is no run. He doesn't look desperately secure here, Fatty Singh. I'd say it's an awful lot for Tom Taylor to take this on, isn't it? You know, if it was maybe 30 to win, he might think, oh, I quite fancy.
Yeah.
It's just probably too far out at the moment. But
Yeah, 74.
It's just a lot, isn't it? In comes Hudson Prentice in bright sunshine. Bowls to Fatty Singh. That's better. He's right into line and plays into the offside. And there is no run. We've got another 6 minutes to go until tea. Just a chance for Worcestershire to regroup. The last man in is going to be Ben Gibbon.
Yep.
But we're talking about the way at one stage it looked like Sussex were well in control. Then we reckon it was 50-50, but Sussex back in the ascendancy here. In comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls to Singh, who plays uppishly onto the onside to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. Fatty Singh is still there. 287 for 8. Singh on 1. Taylor yet to score. I think we'll have another couple of overs until tea. A couple more emails. Hello, Adrian, says Fred. Enjoying the coverage as ever. Just listening as a Sussex exile in Surbiton, over in Surrey, trying to concentrate as much as possible on the cricket in spite of my Monday emails. Myself and Molly hoping for a Sussex win. Yeah, Monday emails groan.
Well,
get someone keen over the weekend sending you an email. No.
The link's gone down, isn't it? I can't answer any emails till the cricket finishes. Here's Cavalis is in and bowls, and Taylor pushes away on the offside. Going to get 1 here, and Hudson Prentice does the chasing. 1 more to the total. That's an awful throw back in to wicketkeeper Simpson, who, as ever, just stops it, picks it up, throws it away, and says nothing. 287, 288 for 8.
David's been in touch. He says, would someone like to give me some oil? Because he says my voice is squeaky. Really?
Get some of that.
Perhaps we need a cup of tea, Brad, as at tea. Sorry, we'll try not to be too squeaky, but it is exciting.
We're squeaky.
Well,
he's squeaky. He's squeaky. Oh, really?
Apparently.
Cavalis in, bowls.
That's a nice shot.
Singh turns off the leg, stump off his pads, down to fine leg. Hudson Prentice again, the fielder. 1 more to the Worcestershire total.
Tea, I think, is set, isn't it, for 24, regardless. So even if another wicket fell, sometimes before tea, when a wicket falls, you stay on for another 20 minutes. But I think today...
I don't know what it is. I think on the last day it is.
That's it, yeah.
It's sort of worrying. The red numbers have just come back up for Sussex, so they're behind the run, the over rate.
Well.
Cavalis in, bowls, forward, pushes down the pitch. So would you take a bit of a gamble and say, well, we're going to keep these bowlers on. Okay, we might lose a point for a slow over rate, but let's get the 16 for a win.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Take a bit of a gamble. Where are we? This is the 16th over with this ball, so a little bit of the shine going off it, although it's just been dropped by Cavalis there, and even from here you can see the sun glinting off the crown on the ball. Next ball is Taylor coming forward, pushing down the pitch. If anything they're playing for here, the Worcestershire batsmen, they're playing for tea. The clock saying... 30. I don't know which clock. I
think they go by the digital clock, Bradders, which is saying 37. So actually might be another over before tea.
Yeah. Needs a shoelace to come undone, or need a new bat or something, don't you, at this stage? If you're the batting team, they could go a bit further. They did put the time up on our big screens here. Here's Cavalis in, wide of the off stump, and Taylor lots of time to see that one. Cavalis has taken 3 for 52. It's a strange game, isn't it? Because no disrespect to Harry Cavalis, who's taken 3 wickets for 52 runs, but I think he's not been the best. I mean, Ollie Robinson's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? But
just the 1 wicket for Ollie.
Yeah, that's the way the game goes.
It is.
So last ball of the over, and for this one, It's an appeal, and then another appeal. I think there's an appeal for LBW, an appeal for catch, an appeal for donations to a charity. There was that many appeals there. None of which, it was never going to be LBW, it was too high, and didn't come off the bat, so it wasn't going to be caught. So, but they're getting a bit excited. They're all getting a bit excited out there. Although we know on our big pictures see 5 gentlemen who are blatantly not excited. And that is the end of the over, 289 for 8. We are going to have one more before tea. The umpires are discussing something. Maybe the batsmen have asked them, do we go to tea anyway? And they're just checking with each other, which they shouldn't need to do. They should know that. Although, having said that, who's that warming up?
That backwards point is I think that's Jack Carlson. Who's
all right. Well, he's warming up for some reason, so I'm sure it's.
I thought it was tea. I thought it was set in stone.
Yeah.
Either way, Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming into bowl to Fatty Singh around the wicket bowls, and Singh drives handsomely down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. There's nothing wrong with that. Clubs it straight down the ground. Super shot. He goes to 6. And 68 needed to win, 293 for 8. Andy is a Sussex member watching from sunny St Ives in Cambridgeshire. I noted your comment about Nathan McAndrew being due to take over from Jayden Sills at the end of his stint with Sussex. I also saw the Club Barista video showing McAndrew already in situ at Hove. More to come in a moment. In comes Hudson-Prentice around the wicket bowls. Singh is forward this time defensively, plays to mid-off with a perfectly respectable shot, no run. Hudson-Prentice then dispatches Daniel Hughes out to deep square leg from his position at mid-wicket. With Seal's injury this week, was there no option for McAndrew to come in for him, especially given how light we appear on bowling? Thank you for the coverage. Well, thank you for getting in touch, Andy. Yes, I mean, Nathan McAndrew has arrived. My understanding was that I think a lot of this is to do with bowling loads and all sorts of stuff, and he wasn't ready to play in this game. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Taken by Simpson, no run. I mean, that's probably quite an unsatisfactory answer. I'm not sure, Andy, whether that's controlled by Cricket Australia or quite how these things work when players come in, but I'm sure if there was the option for McAndrew to have played in this match, Sussex would have wanted him to.
They are, yeah.
You're restrained,
There
aren't
are
you?
restrictions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is one of the issues around, players coming from overseas, isn't it? You quite often hear players getting injured and then they can't come or whatever. Hudson-Prentice round the wicket bowls to Singh, who pushes into the need to get a move on here as the throw comes in. Oh, I think he would have been all right, Tom Taylor. It was Tom Haynes who got the throw in, but Taylor with those long legs managed to get down to the striker's end, and another run added to the total.
St Ives in Cambridgeshire was where Joe Bugner came from.
Was it? Joe Bugner.
From St Ives,
Yeah.
Joe Bugner. Not the one in Cornwall, the one in Cambridgeshire.
Did he have Hungarian parents,
I think
Joe
he was
Bugner?
Hungarian. Then he went to live in Australia, I believe.
Yes, I think he did. Taylor takes strike as Hudson-Prentice is coming down the hill. Bowls. Taylor defends. Right down the offside of the track, no run. I remember actually we were always big Henry Cooper fans at home. I remember there was a fight on. It was much too late for us to watch, and my dad put a notice in my brother and I's bedroom. We used to share in it. A little note up that said, "Henry lost the fight." We were upset we were.
Now here's the thing. Not going to tea, taking an extra 15 minutes to try for a result.
Well, that's interesting. Well, I thought tea was set. Well done, Bradders.
Well, this is information I'm receiving.
Hudson-Prentice in bowls, Taylor defends into the offside, and there is no run. Another over slips by, 294 for 8. So, well, there we are. I've learnt something, because I always thought that tea was set in stone
Me
for
also.
20-4 on the last day regardless, but clearly that is not the case. So we're going for another 15 minutes, you say, Brad?
Apparently, yeah.
Does that come from an official source?
It does.
There we are.
Yeah, it comes from the score box, right?
Thank you.
You don't mess with them.
No, we don't.
In which case, I'm going to have to go and do something, and I'll leave you for 2 seconds.
That's quite all right. It looks as if there's all sorts of comings and goings out on the pitch now. There's some physios are out. There's a Sussex 12th man has come out. I'm not sure if they're drinks. In fact, I think some pads have been bought out, which suggests maybe, well, Bradders was suggesting that perhaps we were going to get some spin. Tom Alsop seems to be strapping on some pads, and indeed we are going to get some spin. So well spotted, Bradders. And it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to take over from the C end of the ground. If you send an email in the next 5 minutes, I may not get it because my computer's decided that it's time to shut down and it's going to be restarted in a moment. So if you send an email, you wonder, I'm not being rude, not reading it out. It's just that we can't see them at the moment. But we shall restart in a moment. So, Jack Carson with 67 runs needed to win here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Carson with his off spin around the wicket bowls to Fateh Singh, who clips this one back to the square on the leg side. They thought about a single, but Tom Taylor, who was at the non-striker's end, with a loud cry of no. So the total remains the same. There's a slip and a short leg of the close field. There's a ring of 3 saving one on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundary, a backward square leg deep mid-wicket, and a mid on 2/3 of the way to the boundary. It's Carson bowls, and Singh is beaten. Just keep an eye on that, because I'm not sure if that was a missed stumping. Perhaps I do John Simpson a disservice. Just see. No, it just they thought they'd nick that through to Simpson, but there is no run. Jack Carson yet to take a wicket in this innings. Indeed, yet to take a wicket in the match. Hasn't bowled very much, to be honest. It's the seamers who've done all the damage. Carson in bowls to Singh, who drives handsomely through the offside, and I think that's going to go for 4. James Cole's in hot pursuit around the boundary edge. Does well. A sliding stop prevents it going for a boundary, but it's 2 to Fateh Singh. He goes to 9. 296 for 8. Worcestershire needing another 65 to win. Carson throws the ball from hand to hand and is in again around the wicket bowls. Singh is solidly forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. You can't hear silence, but that's what
it is, isn't it? Yeah.
That's just people are totally absorbed in the game. Carson in bowls, Singh is forward again defensively onto the onside, no run, and the crowd has grown during the day. It's not massive, it never is on a Monday in County Championship cricket, but those that are here have had a thoroughly good day. 65 needed to win, 2 wickets in hand. Carson round the wicket bowls, and Singh defends into the offside, fielded by Tom Clark. The cover, there is no run. Jack Carson's over comes to an end, just the 2 runs coming from it. 296 for 8, Singh on 9, Taylor on 1. If you're just joining us, we've missed a thriller today. We've missed a wonderful innings as well. Jake Libby making 162 for Worcestershire. The 5th time he scored 100 against Sussex. He was out in the last half hour, well caught by Tom Clark in the slips off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just as it looked as if he may be getting Worcestershire to position to win this game. They may still win it, who knows, but a wonderful knock by the Nottinghamshire opener.
And this is going to be Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, and this time very solidly forward, Tom Taylor. A number of times I've said solidly forward in this. I've had £1 for every time I said solidly forward. I would be several pounds better off.
You would. So do you think T. Bradders is at 5 to 4 then?
Well, it must be if they've extended it by 15 minutes. Whether it's 15 minutes from the time that they would have gone to tea, in that they went beyond 20 to 4. Whether it's 15 minutes after that, I don't know.
Sometimes but these rules drive you nuts.
I've never been aware of that.
No, nor have I.
Ruling. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Taylor pushes to backward point. No run. I know, you know, if you say got to the end of the 3rd day and there's 8 wickets down, you can claim the extra 8 overs, or the umpires can decide you can have an extra 8 overs. I don't think you can claim them anymore. But yeah. But there we are. That's cricket for you. If it was simple, it wouldn't be cricket, would it?
No.
Hudson-Prentice turns, races down and bowls, and Taylor's going to get a run here, glides it down to fine leg. There is a crowd here, trust me.
Yes, there is.
There are people still here. They're just so very, very quiet.
I mean, there's a decent crowd for a, well, I say decent crowd in cricket terms. You know, 300 or 400, I would say, inside the ground, Bradders. It's
Yeah.
difficult to say, but those that you say that are here are totally absorbed in the game.
Yeah, as indeed we are. And we hope our listeners and viewers are. Next ball. Forward
kept a bit
comes
low.
Fateh Singh. Yeah, he's groping a little bit for it, but he gets everything onto it. He's actually wearing a long sleeve sweater.
Yes, he is. Steve Flint's been in touch. He says, I'd just like to reiterate how great it is to be able to come in for nothing after tea. My wife Lisa and I have been along with various friends for the final session so far over a wonderful sunny weekend, and hopefully we'll be there again for the climax if it gets that far.
Hudson Prentice bowls, Singh upon his toes, steers that one away, down backward of square on the offside, picks up a single. One more to the total, 298 for 8. Target 361. I'm making that 63. Needed for victory. The field changes for the right-handed Taylor. Yeah, well, if he was coming in after tea, he might have to wait another 15 minutes until tea actually occurs. Hudson Prentice drives, bowls rather. Taylor drives because he's the batsman. A bit airy-fairy, that one from Tom Taylor, but he's got an inside edge down. Fine on the leg side, picks up another single. 299 for 8. 62 for a Worcestershire victory. 2 wickets for a Northants. Northants? Where do they come from?
Don't know.
For a Sussex victory. I was talking about Northants because Jake Libby got his maiden century against Northants. Carson's going to continue. This is going to be interesting because Tom Taylor, as we were saying, likes to give it a clout.
He does.
Carson's giving it a bit of whip, and I suspect that mid-on and mid-off will go fairly deep here. Indeed they are.
Essex have lost a wicket at Chelmsford for the first wicket of the day, 199 for 5. Michael Pepper, the man, out for 68. Essex now 199 for 5. They can't win the game. They need another 321, but they might hang on for the draw. In comes Carson, comes in and bowls to Taylor, who curbs his attacking instincts and plays out into the offside. There is no run. The only other game going on at Edgbaston, where Surrey, following on, are 15 without loss. Still a 146 behind, but no chance of a result there. Carson in and bowls. Taylor again defends. Well, in fact, he clips the ball. It was a defensive push, but he's picked up a single backward of square on the leg side. Does Taylor? He goes to 4. Total to 300 for 8. Not around. I thought it might be a little ripple of applause. Yes, there we go. A little ripple. 61 needed to win for Worcestershire. Carson round the wicket bowls, Singh down the wicket drives. Well, he's taken an enormous heave at that. It's come off a thick edge and it's ended up at backward point. That could have gone anywhere, literally anywhere. His head was up. He was just looking to heave that one away on the leg side. That would have sent a few tremors through the Worcestershire dressing room. Well, he survives, but he was a little fortunate in truth. Carson again. In and bowls. Singh is much further forward this time, much more cautious, and plays the ball down the offside of the track. There is no run. I wonder whether Carson is bowling just because of this -1 on the over 8, Bradders. I would doubt it. But Sussex won't want to lose points. Carson again. Bowls. Singh is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. He doesn't look overly secure here, Fateh Singh, does he?
You wouldn't put your house on him at the moment.
No, you wouldn't.
But there again,
He's still there.
he's still there and he's got 10 runs.
He has. Yep. And if he's there at the end, in comes Carson, bowls. Singh is forward, plays down the onside, no run. Archie from Bromsgrove has just got back from school. Can't believe the pairs are pushing them so close. Come on, you pairs, says Archie. End of the over.
Lad Archie.
From Jack Carson, who has bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 28. 300 for 8. No one's bowled us a cup of tea, Bradders, so we'll just have to wait.
To get our own.
Yeah, we'll have to wait another 2 minutes until we can have a cup of tea. The camera's showing various people sitting on balconies of various flats around the ground. That's at the far end of the ground.
Top right.
Right.
Lovely. You can see the sea from there as well.
Yes, you can.
The other day.
Well, look at it. It's turned into a beautiful day, hasn't it? Just a bit of high-level wispy cloud now.
Yeah. Here's Tom Taylor, Hudson Prentice Bowls, Taylor beaten. There's a little dip at that one. There's always, even here, you know, close to tea on the last day, there's always a little bit in that. It's a good ball, that is. Has to play at it, because if it comes in, it's going to castle him. Would have to come in a fair bit there, but we've seen a few. Tom Clark got Brett D'Oliveira, one that came jagging back. And he comes again, and this time, nice, solid. My word of the day, my word of the match is solid, but it was solid. Pushes back up the pitch.
Phil Woollett is a freelance musician and instrumental tutor, and he's been in touch, and he says, "Hi gents, not as exotic as many of your listeners, but I'm enjoying this match from a sunny Kent. As a slightly demoralised Kent supporter, I can't help noting the similarities between this match and the incredible final day between Middlesex and Kent at Lord's last week. Sadly, Kent were narrowly on the wrong end, but this chase could go all the way too."
Taylor waits, takes a little step forward as the bowler's in his delivery stride, and then pushes out onto the offside. I must admit, if on the first day here, when 6 wickets went down very quickly, 80 without loss, 81 for 6, I wouldn't have put too much money on us being here after tea on the 4th day.
No, I agree.
But here we are. Hudson Prentice bowls, Taylor forward, pushes back up the pitch. In fact, maybe at 11 o'clock this morning I wouldn't have put too much money on us.
No, I agree. No, Worcestershire have really done well here.
I always remember a match at Kidderminster against Derbyshire. 20 wickets went down on the first day, and we finished after tea on the 4th day.
Right, incredible. Just some confirmation actually from Sam about this. He said the umpires may decide to play 15 minutes, a minimum of 4 overs extra time of any day if requested by either captain.
Oh, right. Tom Taylor's whipped this one away down backward of square. He's only going to get a single for it though. It's a nice timed shot. Hudson Prentice a little annoyed with himself as he drifted onto leg stump there. Field changes for the left-handed Singh, and Worcestershire are 301 for 8. 60 needed for victory. 2 wickets needed for a Sussex victory.
Philgood finishes by saying, "Who needs all the white ball stuff when you can have gripping at cricket?" That's a bit of a tongue twister like this. Long live the county championship. Agreed.
Singh waits. Hudson Prentice bowls. Forward he comes, plays the ball back up the pitch, and I suggest we have one more over before tea, or suspect we have one more over before tea.
Yes, just to read that rule. The umpires may decide to play 15 minutes, a minimum of 4 overs extra time at the lunch or tea interval of any day if requested by either captain, if, in the umpire's opinion, it would bring about a definite result in that session. If the umpires do not believe a result can be achieved, no extra time shall be allowed. So presumably John Simpson then said, well, can we stay out? And the umpires thought there was a chance of a result. We presume.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Anyway, we think this might be the last over before tea. Jack Carson over the wicket bowls to Taylor, who's forward defensively.
In which case, John Simpson has a great knowledge of the rules. The laws of county cricket.
Yeah. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. Carson, glorious south coast sunshine, comes in over the wicket bowls. Taylor defends to mid-wicket. He's honing in his instincts here, is Tom Taylor. 5 off 24 balls. He has decided it's not quite yet time to play the big shots. Carson with his off spin over the wicket bowls. Taylor drives through the offside. They're going to take a single because Daniel Hughes needs to move to his left at mid-off to field. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Taylor. He goes to 6, runs required, down to 59. Carson rubs the ball on his shirt. Slip and the short leg go down. Comes into bowl to the left-handed Fateh Singh. He's in a bowl. Singh is forward defensively. Plays to short leg. Tom Alsop stoops down and picks up the ball. And there is no run. Ollie Robinson just down below us. On the boundary edge here at long off. Carson again. In and bowls. Gives that a bit of air, does Jack Carson, and Singh. Well, there was a single there really, and I think Tom Taylor can't understand why Fateh Singh didn't call him through for a single, because Daniel Hughes is quite deep there at mid, and there was definitely a single there.
I think he thought the bowler was going to cut it off.
Yes, I think you might be right. What they don't want is some sort of misunderstanding and a silly run out at this stage, but there was a single. However, Carson again in and bowls. Singh is forward defensive, plays into the offside. Now, is that going to be T? Yes, indeed it is. Jack Carson takes his cut. John Simpson wanders off. So there we are, 302 for 8 are Worcestershire. They need another 59 to win after tea, with Singh on 8, Taylor on 6. I think Bradders and I we got Sussex as favourites, but you know,
it's cricket.
It's cricket. It's been a game that's ebbed and flowed. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for your emails, which have been gratefully received. Please keep them coming after tea. If you'd like to send them in, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. But Bradders and I are going to have a cup of tea and a break for 20 minutes, and please join us afterwards on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Hereford and Worcester.
10 and Tom Taylor on 6. Good rule of 20 minutes. Spectators will
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Returning to the field are match umpires James Middlebrook and Ben Debenham.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove on the most glorious evening. Umpires Middlebrook and Debenham are making their way out to the middle, followed by the Sussex fielders, followed in turn by the two not out Worcestershire batsmen. Fateh Singh, who's on 10, Tom Taylor, who is on 6. The equation, if you're just joining us on 5 Sports Extra or BBC Radio Sussex or BBC Hereford and Worcester, is that Worcestershire need 59 more runs to win. Sussex need 2 more wickets. It's been a tremendous game of cricket. A couple of messages just to read out before we go to full commentary. One from Janet, who's in hospital at the moment, and she's sitting listening, and she'd like to say thanks very much for the commentary. Well, it's a pleasure, and I hope you get better soon, Janet. So thank you very much for getting in touch, and thank you to everybody who's got in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or maybe you've been listening messages through to Dave Bradley, Bradders at BBC on X or Twitter, whatever it's called these days. I'm Adrian Harms. Dave Bradley is with me, but a super game, Bradders, and may the best team win and all that.
Absolutely, yeah, it's been good stuff, yeah. Yeah, I see that game, Dave Baston, Warwickshire enforced the follow on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems ridiculous, doesn't it?
Thought their batters might have want to gone out and get a bit of batting practice. Right, here we go with the post-tea session on the last day of the game. Fateh Singh beaten by a ball outside the off stump Ollie Robinson on from the Cromwell Road end, as you would expect. And we're just conjecturing where the both teams, both camps, coaches, captains, everybody would have had discussions at tea as to where to go to this one.
Yes.
Maybe they'd have said, you know, apologies, it's Tom Taylor on strike. You know, you've got a licence to go and clatter it around if you want to do it that way. I'm not sure. Robinson in bowls and Taylor lets the ball go by outside the off stump, and there is no run. Yeah, so what actually enforcing the follow on at Edgbaston, which seems a little bit on the side of pointless to me, but there we are. I'm not there, so what do I know? Glorious evening now.
Yes.
We've spoken throughout this match, if you've not been with us, of cloudless skies. There are one or two away in the distance, but compared to this morning, well, at least 2 seasons in one day here at Hove. Robinson in bowls, Taylor forward pushes. No run.
Thank you, John Meredith, who's a Worcestershire supporter.
I know John, yeah.
He says, thank you very much. He's enjoyed the commentary this week. We've had an email in. We've had emails all over the place this week from the glorious sunshine in Leipzig in Germany.
Oh, yeah.
The Sussex cap is into its 14th year of service, measured by the amount of summers it is since I stopped living in my home county. Despite protests from my wife, it's yet to be upgraded. Or should that be retired?
No.
And he sent a picture of his cap. There we are.
Keep your old cap.
Yeah.
Robinson in bowls. It's off a pad, called through for a single by Fatty Singh. They'll have to be quick, and they are quick. And, they might get another one here. They're going to get a bonus run here. So that will be 2 leg buys. Ball squeezed out on the offside. It was going to be tight. Tom Haynes, I'm sure it is Tom Haynes, yeah, threw at the stumps at the striker's end, missed. And a good bit of backing up in the end prevented any more runs, but 2 more. To the Worcestershire total, 304 for 8, 57 for victory, all 2 wickets. Here comes Robinson. And this time Taylor is getting runs down towards third man. I say runs, it might be 1. They will come back for 2. Coming back for 2 because coming round, Hayes had to pick the ball up left hand, turn to throw with his right hand, and in that, what does that take, a second? But in that time they would have to come back for a comfortable single. Taylor goes 2, 8 off 30 balls. Singh has 10 off 31 balls. Just give you an update if you've not been with us throughout the day. If you just joined us post tea after this ball from Ollie Robinson, which will complete the over. Balls to Taylor. Let's bat out the way through to the wicketkeeper. No run. Worcestershire resuming on 117 for 3 this morning. Ben Allison, the night watchman, went fairly quickly to Hudson Prentice for 3. Brooks out for 9. Brett Dolliver, a stubborn, obdurate 29 in a good stand with Jake Libby. Matthew Waite went for 14, and Libby a superb 167. Sussex must have nightmares about Jake Libby. He scored 198 and 215 on this ground. He scored 167 today. He scored a century on his debut in first class cricket, playing for Northamptonshire on loan. And he's carried Worcestershire. Well, if he'd still been there, I would have said towards the brink of victory, but he went to the bowling of Hudson Prentice, and here we are.
And it's Jack Carlson bowling his off spin to Fateh Singh, the left-hander, who plays that nicely away through backward point, picks up a single. There's a sweeper on that boundary. Here's James Coles, 1 more to Worcestershire, 1 run closer to victory. They go to 54 needed to win, 307 for 8. Singh is on 11. Rick, who's sitting up in the deck chairs, says, 65 years ago I was watching my first match up in the deck chairs. Sussex against Yorkshire. Here comes Carson bowls. Reverse swept by Taylor. And that's a very good stop by Ari Cavalas, who's a big man, and he got down well there, because that would have been 4 runs had he not stopped that. Brave shot from Taylor. Reverse sweep at this stage.
It certainly is.
But it very nearly played dividends. Now, There's a delay here for some reason. No, I think Daniel Hughes just having a word, the Australian at mid-off with Jack Carson. Carson in again. Bowls. Taylor is forward. I'm sure there was no run played to mid-wicket. I'm sure there was all sorts of discussions at tea time, Bradders, about tactics.
Both teams.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Sussex was gone saying, "Oh, we'll have Carson at one end, Robinson at the other end. See how that goes."
In comes Carson again, bowls. Taylor drives down the track. Carson fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. Ollie Robinson down below us does some stretching and flexing his right leg. A lot of overs today as Robinson, 28 in the innings. Comes Carson. Bowls. Forward comes Taylor, plays into the offside. No run. Sussex. He looks like he's limping a bit, Ollie Robinson, actually, down below us, doesn't he?
I thought that earlier. He's definitely favouring the left, and he's just...
Well, he's grimacing, you know.
Yeah.
He's grimacing down. And Sussex have got a game on Friday. There's no respite now, you know.
No.
And they've spent a long time in the field here. Carson in and bowls. Driven nicely by Taylor through the offside. There's runs here, at least one and possibly two. No, they're settling on the one. That's a good bit of fielding out there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's very quickly round and arrows in a throw to Jack Carson behind the stumps. 2 runs coming off of the over. Taylor to 9. Singh on 11. Worcestershire 308 for 8, needing another 53 runs to win. That was the number of my parents' house, number 53.
Very good. Wasn't Acacia Avenue, was it?
No.
Who was that, Mr... Who was it lived at Acacia Avenue? Anyway,
Ooh.
Somebody in television history. Anyway, he's going to bowl Ollie Robinson, and he's not 100% fit. I guarantee that. He's actually running back to his mark to see how he feels. Bowled a fair few deliveries off a shorter run earlier in the piece. He's gone all the way back to the end of his run. Trust he doesn't do any permanent damage in attempting to win this game for Sussex. Robinson bowls, pushed back up the track. I got the impression that was not the fastest delivery he's ever bowled in his life.
I would agree. He's bowled consistently well in this match, Robinson. It's like he might be just feeling a little weary. Kevin, who's down in... Archie from Bromsgrove has sent in a photograph of him with his dog Meatball, who's watching the cricket. He says, "Come on the Bears."
Good name for a dog, Meatball.
It's tense.
It is. 3 slips, the close snatchers. Robinson bowls, Taylor drives straight to mid-on. Digs it out rather than driving, I suppose.
Do you remember, Bradders, a couple of years ago down at New Road, there was a very good finish where Ollie Robinson in that game virtually bowled Sussex to victory and ended up with cramp and had to leave the field. I think he took, from memory, about 14 wickets in the match. Really bowled himself into the ground. It was the match where Steve Smith played for Sussex.
Yes, Smith and Bajara batting together. I always remember that. 2 of the top batsmen in the world.
Yeah.
Smith and Bajara batting together at New Road. £15 to get in. Pay your money. World superstars playing. Robinson in bowls wide of the stumps. That is allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. But yeah, definitely walking back up the slope. Definitely got a problem there. But I mean, yeah, he's got a couple of days with the physio before he has to catch the coach to Taunton.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be leaving here Thursday morning, I'd have thought.
Yeah.
Down to Taunton, and it's not a lot of time, is it, for, your 2 days, and that's it, back on again.
Of course, the old timers would say, "Oh, we played Saturday and Wednesday.
They would.
Only had Sunday off."
Yeah.
Here's the next ball, and this time Taylor is whipping this one away. Backward of square on the leg side. 1 more to the total, which goes to 309 for 8. 52 for a Worcestershire victory. 2 wickets for a Sussex win.
Yeah, that game down at New Road, it was a couple of years ago now. Worcester in their first innings bowled out for 264. Ollie Robinson took 7 for 59 in the first innings. In the second innings, Robinson took 7 for 58. He took 14 wickets in the match down at New Road. Worcestershire hung on for a draw Azarali made 103 not out. They finished 251 for 8, Worcestershire. It was a terrific game of cricket.
Robinson around the wicket to the left-handed Singh. To the back foot, pushes out on the offside. I've been sent a picture of the skies over the People's Republic of Malvern this afternoon. It looks like something from Dante's Inferno. Apparently the roads have been awash.
Right. We've avoided the storms here.
Won't have to water the garden for a couple of days.
Mind you, it hosed down here.
It's been building up a bit over the sea. Just seeing the picture there, the picture from behind us. Just a little greyer. Wouldn't want weather to interrupt this. Singh waits, Robinson bowls, pulled away, it's in the air, he's going to go, he's going to be caught, he is caught. Just coming in from deep square leg, Tom Haynes, and got underneath it. You can hear the cheers around the ground. Fateh Singh going for it, it was short, the fielder was there for exactly that shot, and he pulled it not quite off the face of the bat, more a top edge down to James Coles, and there we are. Another Worcestershire wicket goes down.
I think he'll be disappointed with that, Fateh Singh. I mean, the man was there exactly for that reason, but he's gone for 11. So the last man is going to make his way out, and this is going to need... well, you know Worcestershire far better than I do, Bradders. Does Tom Taylor now think to himself, I need to go on the attack?
It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, there's still, 50-odd runs to get. I mean, Ben Gibbon, as we, how many times have we said this? 1,000 times. He's not an idiot with the bat, but, you know, he's facing up to Ollie Robinson charging in down the slope at Sussex, trying to win the game. So
yes,
it might well be. Is he facing? No, he's not. Oh, he is.
Yes,
because the batsman. No, he's not. Tom Taylor's facing. I'm confusing myself.
Chris says that Eric Wimp, aka Banana Man, lived at number 39 Acacia Avenue.
Oh, that probably is. Yeah, Banana Man could be.
I don't. Yeah. And Martin in Scotland has come in and said the same thing. Eric lives at Acacia Avenue. He is Banana Man. I have never heard of Banana Man.
Well, I'm not sure I have, but I'm sure it came up in a quiz question once. Who lived in Acacia Avenue?
Right. So it is going to be Jack Carson, who's coming in from the C end of the ground. 1 wicket needed to win for Sussex. Taylor defends down the onside. Let's just bring you up to date with events elsewhere. In fact, wickets have now been tumbling at Chelmsford. Essex, having held out for so long, are now 207 for 7. Matt Critchley gone for 75, Michael Pepper for 68, and suddenly the door ajar maybe for Yorkshire. Carson in bowled, and has he bowled him? I thought he had. No, he hasn't. Has that gone through for buys? He's running down towards the boundary edge. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Did he get a little touch of that? They are leg buys. 4 leg buys. So exciting here, exciting at Chelmsford as well. Essex needing a notional 313 more runs to win, but they're 207 for 7. 3 wickets for White, 3 for Hill, and 1 for Bess. So exciting finish just over the Dartford crossing at Chelmsford. Here, Worcestershire needing another 48 to win, but with the last pair at the crease. Carson in and bowls. Taylor defends down the track. There's a long on and a long off. I think Sussex know all about Tom Taylor's capabilities here. There are 6 men on the boundary.
But 4 balls gone. Would you bring the field in?
Well, I think I would. I think I might do now.
And get Ben Gibbon on strike to Robinson?
The game at Edgbaston has been drawn, unsurprisingly, between Warwickshire and Surrey. In comes Carson, bowls, flicked around the corner. I tell you, think about a single, but it isn't there because Tom Clark is quickly across the ground. Prevents a single being taken, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC. 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, David Bradley on what's been a terrific game of cricket here at Hove. Under clear blue skies. In comes Carson. Bowls, forward stretches, Taylor plays into the offside. And there is no run. A slip is the only close fielder. Now the field is going completely. Ollie Robinson's moving a little wider here at long on. Taylor will be looking to take a single here if he can. In comes Carlson Bowles, and Taylor plays into the offside. There is no run. It's a dot ball. It is the end of the over. 313 for 9. Sussex, Worcestershire needing 48 to win. Taylor is on 10. Ben Gibbon is yet to score. Two batsmen have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. And I would imagine it's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to bowl the next over.
He will bowl through the pain. You're going to do an update?
Yes, Sussex on the verge of victory here. However, Worcestershire still just need 48 runs to win. They're 313 for 9. Ollie Robinson has picked up a wicket since tea, that of the left-handed batsman Fateh Singh, who was caught by Tom Haynes for 11. So Worcestershire needing 48, Sussex needing 1 wicket to win what would be an enthralling match here at Hove. Meanwhile, the game between Warwickshire and Surrey at Edgbaston has ended in a draw.
Now, give you an update on that Yorkshire-Essex game very shortly. Robinson into Ben Gibbon. Gibbon pushes nicely.
Yeah.
Drives on the offside, no run. That game down at Chelmsford, Yorkshire basically, well, they need 3 wickets to win. Overs remaining in the day, officially 19, but they probably get more than that in the last hour of the game. Simon Harmer and Shane Snatter.
Snater. Yeah.
I always call him Shane Snatter.
Yeah.
At the wicket. Here at Hove, Ollie Robinson is in and bowls to Ben. Bowls him, and Sussex have won an enthralling game of cricket. Ollie Robinson wheels away, arms in the air. The Sussex fielders race in and celebrate. Ben Gibbon goes up to his partner Tom Taylor, and they will begin to wander off. And as they do in cricket, immediately John Simpson, the Sussex captain, having celebrated the win, goes and shakes hands with the 2 Worcestershire batsmen. A tremendous win for Sussex. Worcestershire will be, in footballing parlance, gutted having got that close, but I suspect that the dismissal of Jake Libby for 167 was the turning point in the day. I'm pleased that Ollie Robinson picks up that last wicket, because for me he's been the pick of the bowlers, and he's obviously bowled through pain and won the game for Sussex.
Well, yes, I would agree with everything you say. I mean, wonderful innings from Jake Libby. I mean, really, he didn't deserve to be on the losing side after batting so well for his 162, but it was always going to be a tall order for the lower order once he had gone. But Worcestershire battled to the end. The winning margin in the end, Bradders, was 47 runs. As the players make their way off the field here at Hove, wonderful game of cricket, handshakes all round. Tom Alsop going and shaking hands with the umpires. Here come the Worcestershire lads down the pavilion steps in the distance to shake hands. So a second win of the season for Sussex, as they head to Taunton next week and then to Southampton. Worcestershire
home to Essex next week. We wish them well in that game at New Road. But Sussex's day today, well batted, Jake Libby. Well done, Sussex. As I say, a second win of the season, and everybody's standing and applauding. And I have to say, it sounds slightly crass to say, but I think County Championship cricket the winner, Bradders, this week. Oh, mate, yeah. Yes, it is. Give me a choice and you know where I'll be.
It was a super game of cricket. So thank you everybody for listening throughout the day here on 5 Sports Extra on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Hereford and Worcester. From myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, lovely to see you. It's always great fun.
Always a great pleasure to come to Hove, and thank you to Sussex County Cricket Club for the welcome. And if Worcestershire were to be here next season, that will be in my diary in late November.
Wonderful stuff. Bradders, thanks very much. Look forward to coming down to New Road at the end of September when we come down for the last County Championship match of the season. But from myself, thank you all for listening. We'll be back on Friday at our respective matches. But from myself, Adrian Harms, from Dave Bradley, thanks for listening. And we'll do it all again later this week.
Thanks to all for your support this week.